Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, a soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, straight bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence. Dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next. Open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving.
Raul Perez just subscribed on YouTube.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend. But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
What is poppin', people? Welcome back to Shy Ill Reacts. I am your host, Shy Ill, and we are back in the building on this lovely Saturday evening. Hope everybody's having a great pre-Mother's Day celebration or Mother's Day weekend celebration. Salutes to y'all. Salutes to all the mothers in the building. I appreciate y'all. And where we at right here? We're going to get this popping. All right, salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here today. Impromptu live. Wasn't gonna happen, but here we are. All right, here we are. Let me get this popping right here. Boom. Salutes. We got our guest in the background. Salutes to the usual suspects in the building. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. We came to do
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friends.
hood rat stuff with our friends. All right, salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. Shout out Caesar. I thought she was first, but here it says Turtle Dick Berry hashtag Larry was numero uno nuno with the popcorn and the eyeballs. Zoraida, the first suspect in the building. Salutes. Jay, welcome back. I'll be back. She shall return. Shout out JP on the check-in. Salute Shah Il, my dude, Il Cartel members and chat. Hope you had a blessed and grateful Feliz Dia de las Madres Saturday. Like and subscribe to the great quality content on your way in. It's free. Don't cost you a damn thing. Shout out Eddie Jimenez on the check-in. Salutes to you. Salute Shannon. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. Salutes Jacqueline. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. 323G back in the building. Good to see you. Shout out Papa the Stoner. Shout out Velez. Salutes to you, sir. What up to the L Avengers? The L Avengers took another L last night with the odds stacked against me. It's definitely Mexican Mother's Day. It's Latino Mother's Day. All right? I'm going to go celebrate mine tomorrow. Awesome impromptu. Salute Shannon. All right? Y'all could thank Upper Echelon for making the call. Jay made the call and was like, what's up? Go live? I said, sure, why not? My video isn't on. My video is on. Can y'all see me? Y'all can see me. All right? Tell this guy to stop backseat driving and shit. He can't see what's going on over here. Oh, your job today, Jay, is to stay out of the chat. That's your job. Stay out of the chat. Focus. I hope y'all having a blessed Saturday. Salutes. Shout out Hector Ramos on the check-in. Shout out to Oklahoma. Salutes. Salutes Upper Echelon. Happy Mother's Day to the wives. Free the wives. All right, man. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. So today, Jay wanted to react to a video that's been put out. It's a series that's been happening. So he wanted to react to a couple of things on there. Again, hit the like button if you have yet to do so. I will just be steering the ship today. Jay has control of the video that we're going to react to, so he'll be able to stop it and start it the way he likes, and speak from there. And we'll go from there, man. Again, hope everybody's having a great night. Get ready, chill out on the weekend, because Monday, millions. Trying to get that money. All right, flowers to all the mothers. To my wifey, the best mama ever after mine. Salutes. All right, boom, boom, boom. Let's get it. All right, let me get this straight in the background. Boom. Jay Flores. He's eating already, y'all. Jay Flores, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Salute.
How's it going?
It's popping.
What's up, bro? Thanks again. It's Saturday, right? It's Mother's Day, so I think it's great for us to be spending Mother's Day together. But Feliz Dia de las Madres for everyone in the chat, for anyone who's gonna watch this later on, especially to the wife. My heart goes out to her and the wonderful mom that she is, and to my sister-in-law Vivi as well. Both great moms, and just sending them their flowers and telling them that I love them, and a couple more weeks until they're home. So looking forward to that. And for all those other mothers out there, for your mamas, your grandmas, everyone out there who still able to celebrate with their moms, I think, and flowers to you guys. I lost my mom 2 years ago on May 4th. So it's still a little bit,
Fresh.
Yeah, it's real fresh. And I still can't believe that she's gone, to be honest. But Mother's Day was her favorite day, right? Because it was about her. So I do, I have her in my prayers and my thoughts always. So, sending her my love as well, and my older sister too, who's been like my second mom. Honestly, she's been amazing to this day. Like I can't even explain it. My older sister's 20 years older than me, so she's still fairly young, but she's been amazing too, man. So sending her my love as well.
Salute, salute, salutes. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Shout out Jacqueline. Salutes to Upper Echelon. Upper Echelon, Robin, prayers and blessings to you and your entire family. May God bless your entire family, especially the wives, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Jonathan. I feel like I'm the host now. Right now, I'm gonna have control, so you be easy, bro.
Yo, he said he gonna put you in the fucking bathroom, JC.
Put him in the fucking
Hey,
bathroom.
hey, you know what? I'm looking at the count, bro. We're 80, subscribers short of 10,000. I'm thinking like, man, it's Saturday, right? I'm sure there's people out there. Man, we know 80 people. You guys know 80 people. I don't have any friends, bro. But man, we could get 80 subscribers. I'm willing to like, I'll send you pictures of Peter, you know. For if we get to the 10,000 subscribers, we need to do something fun. But I can't believe that we can't get to the 80 people. Shy, and you know what, bro? Listen, a channel popped up earlier in the week that I wanted to send to you, but sometimes I'd be up early. It's this dude who's from California, bro. A straight out burnt out. Okay, bro. He's burnt. He's sitting like he just probably came out of prison. Okay, he's like a cholo, bro, or something.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, he is tripping. He's like, hey, bro, he had like 16,000 subscribers,
Yeah.
bro, 16,000.
Talking bullshit.
Bro, I think I have it. I think I saved it because I wanted to share it with you. I'm like, man, I can't believe that this guy. Big shouts out to him, right? Nothing against him. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He's talking about prison stories, and he got 16,000 subscribers. I think his channel's new. I'm like, damn, bro.
Bruh.
Shy don't got no love for us like that.
No love,
Shit.
dog. And I put in all the work. I put in the work like this is a huge channel.
Not only that, bro, you got Shy in your name, Shy in your back. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, Shy on their hat. And damn, bro, that's one thing I always said about. I used to say it was my city, but it's filled with haters, bro. You know,
Mm-hmm.
real like. Sorry, let's be honest, bro. It got haters. That's why there's so many killings. And people just hate on everything. You got a nice hat. I hate you. I'm gonna shoot you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
What about this Vicentilla video made you feel like you wanted to speak on it? What have you seen the whole series? I know it's a long series. I know it's got an AI voice on it or whatever. But it's a whole series? Have you listened to the whole series? You should probably do a reaction to the parts pertinent to you in the book as well. He put us on pause, y'all. Tell him he don't do that shit to Fox. He focused on Fox. Huh? I should put him in the fucking
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Shout
out to that. She made it back. Shout out Albert Flores. This is why we don't get 10,000.
Hey.
This is why we don't get 10,000 subs, Jay. You fucking treat us
Bro,
like we less than Fox, bro. What the fuck?
Nah, you take breaks to puff and drink.
Me?
And
Never a break.
No,
I'm right here
okay.
while I puff. I just take the camera off of me. I don't go nowhere.
no, I apologize. I
We
thought it
ain't
was
trying to
right.
hear your excuses. None of that shit.
I'm gonna disappoint you, but I tell you, I had to answer that. If you guys knew who was actually just calling me, you guys wouldn't even believe it. How about that?
Well, say that shit or don't say that shit.
Yeah, I will say it one day.
Don't
but at
tease
least
this
it's recorded forever. That it's just ironic how just things happen and how you never know where you're gonna be later in life.
Shout out
But
to
what
you,
made me? But you're talking about what made this channel like me? Just so we'll give everyone some insight that you and I we share videos, right? On like stuff I could react to, and we have a whole bunch of them because we haven't actually done it.
Mhm.
Or I'll share with you some videos that I think are like unique or important, or and we don't even talk about them. Like I send them to you, and you get it right because we'll just catch up and be like we don't even have to say which part or anything like that. We know exactly why I sent it or why I shared it with you.
Mhm.
And this video, I think it was great because basically what it is that this reporter is putting out like his reports on the Chapo trial, okay? Like what he was seeing, which is great because he was like one of those reporters. I think he's from the Proceso, and he's using AI basically, to put the videos together and do the transcripts and all that. And it's a fairly new channel. And for whatever reason, like I have thought about so many things, but I never even considered to like going back and like reading all the transcripts from like Vicente's testimony and other people's testimony. Um, but I think that'd be great. But um, of course, some of the things that really stood out to me is like some of the information that he gives, right? And it's something that we're always talking about, and lately, man, I just see like what man, I keep up with all the news in Chicago. Just see everything that's happening around like the world, especially in terms of drug trafficking, and it's like here's this trial that if anyone were just to like read into it a little bit, it kind of just shows how trifling that life is. How like you there's just no chance for you to win. You know what I mean? And like I'm not saying it as an excuse. Like I'm not saying highlighting because some of the stuff they're talking about. I'm just saying that because like I'm glad that it came from me and my brother's heart, and that we were able to change our life and do the right thing. I didn't need to hear this. I didn't need to see this, but I knew it. And what makes all the difference is that to me, what was important, and chat, we talked about this, and everyone in the chat knows this, is that we always said like, look, we did it voluntarily, like we took that, we took that leap of faith. And that's what I always feel like has made, me and my brother like different. Um, but thank God that he gave us the strength and the foresight to actually do it, right? We always pray and we want things to, we pray for things, and sometimes we just, want to see things our way. And for us, it was like us praying, for our family, our future, and their well being, and God gave us that, answer in that way, you know. And now today looking back, it was like, wow, I'm still surprised with some of the things I hear. So I thought it was important. I thought it was something cool to just like, you know, uh, react to, especially when you're getting, you know, that first hand conversation, or that first hand like knowledge of what was going on the inside of the cartel, right? Especially the Sinaloa cartel, coming from, you know, the top, man in the cartel himself, right?
So, so this is the first time going through this. This is the first time you've come across this information in its entirety, or from this perspective, right?
In parts, I guess I'm looking at it in parts, and maybe
Because
I
you
could
did the
have.
book, you read the book, right?
No, I haven't read the book.
Oh,
I read some of it, but remember, I think the book was put out before the trial, if I'm not mistaken.
mm.
And you know what? It's weird because I didn't even see if that book actually came out, or I'm not sure if it was after the trial, whatever the case is, or before. Maybe it was put out after, but I didn't read it like point by point. And big shouts out to Annabelle Hernandez too. I met her recently. I did a long, extensive interview with her that should be coming out soon. Um, but I I had seen some transcripts, and I want to tell you, like I got them right away after like the trial was over. But I didn't really, maybe I forgot. Maybe it just COVID happened, and all that. So who knows? Maybe I just like it blank, just went blank on my mind. But hearing it again, it's surprising to me still. And I even thought about you, like that's something we should get, Shy, is the transcripts, and then go through them.
Just the whole thing, top to bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's only, I think, really, I think it's like 13 important people that you probably would want to hear about.
Hmm.
13, 14,
All right, man. Whenever you ready to get that shit popping?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So listen, how about you give them a minute, and then 2 minutes or something? Say, man, send a message, like send a group message on everyone on your contacts, and tell them to jump on and join Shy L. So
Or
man,
everybody that's in here already, at least hit that like button. Let's get this algorithm pumping
Shy's gonna donate $500 to 10,000 listeners today
to the 10,000 today.
via what type of like vanilla card or something?
What the fuck is a vanilla card? Never heard of it. Via
A prepaid card,
sponsored by Kingpin to Educator.
like a prepaid card. A
Um,
prepaid,
yeah,
a
make
prepaid
sure y'all
card.
hit that like button. Hit that like button. Share. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit all the little buttons over here. All right. Hit the comments. Throw your hundreds up in the comments. Let's get this algorithm going.
So big shouts out to the usual suspects. Big shouts out to I know that my good friend, and hopefully he's there, Pierre. He's who's a listener of yours is listening today. If um my other friend JC, if he's listening out there, a different like big shouts out to him too as well, and to all those people that do listen to you, Shy, that are that I talk to later on. Um, uh, what's up to them and to all the usuals, right? Soraya, Jonathan, Sosa, Alberto, my cousin,
Cousin.
um, yeah, and Deb and Shannon and everyone, all the usual suspects.
Salute. Salute to the
This is
usual
our
suspects.
cheers for
Salute to
sure.
Cacico on the check-in. Salute to you. CNN interview. Sinaloa Cartel. Big news now. What's happening over there?
Damn, I declined CNN recently too. So, what's up, Sean? Man, what's up, Sean Ray? How you doing, bro?
Why'd you decline CNN?
Man, because I'm a fucking Republican, bro.
Yo, man, y'all motherfuckers is funny, boy. Um,
Is that flip?
party over country. Y'all are members of a cult.
Nah, man. I just got to go with what I think is best for us at the time. But that's another subject. We'll talk politics on another day.
All right, salutes. We about to get into this video, y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out and doing hood rat stuff with your friends.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my
Want to do
friends.
hood rat stuff with my friends. Salutes to y'all. We had a great night last night. I handed the L Avengers a L. We back at it like bad habits tonight. Let's get it. Velez said, "No mama's way."
No mommy's weak.
It's
Hold
a
on,
never-ending. Shout out Hector Ramos. It's a never-ending cycle of betrayal, greed, the worst of the human condition. Salute, Sean
So
Ray.
are we gonna wait to get the to at least get to 9:30?
What you talking about? Subs? Somebody sub
Yeah.
up. Somebody that hasn't subbed up, sub up, and we'll
We
get it
get
started.
8
You
of
want to
them
wait?
at
We'll
least?
wait. We can wait all night.
Damn, bro, 8 fucking people. I gotta talk to you on off this Shy on some like YouTube business stuff, and they're gonna laugh about what I went through this past
All
week.
right, we at 99.30 right now.
I'm seeing 99,992.
Give it. Well, I mean, I'm inside the system. The system
How
says
many subs did you get right now?
huh? We got back
How
to
many-
99.30. Every day you get some, you lose some. We back at 99.30 right now.
Okay, then we could go. So
In the
can I get my
live.
song?
Huh?
Can I get my song?
All right, I'm gonna give you your song real quick. This is the his intro music and his
Yeah.
intro image. So pay attention. Here we go. Oh, hold on, it didn't work. Let's try that again.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
All right, there you go. That's his music. Here we go. We'll play just the audio.
I came in
Yeah.
like a wrecking ball.
Hey man, I miss my wife though. I'm laughing about her right now, but yeah. Hopefully, think like a Kingpin gets on and what's his what do it's quality control.
Quality control. Shout out Peter Flores. Appreciate you, sir.
Okay, let's see what we got. Okay.
All right, you up. You got control
right,
of
so
the
listen,
video. I'm gonna sit back and cruise control. You do your thing.
Okay, this channel is what's the channel again? It's the channel is I don't even know what the channel is. We need to put
I'll
that
tell
in
you
to
the
give them the
name of
credit.
it. Hold on. The channel's called Audio LY Bro Subversivo. It's a whole lot of numbers and shit. I'll drop the link.
Yeah, drop the link on there, guys. Check it out. I seen that he did a bunch of shorts, and I see my brother's face all over. I haven't seen all of them, but I seen that. But yeah, I the this is transcribed right AI version of it in English, so you could tell you're gonna be able to tell some of the things. it's better to just do it in English so that everyone gets it right. Because I know the Spanish one was a lot better. But
Did you
let's see
change
what we
the
got.
English setting on that video?
Bro, how do you even do that?
Hit that little wheel over there on the side next to the closed caption.
Uh-huh.
Hit the wheel.
The settings.
Audio track English. All right, it's on the
Yeah.
English.
Yeah, it's in English. Okay.
I can't wait till they
Okay.
do that on my channel, but the problem is they're not going to do it for videos that are already up, just for new videos, which suck, because I got 1,000 videos I would love translated to Spanish, but I'm going to have to find another way to do that. Anyway.
Yeah. So listen, if you guys got any questions, and put them on the chat, and we'll go through them. Okay. There's also one more after this, guys. If you guys get bored about this one, I do want to.
My bad. I played the wrecking ball while you was doing that. Stop that. Say that again.
Yeah. So
You said there's
so
another one?
If you guys got any questions, go ahead, drop them on the chat, and then I'm gonna see if we could get to one more, which is gonna be that military channel dude from Colorado, who is nuts, who said some crazy things.
It's the same dude that was talking about the guy that got popped with 180 rounds, 80,000
Yeah,
rounds.
I really want to do I think it's important that we highlight because
That's the same guy though, right?
yeah, same guy. I want to actually do highlight that one.
Right.
He says a couple of things that are disturbing. I'm not sure if that's the audience he has and that's what they want to hear. But that clickbait is dangerous, and I just don't like what he's how he's associating being Mexican and like almost calling Mexican like terrorists.
Right.
Which is to me is like it's insane, and I think that he's doing for clicks, and I think that because I just don't believe he could be that ignorant to think that would happen here in the U.S. Especially with Mexican people.
Right. Right.
So a big shout out to Jerome Cole. I'm not sure he's someone new, but tell a friend to tell a friend. Bring your cousin. Bring your mom will probably have fun watching this because she'll probably tell you, you know what, Jay's right, mijo. Did that sound good?
It sounds amazing.
Okay, great. All right. Let's get started, guys. Uh-oh.
Audio.
Did not accept the
Let's go.
Thursday, January 3rd, 2019. The return to the hearings was strange. We reporters did not understand why the jury did not accept that the first hearing of 2019 would be held until Monday, January 7th, as Judge Kogan had proposed. In any case, several of my colleagues decided not to return to cover the trial until Monday. It was nice to exchange greetings and good wishes with bailiffs Adam and Carlos Panda, with whom I joked and who discreetly passed me sweets so that I would not nod off from the anesthesia of boredom. It is the formula for not falling asleep, the strong Adam had confessed to me. Sembrino's rest had been good for all of us. Valorizo and Purpura seemed happy, as did Lichman, who usually did not get along with his two colleagues. Vicentio is
Side note, Perpetua, what's his name? How did you say his name?
Who?
He was at Alfredo Beltran's attorney as well, and he represented a lot of high-ranking cartel members out of that case out of DC. And Lickman, Jeffrey Lickman, great attorney. He represented John Gotti Jr. He also represented me. Then went on to represent Chapo, and now Emma, Chapo's wife, and now he represents both Joaquin and Ovidio Guzman in their case. Yeah. So ironically,
coming. Valorizo told me as I shook his hand and wished him a good day. That was news indeed. I regretted that Keegan Hamilton, the reporter for B, was not present. He had told me that he would not miss Vicentelo's testimony.
7 seconds. That is all it takes to make a first impression. And what's going to make a lasting impression?
Dressed in a blue...
I gotta upgrade, guys. I apologize. So a news reporter, Keegan Hamilton, man, I will say, look, I met him a few times. I've worked with him, collaborated recently on a really big project that's going to come out soon. He's one of those, journalists that have gone to extreme measures to like get real in depth stories and right highlight. And I really think he's an expert when it comes to the Sinaloa cartel and Mexican cartels in general. He's now I think he's head of a division in for the LA Times. But he covered the Chapo trial. And he also had a podcast. It's called I think it's called the Trial or something like that. Trial of the Century or something. Keegan Hamilton. You could find that wherever you listen to podcasts. And Valerie and Vivi actually were guests the week of when actually Peter actually testified on the trial by chance, by coincidence, because we didn't have a known date or anything like that. So
Suit, white shirt, and blue tie. Chapo
okay, that right there is like a chubby version of Chapo. Yeah,
That's an AI picture, ain't it?
'cause trust me, I knew he was looking chubby at the trial. I mean, I didn't see him. My brother saw him, but I just don't believe he was looking chubby like that.
entered the courtroom with a big smile. He stood, as he almost always did, on Valarezo's left side. He gave him a big hug and honored his 3 lawyers. He addressed Lickman and Purpura in English. Happy New Year. The capo was exultant. Andrea Goldbart took the stand and called America Pina, an officer with the New York State Metropolitan Bureau of Prisons, as a witness. The official monitors emails and calls that inmates receive or do not receive. The official presented a recorded call from Chapo and an email he sent to Emma, nothing incriminating. You may call the next witness, the judge ordered the prosecutor, Amanda Liskam, who had risen from her chair.
I called her Amanda Liskama. I thought that was her name. I'm not sure if they're correct or I'm wrong. Liskama. I think it was an A at the end, but very intelligent woman. She's out of DC, out the dangerous crime section of the Department of Justice, and she was one of the prosecutors in these big cases, including Alfredo Beltran's trial. So I worked with her. Smart man, a smart woman. I would say that. Her and all the team, I guess that worked on these trials, and I think they came, really prepared. So, um, uh, I'm not sure she's still there or not, but man, she did a great job.
The prosecution calls Vicente Zambada Niebla, Your Honor, Liskam said. The door on the left side of the courtroom opened and the son of El Mayo Zambada entered. El Vicente was dressed in blue prison overalls. Underneath his short-sleeved shirt was a long-sleeved white shirt. The witness turned to look at El Chapo, who smiled at him and bowed his head slightly in greeting. The defendant stared at him but did not return the courtesy. Now 43, El Vicente looked haggard, and although his hair was cropped short, his gray hair was evident. Rio's baggy clothing and the tennis shoes he wore no longer showed the young, dark-haired athlete I had seen in Chicago in 2002 and 2013 during the preliminary hearings for his trial, which ultimately did not take place because he had declared himself a cooperating witness. Quote, he still looks very good, a little haggard, but it makes sense, he's a prisoner. Marissa would tell me minutes after the hearing ended. She introduced herself. Jesus Vicente Zambada Niebla said that he understood English, but preferred that the interrogation be carried out in Spanish because it is his native language.
Something to point out. Shai, I'm not sure if you recall, but I'm sure everyone else, if you guys been keeping up with this content, is that everyone always talked about how his appearance, how he looked, that he was dressed, pretty boy, good looking, handsome dude. And to me, it's always like, well, it's that profile that people kind of put on how someone should look, right? Um, and they still highlight that. Of course, when you're in those situations, especially, you could imagine like what type of um of the process to actually get to that witness chair, what it took. I know this because of my brother, but you're gonna be put in solitary confinement. You're already nervous. You're a nervous wreck. You're about to go and spill your guts out. And um, he probably hasn't eaten. You're not gonna be your best self. You're at your worst. But he's only 43. It's not like he at the time he was actually testifying. So it's not like he was old or anything. But He's a very intelligent individual. Like, by any chance, I know he had studied and in the university, and he traveled the world as well, right? So he was smart. And I think a lot of people are taken back because they always expect what they believe to be these cartel members are the people that you see, wearing these, utility vests and masks, right? And then you see someone like that, and they're taken back. But there's more of him that are important people than what people, you know, believe what a cartel member is, right?
He added that he studied until high school and that he was born and raised in Culiacan, Sinaloa. Who is his father? What does he do and what nicknames does he have? Quote, the prosecutor asked. Ismael Zambada Garcia is the leader of the Sinaloa cartel. They call him El Mayo, Padrino, La Doctora, La Senora, and those closest to him call him Mi Compadre Chapo, La Cocina. That is also his code for phone and radio calls. At that moment, prosecutor Liscam projected the cover of issue 1744.
Hey guys, I don't know what the last one meant. Shai, do you know?
What you mean? What he meant? I was
The nickname
pushing buttons. The nickname of who?
of Mayo. He said, let me see.
Well, I saw somebody in
Padrino,
an article
La
on
Doctora,
a
La
reputed
Senora,
website
and those
the other
closest
day.
to him call him Mi Compadre Chapo, La Cocina.
So they say La Cocina. I never knew that.
The kitchen. I heard somebody call him Mario the other day on a reputed, a well-known website. So
I never heard of Mario either. So I'm not sure if that could be. It's different because he's speaking about his code word, like when they would communicate. So that's a little bit different. But Mario, I mean, I don't know. I mean, somebody could call him whatever they want, but that's not. That's something else. Hey, a big shout out to Macho McFly too. Thank you, boss.
Salute Macho McFly on the check-in. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, people. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. All right, you're getting insight right here from people, from a person that was there, from a person that knows these people, and from a person that has an experience and a perspective that you're here to hear. So hit that like button. Salute.
So just so everyone else, like, the way they interact from office to office, or like especially for radio communications, phone communications, right? They're gonna switch up the code words, right? And for instance, for us, Maya would have been like mi papá, or like my aunt, or la tía, like my aunt, in Spanish, right? Mi tía, whatever. Or we could also say mi papá, like we'll call him dad or whatever. So it just also depends, right? What was the circumstances? So, oh my God.
Yeah, he tweaked. We seen it.
Do I go back?
You gotta go back to the previous page.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6
90% of students with a 2019 would be held until Monday.
First,
Senora, and those closest to him call him Mi Compadre Chapo, La Cocina. That is also his code for phone and radio calls. At that moment, prosecutor Liscam projected the cover of issue 1744 of the magazine Proceso, in which El Mayo appears hugging Julio Scherer Garcia, founder of the weekly. Dated April 4, 2010, that cover continues to be the most recent image of the capo. The prosecutor asked him what his work was in the Sinaloa cartel.
At that point, there's actually no real pictures of El Mayo out. I remember there was like sketching, especially driving through Arizona, and he wanted.
Hold on a sec, JP. Hold on a sec, JP.
Zoraida
I mean,
sent
hold on,
$5. Hit the like button, pulgar hacia arriba, chip melocotónese.
All right, hold on real quick. We got a power chat came through from Zoraida. I'm going to play that back. Quick shout out to 298 Sosa for the $9.99 super chat. I passed out last night. Gee, that Florida Kush fire be kicking my ass, but Feliz Dia de las Madres to the wives, Val and Viv. Salutes to you. Shout out Macho McFly. She prefers Zoraida. Just giving you a heads up. Salutes to Zoraida for the $5 power chat. Hit the like button. Cheap asses.
You know what? Thank you.
Zoraida sent
also,
$5.
bro,
Hit the
I
like
fell
button,
asleep
pulgar
early.
hacia
Hold on,
arriba,
hold on,
chip melocotónese.
They can't hear you when or you can't hear the dono. So
Okay, my
Y'all
bad.
talking over each other. But all good. We got it done. Here, I'll play it one more time. It's a quick one, and it's a message to be sent home.
Zoraida sent $5. Hit the like button, pulgar hacia arriba, chip melocotónese.
Melocotones. Y'all are a bunch of melocotones. I don't even know what the fuck that
What
is.
does that mean? So,
I guess peaches.
oh,
Melocotones. Salutes. All right. I need to put that on the soundboard. All right. All right. I'm sorry we cut your but it's gonna happen from time to time. You remember where you was at right there? We just started.
yeah, yeah. Well, I just want to say, to Sosa, man, that you guys were pulling all nighter. I was in bed before like 11:30. I think the last time, I said something and I went to bed. So, uh, shouts out to whoever was on the chat last night.
Well, I did 6 hours and 16 minutes last night. I did 4 beers and 9 shots. Play games if you want to.
So everyone, man, we gotta appreciate Shy because 6 hours. That's a job already, man. That's like a full-time job, and he doesn't get enough recognition, enough love to kind of like um to show all his hard work, especially with the subs and stuff, all that. But I'll recognize you today, Shy, man. You put in a lot of work, a lot of dedication, and eventually it's gonna work out for sure.
Salutes. And afterwards, I still had the energy to go in the Discord and serve up them L's to JP up in there. So it was a good night, man. We had a good time.
All right, that's cool.
All
Yeah,
right.
and here we are back at it again. Okay, so
Saw you.
No. Technically, he replied, he was in charge of.
okay, my bad. We were talking about the pictures, right? They showed a picture of Proceso magazine. And at that time, they didn't have no like real picture of El Mayo other than sketches. And I was mentioning that I remember like driving through Arizona and California, and there would be like wanted pictures with his reward on there of the sketches. And I at that time he would continue like back in 2003, four, and probably later on after that, but he would always appear on America's Most Wanted. Like I'm guessing at least every show they will pass a little bit like 5-second clip of it if you don't have any information about him. Um, so yeah, so it was a big deal to when we actually did that interview. People always are asking why did he do it, and to me, I felt like it was an interview, and he decided to take that picture. It was for his son. It was for Vicente. He did it for Vicente just to so Vicente could have a picture of him and and get a message or whatever he actually said in the interview. So yeah. So we're gonna.
coordinating drug shipments from South and Central America. He had to ensure that the loads arrived safely first in Mexico and then at the border with the United States. He was the link between his father and the Sinaloa cartel's international partners. I also received the money in Mexico from the sale of drugs. Were you in charge of making payments for corruption? I was also in charge of making payments to police officers on behalf of my father and my friend Chapo. What nicknames do you have? El Nino 10, Diego the waitress, but he didn't mention the one you're best known as, Vicentio. I was struck by the tone of respect, almost adulation, with which Vicentio would say, my friend Chapo.
I think my friend, I think he was using mi amigo Chapo. I think he kept calling him mi compadre. Okay, and translation is my friend. Shy. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing he would call him mi compadre because they're compadres. Um, and so the nicknames in there, I think he said it was his code name for like communication wise is 10. Um, he's famous in Mexico for being El Niño, which means the son. Basically, he's Simba in Mexico, and there's so many songs about him. And well, there was one other nickname I seen that um that um were mentioned about him. There's another nickname mentioned about him, but we called him Treinta. That wasn't his number, but the reason it was our number towards him because first of all, we didn't want to use the same code that everyone else used, and it was because there was like an inside joke, between us that we'll expound on a, later on. But um,
No
yeah,
mames, way.
but Vicentillo was Vicentillo was was like something that everyone in the game almost called him, you know, out of like out of respect. You get me? So like, just say we were not in that circle, we would be like, oh,
Yola Prieto Rico sent $2 saludos y gracias por el buen contenido chi eqa.
who said that? Are you saying that out of like something that you know? Because I'm aware that he loved corridos.
Oh, my bad. I've been muted this whole time. Hold on. You can hear me. They can't hear me. I'm going back to the chat real quick. Did I not holler that holler? Well, that Yola. I'm not saying that shit. Salutes to Yola. Saludos y gracias por el buen contenido, Shai Cuate. But that's as far as it goes right there. Salutes. We back. Hit the like button. Shout out 298 Sosa. Y'all some hoes. Ain't no way it's 43 motherfuckers in here and only 26 likes. Salutes. Shout out Zoraida. Feliz Dia de las Madres Flores. Salutes. Salutes Macho McFly. Ghoulie Logic. All right. Raven, welcome. Welcome, Raven Jefferson. Shout out Zamora. Let's see. Let me see. All right. I think we back. We good? I wanted to bring something home in that sense that you just said about the codes, and you also said about the interview. Just to so people don't let that get past them. You know, this interview was a big deal. You're talking about a man that the untouchable, the untalkable, the unseeable. You know what I'm saying? And people wondered why he put himself in a position doing this interview with this respected journalist. And what Jay's opinion is, just to nail that home, is that this is a message to his son. You know what I'm saying? So that's how deep the shit get, that the man make a decision like that on some doing it for his son. Now that's different than him turning himself in, you know, all these years later because he wants to see his son. That's some different shit. He's like, I gave you the interview, we good. But I just wanted to paint that picture clearly. We have a video, if you look in Cartel Chronicles, where we covered that and we talked about that. And we talked about Jay's opinion that it was a message to his son. And now Jay's breaking down the code words. Boom.
Yeah, I think, you know, because he didn't. There's no picture. He always was in hiding, right? He was like someone that people knew existed, but you never seen him. And I think that for that Proceso interview, I think it was a perfect timing for him, um, for his son to have something of him, and him kind of send him those like cold messages. But at the same time, I know that he gave another interview, which was, I don't even know if it was like a real interview or not, to his daughter, right? To this journalist's daughter, who's very respected, who was, I guess he was one of the person that started Proceso, right? Magazine, and he since has passed. But I have to assume that there's some type of relationship there, like long term relationship between families, or something like that, in order for him to actually had done that interview. So yeah, yeah. So before we move on, of course, quality control's on there. He said, "Can I dislike? Can I dislike it?" Yeah, he thinks he can't go in the bathroom. Of course, listen. Like I said, my brother's always been the biggest hater. You know. Uh, oh, okay. I said big shouts out to my brother. He's always been the biggest hater. Um, it's always like that, right? It's always the spectators looking from the stands, talking about what they would have done. They would have been playing the game, but they never play it. But big shouts out to my brother, and big shouts out to Macho McFly. Ed Hip Hop Guru is checking in, right? Zaza. Who else is on here? Did we miss someone else? And for all the other people that are on that haven't liked the The videos. You know what? I wonder, is it, do they not like it because it doesn't show up? Like, I know that sometimes when I'm like listening to my car or something, I have to like come out of it just to like something, you know? Is it that? Yeah. Okay. Let's with friends like him, who needs enemies, Shy?
Shit, I keep muting myself. I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. This guy's bored. We might have to give him a minute just to, just to chill him out. Again, salutes, uh,
You know what?
Jamari A. Walker. Salutes, Ed the Hip Hop Guru. Appreciate y'all for
Hey,
coming through.
I think like a Kingpin, you're more than welcome to try to do this, though. You're more welcome.
Hmm.
He'll send you the link.
I'll send you the link right now. Think like a Kingpin. You could quality control each other live on air. Okay.
Nah, I don't call it control. I have nothing to say to him.
Shout out my brother Oso on the check-in. Appreciate
Also
you.
on the second salute.
Shout
Oh
out
yeah, my
Alec. I
bad.
liked it. Salutes.
My bad. Think like a Kingpin, aka Batman.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
Batman.
okay with being Robin. I just wish it would have been Batman when we got sentenced.
Oh shit. You know Batman that sentencing? What happened?
Batman wasn't there. Sentencing.
He said Batman wasn't there sentencing.
Batman said we're both Batman. Hey, listen. All right, we'll keep moving forward on this.
Yeah.
Payments to police officers on behalf of my father and my friend Chapo. What nicknames do you have? El Nino 10, Diego the waitress, but he didn't mention the one you're best known as, Vicentio. I was struck by the tone of respect, almost adulation, with which Vicentio would say, my friend Chapo, always looking for him with his eyes as if seeking the defendant's approval. Perhaps these were the secret codes among true Mexican drug lords.
I want to highlight something. That this is something me and my brother talked about. I think I talked to you about it, Shy. Is that reporter, like for instance, whatever. It's like this for me and my brother. Like people don't like us because I don't know if it's that we're too young or we come off like whatever, like you know, like we come off just wrong or people just don't understand us. But if you recognize this, that he said, "Oh, I was taken back by the respect they have for each other, the respect that these killers, bosses just communicate with each other, even though they're in the stand. He's giving his compadre this respect, you know." This is the same dude that I think said that when my brother took the stand, he didn't think it was as important. You get me? Even though in the trial it states that it was the first time they ever heard Chapo's voice on on a recording. You get me?
Right. They
You know,
downplayed it.
yeah, it's like it's that admiration that we always talk about. Is like where you stop thinking that these people are just people and you start giving these people like superpowers, right? And like you put them in this like circle of like, oh my God, he calls me compadre. Just want to highlight that. And it's the media that makes these people be that way. And then the media plays this out in in on the news and in videos on social media, YouTube, wherever, right? In magazines and newspapers. And then that comes off, and then next thing you know, you're public, right? It rubs off on the public. And then it rubs off on society as a called the culture and all these kids in the street and so on, right? And then they want to go blame hip hop or music. You know what I'm saying? Like for having an input, So that's something that we could get into later on about this whole, the Mexican government, the U.S. government, like, putting all these restraints and corridos, and it's like you want to put on restraints and corrido, and you give these people the ammunition and the damn weapons to kill each other, with your corruption, like that's a slap in the face. You worried about corridos, yeah, you on the payroll, like what? It's just like insane, but just it's just I guess like the politics of what the media world is, right? So hold on.
Quickly. Shout out Chef 408 for the 1999 super chat. Saludos desde Durango. Salutes to you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you.
This scam wanted to know what benefits a person gets from drug trafficking. You make money, a lot of money. With money you gain power, you corrupt, and there is jealousy that is what makes wars. What drugs does the Sinaloa cartel handle? Cocaine, heroin, ephedrine, and marijuana. Since the 80s, who have been the leaders of the Sinaloa cartel? Compadre Chapo and my father, he immediately said without hesitation. Then he added, Miguel Ángel Felix Gallardo, Amado Carrillo Fuentes, the Arellano Felix brothers, the Beltran Leyva brothers, Juan Jose Esparragosa Moreno, El Azul, and Nacho Coronel.
I was a little bit like here, like I don't know if it was a mistake, but they mentioned who were the leaders of the Sinaloa cartel, and they mentioned the Arellano Felix brothers, who, for the most part, to me, weren't involved in the Sinaloa cartel, they were involved like in the earlier, days in the Guadalajara cartel, right? Or the super cartel, whatever you call it. But I was a little bit like, surprised that he mentioned them.
What was the relationship between these people?
Social relations.
When did you meet Chapo Guzman?
In the late 80s, early 90s.
You know what? Before I go on, this is if you pay attention, right? This is what's insane if you look at this. The Chapillos is the family, right? Miles' family. Felix Gallardo's family. Like, all these people that we're talking about, like what the cartel was, were family members. Even to this day, right? Which you see, the people fighting, but the cartel kind of stood, so strong because of it was all that family, like, structure. With, like, for instance, you see that in Felix, we know that, they've been a little bit more famous as a family with so many leaders, but same thing with Chapo and his brothers and his sons, and Mayo and his brothers and his son, and so on El Azul with his sons, and then, the grandkids that came after that, with Amado Carrillo with his brothers as well, and Arturo Beltran Leyva and all his brothers, the Beltran Leyva organization, like, it's their family, and that's what, my brother and I knew the cartel to be, not just a business, but it was a family. It was organizations built out of families and cousins and, cuñados and stuff like that, and anyone that had connections to the families.
People.
Social relations.
When did you meet Chapo Guzman?
In the late 80s, early 90s. He went to my father's house to visit him. I was 15 or 16 years old. There were other people at the house, my father's security guards. Why do you refer to the accused as compadre or compa Chapo? A friend because he is my youngest son's godfather. How many times has Guzman seen him in person? I've seen him hundreds of times. The Vicentio gave the impression that he was happy to see his friend and even to be testifying at the trial. Guzman was focused on the jury. The most anticipated witness at the trial was arrested in March 2009 in Mexico City and later extradited to the United States. He is accused in courts in Washington, D.C. and Illinois of criminal conspiracy to import thousands of kilos of cocaine. His possible punishment ranges from 10 years to life in prison. My guilty plea was in 2013, added the Vicentio, whose unshaven beard painted a leaden face. What obligations do you have to the prosecution as part of your cooperation agreement and guilty plea? To provide any information.
Requested. What hopes do you have with this cooperation agreement? A reduction in my sentence. The prosecution has not offered me anything in exchange for my testimony in this trial, so why are you testifying? Because of the commitment to provide the information in case I am needed and because I believe it will help reduce my sentence.
Just to point something out, this was 2019. Yeah, it was 2019. that he's testifying, and he was arrested in 2010. He pled guilty in 2013. So he still hadn't been sentenced. He's not going to be sentenced to a year after this. So it doesn't always happen like right away. And I know that you see all the stuff that's going on with Ovidio, that, oh my God, even journalists get it wrong. Like, oh, he's pleading guilty because he has a cooperation agreement. Like, yeah, he's gonna plead guilty, and you're not gonna see nothing about his cooperation agreement until he gets sentenced, and that could be, in 10 years. Once the government feels like the public has forgotten a little bit about him, you know, and once they feel like he has enough time, um, he's done enough time, for him to actually get the credit. So he would have to, testify against people, and people would have to be, plead guilty and get sentenced, or get found guilty, right? So in order for them to go to a judge and say, look, he deserves, a deduction, just like what happened to Vicente. And another thing I want to highlight is that, um, no doubt to me that Vicente at this time, and to my brother, he was the third in command of the Sinaloa cartel. He wasn't fourth, he wasn't fifth, he wasn't, he was the third in command. And at the same time, me seeing third just so that people could understand and visualize it. But it varies depending on the situation. He had ultimate power as well. There's no difference between Chapo, Mayo, and him. And Shai, you could understand. We spoke about this all the time. So,
I've heard you say that. I've heard you say that he was a boss. That he wasn't just like some junior. He was a boss.
out of respect, yeah, we're gonna hear him talk about certain things, but I mean, he was a boss. He didn't have to ask for permission for anything. So, so even though he's stating that, we still have to kind of like hopefully you guys who are listening could actually understand that part, that he's kind of downplaying himself as well, or maybe for whatever reason. Hey guys, could you talk to the chat real quick? I have to answer the wifey.
Yeah, let me get through here. Shout out Chris123 for the $4.99 super chat. He said Kristen Page Dial, the 20-year-old Canadian woman unalived by Ivan Archivaldo for supposedly rejecting him. Rest in peace. Her and her partner. Have y'all heard about this? I have not, but I will look into it. Let me screenshot this message here, and maybe this will be a future stream in the near future. Let me mute him.
Shy talking about you.
Mute this guy right here. Boom. I muted you, Jay. Just so you know, you unmute yourself when you're ready. We don't want to hear you swooning on the phone. Unless that gets us subs. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Shout out Rome, that guy. Good question. We'll get to that. I want to know what, about the meeting where they all sat down, where the father sat down and told their sons, hey, man, if the shit go down, y'all talk. Where in the timeline was that? And it seems like Vicentillo was one of the first ones that had to take that offer. All right, salutes, hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate all the donators tonight. Salutes to the wrenches, salutes to the members, salutes to the usual suspects. Lo tienen cortito al J. Respect on that. Salutes. Let's see what we got. Again, shout out to Chef for the $19.99 super chat. Salutes 298 for the $9.99 super chat. Alright, got lit last night and got up early enough to make some t-shirt designs. He gonna need to come in here one day and give marriage advice. Salute, Shy, man. What's up? The bar for tonight. Want to spin the wheel? That's what you talking about? Trying to spin the wheel tonight? You woke? You woke? Want to spin the wheel? Want to try your luck? Salutes Zoraida. Salutes JP Velez. Got me Liddy last night. Look at JP. JP's like, somebody else brought it up. Salutes. JP, I'm putting something back on the board for me. You decide what I get. Do I get water or do I get another skip a turn? Something got to come home to me on that wheel. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? It's going to be water or it's going to be a skip a turn. But y'all got too many ways to win on there and I got none. One. Skip a turn. That's why the odds were against me last night and I still took the W. Happy Mother's Day to Shannon, Zoraida, Viv, Val, all the mothers on here. Salutes. Salutes. What else? I got some t-shirt designs I'm working on. I got some soundboard stuff that I'm working on. Trying to get shit together. Let's spin. You want to spin? JP got to tell me what's going back. Water going back or I get another skip a turn? Get the bong on there. Bong on, but I still got to get something else. I still got to get something else. Y'all got too many ways. It's like I'm a boxer fighting a bunch of MMA guys. I'm limited to one discipline, and y'all get to use every discipline. Does that make sense? Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Look at JP, boy. Apoyo for all his El Avenger homies. Huh? Apoyo. What's it gonna be? I ain't putting no bomb back up there. I gotta get something. Jay, thank you for your time as always. Free to wives. Feliz Dia de las Madres. Flores wives. Salute to the Flores wives. Free to wives. How can I forget? Happy Mother's Day to everybody's OJG. Salutes Macho McFly. John Good says, Shy, if he said they used to tip $100 to the waiters at the restaurants he used to eat at. A lot of people with bread do that. Yeah. That's it right there. Velez, the gorilla versus the 100 men. The fuck? Wildin'. But I need an answer, though. Y'all ain't going to give me an answer. I'm just going to make an executive decision and put another skip a turn on there. Y'all got too many wins. I got one out. My only out is skip a turn. Everybody ready to spin. Shy thoughts, is boxing dead? I'm hoping they let Dana White do some, what's it called? Infrastructure rehabbing. You know what I mean? Shout out to 298. That's why I was late. I had to take Mama Sosa to a nice ass dinner tonight. Salutes to Mama Sosa. All right, salutes to you for being a good man, handling that. Shout out Old Show. Let's spin. All right, well, I'm putting it back up there. I'm definitely putting it back up there. I'm putting up one more. I'm letting it be known now. So play if you want to play. Don't play if you don't want to play. All that's changing on that wheel tonight is I am adding one skip a turn so that I have another way to victory. I only have one way to victory. Skip a turn is for you. I mean, the other one is for you. I muted you. You want me to unmute you? I muted you. You want me to unmute you?
Yes.
You're unmuted now.
Okay.
Hold on. We're going to spin the wheel quickly.
Okay.
You still on the phone?
No, I'm good. I hung up already. She says she sends her love. She couldn't say hi because they obviously she'll be in.
All right. Shout out 298. Say you're gonna spin with Venmo. Shy, I have to talk with the Ill Avengers in this democracy. Ain't no democracy. This is a motherfucking dictatorship. Ill Avengers, water or skip a turn? Y'all taking too long. Hit that like button, fuckers. According to Zoraida, she's not playing. All right. She's on y'all last tonight. All right. Well, with that said, I'm gonna motherfucking the timer is set. There it is. There it is. $10 through Power Chat or Venmo or PayPal. $13 through Super Chat. 3 spin limit per purchase. 5 minutes to do it. The link for the Power Chat is pinned to the live chat. And the Super Chat is the little money sign on the live chat box down at the bottom. Again, $13 through Super Chat, $10 through Power Chat per spin. We spin. JP said add water. Okay, I'll add water. I'm thirsty. All right, and
Water is good for you.
huh?
Water is good for you.
Water's good for me. I'll take it. They JP don't want me to have no water, no nothing. He don't want me to have no wins. Boy, I created a villain. Boy, he Loki. Let Jay make the decision on what you put on the wheel. He said it. Water's good for me.
Let me see what's on the wheel. It's water.
The wheel is.
It says skip a turn, spin again, double shot, have a beer, take a shot. Okay, there's water on there, Shine. I'm lost.
No, I had taken that wheel. That's the old wheel. They made me take off the water last time, bro. I only had one win. My only win was skip a turn. All right, hold on.
You know what I would add on there? Say something nice.
Me? I gotta say something nice?
Yeah, you have to say
Holy
something
shit. Say something nice is crazy. All right, hold on.
Hey, while you do this, I see a question. It was a good question.
Hold on. Also, 20. Salute shot.
Old Soul sent $20. Saluting face emoji. CHI saluting face emoji. Chat 100 emoji. LFG.
LFG, let's go. Also for 2 spins. Shout out Velez. For 1 spin.
Velez sent $10. Tumbler glass emoji.
All right, boom.
Big shout out to also for the $20. What was that? Super chat?
He's gonna spin. Yeah, the power chat.
Power chat.
He's gonna spin. Jay done got energized after that call, boy. See, he's saying it with his chest now and shit.
What is that? GC? What's up, bro?
Salute GC.
Hey, who's the next one? Who gave the next power chat?
Velez.
Velez. Okay, how many spins you got? That's 4.
That's 3 spins so far. And they got 2 minutes to get their order.
What happens if you don't have beer in your house?
Well, I have it. Otherwise, I wouldn't open the bar.
All right, listen. This is Shy address, bro. Anyone wants to send them some beer through Instacart or whatever. His address is 63. Just kidding.
Damn, 63. So I tried looking for the hard Arizonas yesterday. Couldn't find them. Gonna have to order them and have them delivered. I mean, what was the question you wanted to answer in there?
I got Rome, that guy. I'm not sure if you are frequent listener to the channel, but if you're not, you should subscribe and tell a friend. And we talk about it all the time. It had nothing to do with business. It all had to do with like egos and and respect and egos, and but egos was the main thing. Yeah, dumb stuff. That's that's what basically was every fight, was every disagreement, and probably most likely every war. It's like who got the bigger, penis type of stuff. So it's a shame, but yeah.
All right, 45 seconds left. Yeah, that was a good question though. Rome, salutes to you. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. Zaza said you're going to need to come on here one day and give marriage advice.
Give marriage advice. I don't know if I could give them a good marriage advice, because I'm going to just say, do whatever she asks. And still, still be in the, still not be enough. But you know how it is. You try your best, you work it out.
See, this guy's against the rules right here, bro.
Who that?
I don't know. Shout out 298 Sosa.
Velez sent $10.
Shout out Velez. See, this is why I gotta have rules. All right, Sosa, there's a 3 spin limit per time. So the time is done now. But there's a 3 spin limit. You ordered 6 spins, all right? So, we'll hold on to them 6 spins. I'll do 3 of them for this. And we'll hold those if I open the bar again after I'm done with these. Does that make sense? Yeah, I know you just paid for 6 spins. You wildin'. All right, you breaking the
Okay.
rules, huh?
Yeah, yeah, you should.
That's why I have to have rules though, Jay, because then I'll be in here
Yeah,
9 hours.
but you addressed those rules yesterday and today.
Man,
So why don't you
and
go
they
ahead
he
and
say I
spin?
sing, all right? Say I sing.
Go
They
ahead,
act
go
like
ahead
they
and
ain't hear
spin
that
that.
shit. They act like they ain't see that shit. You know what I mean? Now,
Go ahead and do a spin.
look, JP, see, he
Jonathan
would
Panthea
consider
sent
that not
$20.
late.
Spin the wheel, Thanos. Upper echelon, you better spin.
All right, hold on. Y'all are wilding the entire fuck
If
out.
you're gonna
Right
do a spin, because I ain't gonna lie, I think I need a drink.
Hold on. Spin, hold on. These they want me here for motherfuckers is getting refunds tonight. It's a 3 spin limit per transaction, not per clock. You did that too, Velez. You did the 3 and then I said boom. But he did one with $60. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So now look what I'm up against after one spin. Jay, not only that, Jay, we found out that I've been giving them double shots for months. Double shots. So
you're doing 2 ounces?
So that night that I did 9 shots in an hour and 20 minutes was actually 18 shots, full ones.
Oh wow! I'll keep it real with you. I had no idea. So I'm not a drinker. So I started drinking, and I told you guys what I drink. I drink
18.
A watermelon, like a watermelon vodka, sugar free, and a tamarindo. I put a tamarindo shot in their vodka, and I I look at the little shot glass. I'm not a drinker. I didn't spend time at the bar, and I was just filling it up. And my daughter's like, "Hey, Dad, what you doing?" And I'm like, "Doing a shot." She's like, "That's 2.5 ounces." I'm like, "All right." And I'm like, "Wow, what's a shot?" She's like, "An ounce."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Oh shit! No wonder I'm drinking 5 ounces of alcohol, per drink. No wonder I'm tipsy after one because I could only drink one. You know what I mean?"
Right.
Shit, that's all I need.
So we found out through my detective work, we found out that I was doing double shots. So I did 18 shots in an hour and 20 and shut their ass down. All right? Scared money don't make money. Shy, nah, ustedes tan demasiado. Y'all want me to keel over on this motherfucker. Then I'm going to get some views a day late and $1 short.
Put water in the shot, bro.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to add water right here. I'm going to add water. Add water. Y'all wilding the fuck out, man. That's like 20 spins already right there. Let's see.
But you know what? We should add to the wheel like a dare. Like
they tried that shit. They want me to act. They want me to freestyle. They want me to drink the shot without hands.
Like do something funny, like call someone on.
Nah, I'm not Kai Sanat. The fuck,
or something like that.
Salute. Hold on. Let's get in the chat. GC, your twin, you still in the works of making the series. Also said he beat the buzzer too. See, JP talking about he beat the buzzer. There's a timer there. See, y'all be playing with my rules. There's no respect, Jay. You hear that shit? No respect.
Like the referee with that call last night or the night before. I saw the replay today, but they're like, nah, it didn't count. Clearly counted, but nah, it didn't count, bro.
What was that?
The replay with that shot yesterday. Did you see it?
No.
With the Denver Nuggets.
No,
and
I didn't see that.
No, you guys see it.
You better spin the wheel. All right, so we're gonna spin this wheel. I sent mine to the power chat. Also said no refunds, drink up. No mama's way. I'm a 3 spins to somebody else who gotta take them. After the bell.
Zoraida sent $10. Salud. Feliz Día de las Madres, cañón de confeti.
Salud. That's for a spin right there. And I gotta let her slide. What I'm gonna do? Tell her no, but they're trying to hurt me, Jay. Jonathan said, Shy, I sent 20. I see that. Hold on, we gonna
all right, let's spin. Come on. Let's do a spin.
Watch your tone.
I'm gonna take you with me, and I'm gonna take you with me to make a drink myself.
All right, so let's go. We're going to start with Osos. 2 spins for Oso. Let's get it. Oso, I'm not going to take my time. I'm going to shuffle. Y'all going to see me shuffle. Bow, 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 bow. Again, let's see what it is. Spin again. Double shot. Take a shot. Have a beer. Water. Skip a turn. All right? Boom. Let's get it. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Oso's first spin. Oh, you son of a bitch. Stop. Damn it, man. All right. Off early with a double shot for the L Avengers. Right? Double shot. Let's get it. Off to the next one. Shuffle. And spin. Oso's next spin. Son of a bitch.
On the game.
Double shot again. Yeah, and then but when they losing, it's a rigged game and shit. Hold on, man. What the?
Hey, Shy, I lost you, bro. You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Jay, can you hear me? All right, Oso's 2 spins. He got 4 shots out of that. 2 double shots. Let's go to Velez's first. Velez got a double up here. I didn't even see that. This is cheating. Let's go to Velez's first one. Oh, hold on. Let me stop it. I got to shuffle. That one don't count. I got to shuffle his shit. That one don't count. I got to shuffle his shit. Shuffle. Let's get it. This is Velez's first. Landing on the same shit. Have a beer. So I got a beer and 4 shots already. Okay? Beer and 4 shots already. Shy, check the comments. I said power chat. Hold on, you gotta wait. I'm doing something. I don't know what you're talking about. Check what comments. Comments where? So boom, Velez got a beer. Now we got Velez's second spin. Let's get it. So I got a beer and 4 shots. Shuffle. Velez's next spin. Come on, man. 6 shots. All right, off Velez's double spin. Now we're going to go to JP's. We're going to JP's. I've done better with worse odds, Macho. I've done better with worse odds. Now we're going to go to JP's 2 spins. Right or wrong, JP? This right here?
Jonathan Pantria sent $20. Spin the wheel, Thanos. Upper echelon, you better spin.
Spin the wheel, Thanos, from JP. Upper echelon, you better spin. Salutes. All right, let's go to JP's first spin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Agua. Porfa, please. Shit. 6 shots, 1 beer. 6 shots, 1 beer so far. 6 shots, 1 beer so far. Let's get it. I'm going to shuffle. 6 shots, 1 beer so far. And water. This is JP's second spin. Come on. Skip. Stop. Son of a bitch. 2 beers and 6 shots. 2 beers and 6 shots. You really think that, also, that y'all going to get that W tonight? You really think so? So what is it? 2 beers and 6 shots? 2 beers and 6 shots, right? Yeah, 2 beers, 6 shots, and some water. 2 beers, 6 shots, water. There was a false spin in there, too. All right, so that's JP's 2 spins. He got a beer and a water. Let's go to Zoraida's spin. Shuffle. Here's Zoraida's spin. Ooh, Zoraida be having bad luck on this wheel. Oh, no. She gets to spin again. Spin again. All right. I'm going to spin again. Zoraida, I'll give you the choice on this. Are we spinning from right there, or if we're shuffling, give me a number. Don't worry, Sosa. I'm about to get to you. I'm 2 beers and 6 shots. Yesterday I did 4 beers and 9 shots. Sorry, the power chat wasn't coming through on your end, and it sounded after Bill. Yeah, I saw that. What can I call that? Zoraida, you got your spin, or I'm gonna just flip? Jay, did we lose you? All right, Zoraida, I'm just going. I'm gonna shuffle it. I'm gonna shuffle it. One, and
Hey,
shuffle.
bro. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I was just checking. Almost done. This is Zoraida spin. 3 beers, 6 shots, and a water. 3 beers, 6 shots, and a water. All right. Quickly, I'm gonna shuffle. We're gonna go into 298's 3 spins. First 3 spins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here we go. Boom. Got another water. Good for water. Salutes to the water. Right? It's one of 298 Sosa's spins. Salutes to the water. 2 waters, 3 beers, and 6 shots. Think. Here we go. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Second spin. For 298. Take a shot. 7 shots. 7 shots and 3 beers. 7 shots and 3 beers. This is why I can't do this. This is crazy. All right, but I beat this last night. Let's get it. But I started way earlier. Shuffle again. This is Velez's last one. So 7 shots, 3 beers, 2 waters. Son of a bitch. Double shot.
Hey, guys. Hey, Macho, we're not promoting any.
We lost you, Jay. What you talking about?
I said we're not promoting anyone to go drink and do dumb shit.
Yeah,
You're
none
just
of that.
having a good time. This is you drinking, okay, bro?
All right. Yeah, he gracefully bowed out of this one. No worries. So we got 9 shots and 3 beers and 2 waters. Last night I did 4 beers and 9 shots. We lost all our viewers, and we got three shots left, 3 spins left. So why would I even open the bar? Because everybody cheated. Right? Shout out Zoraida keeping track. Zoraida on Higgins helmets. She ain't playing with nobody. Look, do my 3 spins, and I'm going to donate 3 spins to Oso, and we good at 3 at a time, baby. What does that mean you're going to donate 3 spins to Oso? He got a drink? He don't drink beer. We just going to have to triple up his shots. He going to be stumbling home. Shy in the chat. Power chat wasn't coming through. Bye. We're here for a good time and a long time. I gracefully bow out on this one. Y'all think y'all going to take this? I'm up for the BS today. Oso's up for the BS. So the 3 spins go to him. He got to do whatever's on the spin. We'll do those in a bit. We'll let Jay get back to what he was doing, and I'll start drinking. This is some bullshit. We starting late. It's 9:30. I done missed wrestling. I done missed MMA. This is fucked up. Macho said, no, I know myself.
Hey.
What?
How did we lose everyone that was tuning in?
Because they don't want to watch me spin a wheel. Double shot. Yeah, nah. I got 9 shots, 3 beers, and 2 waters. I'm about to go fill up my water and get my drinks. Jay, you could continue on. There's one result here that's wrong on the results. I got to remember that because I don't want to cheat myself. I'm going to put you back on the screen, and you can continue from where you was at if you like. You ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm going to go. I'm going to
shout
go
out
get.
Hey, hold on, sir, before you go. Shout out to Ricky Bobby. What's up, bro?
They see you with your big ass glasses on, man. JP, get him. Hold on. Let me full screen this fool so we can really get JP to give his JP to give his hold on, turn that shit off. The wheel turned on again. Relax. Let's get JP's
Hey, what's up to everyone in the chat? I think
There you go. There's your boy. There's your boy,
I,
JP.
I had a sip of the next drink, and I think that that's enough for me. Well, shout out to Alec in the chat too. Just want to say what's up to everyone. Are we ready, guys? All right.
Yeah, I put you back on the screen right now.
Okay, cool.
Hold on a sec. Let me pull up the screen. Boom. There we go. All right, all set.
All right.
How much money is the fine that you must pay to the United States? $1.373 billion. With your cooperation agreement, you obtained some immigration benefit. For my family, so that they could come to the United States and they are here for safety. You made other promises in exchange for your cooperation? No. The witness emphasized that his name remains on the list of the Office of Foreign Assets Control of the Department of Justice for being a significant foreign drug trafficker. He claimed that he lived in Mexico in his homeland, but that starting in 1994 he alternated between Culiacan and Cancun. The prosecutor presented a map of Quintana Roo and asked the witness to indicate where Cancun was on the map. The years take their toll. Zambada Niebla put on glasses to comply with the request for a list. He revealed that at that time the person in charge of the Cancun Plaza, which was controlled by Mayo, was Javier Diaz, Vicentelo's brother-in-law. The prosecutor wanted to know who Diaz reported to. The witness confessed that he reported to his father, El Chapo, and Amado Carrillo Fuentes. What relationship, if any, did you have with Amado Carrillo Fuentes? He is my friend. He is the godfather of my eldest son.
Okay. Before we move forward, just quick overview of what he just said. It kind of shows that the government is willing to negotiate. When you have good information, you're important enough, they're willing to negotiate all kinds of different things, like your visas for your family, even wipe records down. They'll let you keep a substantial amount of money. It all depends, right? Everything's on the table. And for Vicente and his family, I think he was able to take his wife off the Treasury blacklist, which was important. And I know he's going to speak a little bit briefly about how they let his family come into the country with money. And I'm sure there's other benefits and stuff like that he could have received, but the most important benefit that he's looking for is going home to his family, which he ultimately did receive. Going home early, right, and going home with a visa at that. Because he was an American citizen. So,
what happened to Javier Diaz?
One of the things that I respectfully like, and I'm going to mention this, is that Amado Carrillo Fuente, which was the Lord of the Sky, was the godfather of his oldest son, who sadly passed away because of an accident. I think his son was like 6 years old or 7 years old or something like that at that age. He was named after him. So, yeah. That was the Lord of the Sky was his actual godfather. On a side note, I'm gonna say this, and hopefully I don't get in trouble by quality control. Vicente, for many years, he wore like probably like a 10, 12 carat round diamond, clear diamond. I'm talking about the diamond back then was probably worth $2.5 million or whatever, but he wore it as a pendant that the Lord of the Skies actually gave it to him as a gift. So.
He was murdered by the Felix Arellano's on January 11, 1996, in Mexico City. Who is Jesus Zambada Garcia? The king. My uncle. What did King Zambada do in the Sinaloa cartel? He received cocaine for the cartel. What did you do after
Another thing, his brother-in-law was a beloved member of the family, and he was really close to Vicente. Vicente really respected him, and the Arellano Felix organization murdered him and that's why it's kind of hard. I just don't ever see that Reno Felix and Mario Zambada ever like just calling things a truce, because it's like so much bad blood. There's so many other stories that I could go into, between families and families that got really reckless, got really violent, and they killed a lot of family members and good friends of one another. So deep rooted problems. I don't ever see them, just saying it's okay. We're gonna let things go. Um, but this is what basically the Mexican drug cartels have been.
Coordinating drug shipments in Cancun. My father asked me to go to Culiacan because the war against the Arellano Felix had begun. He explained to me that the Arellano Felix had promised to kill more members of our family, including me. Vicentio reported what everyone knew. His father taught him what he knew about the drug trafficking business, and it was with the authorization of the mayor that Vicente participated in meetings with the other cartel partners. Was there any reason why your father wanted you to get involved in the drug business? Yes, because I was the firstborn. Regarding the cartel's operational structure, the witness said that the group had offices in different cities in Mexico. He was in charge of the one located in Culiacan, which he shared with Juan Guzman Rocha.
All right, just that says everything. Okay, Culiacan being the capital of what the drug cartel world has been for decades. Of course, there's been different cartels that are strong, but as part of the Sinaloa cartel, the Pacific cartel, like that's like the the prize, right? Plaza to have, and he was in charge of it. And the next person he's gonna mention here is Juancho, and like Shai, you and I have spoken many times about this, different topics, and it's laughable because we've talked about people like El Primo, right? From Detroit, and different people that come in and say how there are these big figures in the drug cartel and this and that. But as Vicente is going to mention in this at trial, is that the organization as a whole, which was like the executive staff, it's not big, but right here he mentions Wancho, who was a very good friend of my brother and I, who was a associate of ours, who was a supplier, a friend, and who was Chapo's cousin. And to us, Wancho was actually the head of operations and the plaza leader for Culiacan and Sinaloa, and and he represented Chapo. And together, Vicente and Wancho, uh, being part of we were like really close to them, like there are we spoke to them every day, and we had a really good friendship with them. um to my brother and I, understanding this and knowing this firsthand is like it kind of almost gave us that extension, that power, by extension, that we were basically you know a chirp away or a message away from being connected, to the biggest drug, cartel, and having connections all around the world just by our association and our friendship with these two individuals.
Chapo's cousin, who is also identified with the code name Virgo. What will Virgo do for the accused? He was my friend Chapo's cousin and his right-hand man. Who did Virgo report to? My friend Chapo and my dad. Over time, Vicentio stated that Chapo replaced Virgo as his right-hand man with Damas or Lopez.
Oh, one thing I forgot was that El Rey, he's calling, what does he call him right here in the AI? Shai,
this your show. Don't ask me no fucking question.
We sent his uncle El Rey. I would tell you something. That El Rey was something else. It was really important to me for me to do business with people that was like I liked, and I associated with him. I did business with him, but he was not. He was very different from his brother. I'll tell you that much. A couple of times I had to complain, and I remember I told Vicente, that his uncle was an asshole, and he's like, like, okay, tell me something I don't know, like, okay, too bad, whatever, and he would never disrespect his uncle, whatever, but he was not someone I cared to do business with, and he was very difficult to deal with. Um, and the next person is gonna be Damason Lopez, who kind of fit in the same profile. But I will say this: early on, my brother and I seen the like jealousy between Damason and like, or the rivalry between Damason and like Wancho and all the other group. Because now in hindsight, I realized that maybe Damason and other members of the cartel knew that Wancho and Vicente and other like high ranking members that were close to Chapo that we were associated with didn't like really care for them, or didn't like, like didn't like them. These were people that Chapo was bringing into the organization that the people that were already there for decades didn't care for. And maybe their intuition was right, because ultimately, like, Damoson's gonna play a big part in the murder of Wancho, by his own cousin, which was Chapo.
Nunez, the lawyer. What did the lawyer do for the accused? He was in charge of people, coordinated drug shipments and corruption payments. Did Mr. Belizardo have other nicknames? Question mark. It was his code name for the radio.
When was the last time you saw Damas?
Months before he was arrested in 2009. Regarding the relationship and war with the Arellano's Felix, the Justice Department's star witness mentioned that they were the owners of the Tijuana Plaza and that in the 80s he accompanied his father to several meetings with them. For that reason, he personally met Benjamin, Francisco Javier, Ramon, and Eduardo. He noted that the Sinaloa cartel's decision to leave occurred in 1993 due to disputes with Chapo.
Shy, like, I see this picture, right? And for so many years, Javier had this picture up in his wall, of his family that he would look at all the time. And he said he didn't have many pictures like this, but he really, missed his family. And there was times where we'd be having a different conversation, and he'd be leaning over the counter, and we would look at the picture, and he would just start, like, talking about different stories. Now Javier was the individual right here with next to the lady, next to their mom, I believe. Um, could you see the he's the one with the gold pendant in the front, sitting down? That's him when he was younger. And it's kind of crazy to kind of see this. So yes, Shai, I just want to point something out to one of your someone on the chat. Where is he at?
No, we getting the hell out of here.
No, leave him. We take it. Yeah, because I honestly, it is. We are talking about a bunch of snitches. Basically, we're talking about all the the star.
It's a snitch talking about a snitch talking about another snitch. That's just what it is.
Today, it's a snitch talking about a real bigger snitch. Okay.
There it is.
But
yeah, but you can't. I have rules. You can't come in here and use somebody else's name like that. He's faking somebody else's name. He's a fucking cuck, and I'm gonna get him out of here. But I want to run through the chat real quick. Now that you took a minute to acknowledge it, let me see something I missed here.
I thought it was gonna be fun.
What is?
Oh, his name was John Puta, right? Him?
Yeah, like.
Yeah, and I understand you. It's your show, bro. But yeah, it's Rat Saturday. We're telling you all the kind of rat stories, other rat stories, not just mine.
Right, all the rat stories. Not just they only want to hear about you. You're their favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Albert Flores report? Show yourself, motherfucker. I'm looking for his comment. Shy sneaking everyone. For all we know, he's drinking water, just doing the face. That makes me question your character. You questioning my character makes me question your character. And any stand-up dude like me would question your character for saying that shit. So I'll make sure to never spin your wheel, motherfucker.
Nah, Shy, I can feel you. I know you're drinking too. I can tell.
The fuck? Like, I don't do fake shit, but motherfuckers is so used to fake shit, so used to doing fake shit, so used to experiencing fake shit that they want to project their fake shit on everybody. You hold that shit.
But maybe we should start doing fake shit. We probably had like 1 million subscribers.
Oh, I already know that. I'd have been paid 30 years ago. I'd have done some fake shit. We already know that. We already know that. All right. You can continue. There's a lot of patterns in that picture right there. Boy, the 90s was something else. The 90s was something else. I'm not a secretary, but I've been around long enough to know. That's some me shit that could never understand for real. Jay saying some shit. One shot down for me. I got another one poured. Zoraida. Jonathan Puta, you're going to end up in the bathroom. And you're a quiet bitch. He already called you out and you got nothing to say. We got to put you in the fucking bathroom. So somebody get him the fuck out of here for life. Right?
What did he say, though? Right now? I missed it.
Put him in a fucking bench.
Eddie Gonzalez. Who? I don't know what's the issue.
Jonathan Puta just got to go because he's using somebody else's name. And he's a couple.
Oh, I get it. What, you think he made the account just for that?
Look at, dude. Look at, hold on. I just pressed play like if I stop this video. Albert said, nah, shot straight out the bottle. Fuck is you talking about straight out? You ain't even pay for a shot. Shut your ass up. You know what I'm saying? The fuck?
He made a good point, but you're right. He didn't pay for the
He
shot.
didn't pay for the shot. And what do you mean straight out the bottle? How you take a shot straight out the bottle? How you measure a shot straight out the bottle?
I think they counted in seconds.
The
That's
fuck out of here, seconds. Nigga. Your second is different from my second. Get the fuck out of here. Not trying to hear that shit. That's some goofy shit right there. Shout out Hector Ramos. Shot drinking. Also, if Shy was fake, he'd have 1 million subs. Easy, quick. I could have done that years ago. All right, the slur creeping in. I hear. I've had 1 beer and 1 shot, Papa. Y'all just looking for a slur.
What do you think would happen if I just came in here? I would have started saying, "I ain't no snitch. All that's a lie." I probably would have had 2 million subs.
Yeah, well, that you know, if you'd have came in here and denied everything that you've done, that's the controversy. They want the pushback. Jay. They want the pushback. They don't want you to just admit that shit. And because now what they gonna say? This is the Eminem 8 Mile. What else are you gonna say about me that I didn't say about myself? Scenario, and they're Papa Doc, and they stay there stuck like the little putita did. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't lying. But guess what? But I don't see the claps. Like 8 Mile. I don't see like
the cheering. Yeah, you don't get the cheering, bro.
Yeah. Hey, AKA Benzino.
Yeah.
I was looking at some of the stuff he did. I'm like, I feel bad for that dude, bro. You know. Hey, big shout out to what's good, fam? To Moist. That's his name, Moist.
Who?
Moist.
Oh. Yeah, Fista. I call him Fista. My sister got me. I had a friend named Moist. Dude was a straight up street dude. Right? That was his name. But my sister don't like that word, so I don't say it. So I said Fista. But I don't know which one's worse, Moist or Fista. But salute to Moist Fista.
I always wonder like how people come up with some creative names.
They just come up with that shit. Did anybody put Jonathan Puta in the... Okay, Oso got him. Hit him in the head. Oso, hopefully you put him away for life because that's an alternate account. Huh?
So you're saying that if Jonathan, whatever, gets another account and then he subscribes, we'll listen to you talk shit, bro. So go...
No. Yeah. He had another name. That's an alt. He already got clapped, put in the bathroom, but not... disappeared. I disappear the alts because I'm not going to put you away for 24 hours and then you come back with the same alt over and over and over again. That ain't happening. No. But anyways, so you ready for the rest of your presentation?
Yeah. All right.
We chilling now. Take your time.
Did you ever speak with Chapo Guzman about what happened in 1993 at the Guadalajara airport? It was mentioned in a meeting in the mountains. The matter was brought up because a cardinal had died, and every anniversary of the murder they talked about it, that he blamed my friend Chapo, and he said that he didn't kill the cardinal. Vicentio revealed other details of Chapo's other fights with the Beltran Leyva faction, whose gunmen, in an encounter with those from the Sinaloa cartel, wounded a cousin of the capo who was born in La Tuna. Mexico was very hot.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially.
My friend Chapo went to Guatemala to hide, but he was arrested. The government betrayed him, a colonel betrayed him. He also created close bonds of friendship with other relatives of the accused, for example, with Arturo Guzman, who was the godfather of one of his sons. My friend, the chicken, he emphasized. The Guzman Laura brothers, according to Vicentillo's account, were very close.
The AI is skipping around, right? Because they started talking about the Beltran labels and stuff like that. But that's why I think it'll be great for us to look at the transcripts. But El Pollo, Chapo's brother, I never got to meet him because, as you recall, on the book Cartel Wives and the podcast, we mentioned that he says, I just lost my brother. This was like a few months, when I actually when I first met him, he had just lost his brother. So, also compadre, and he had bad ties with one of Vicente's other sons. So in Mexico, like it was real important, like if you were in, for you to, have one of these guys baptize your kids. And I remember even Chapo asking, like, we're gonna become compadres and stuff. And I remember like later on, like me and Peter and our, and the girls talking about it, like it almost like when we were there, it almost was like tempting and was always like damn, that would be crazy, to have these people like baptize your kids, but at the same time we always be like, that's the worst shit you could do, you get me? To your own kid. Like, and, we are religious, but at the same time it's like most of them people do it for clout, you get me? Shy? And it's like who would we, like it's weird because we were in and we would actually think about it, but then at the same time we'd be like, yeah, all right, we took that seriously,
That's why, when Chapo was arrested in Guatemala, the chicken and his cousins Arturo, Alfredo and Hector Beltran Leyva, in addition to the Mayo, took over his businesses. My friend Pollito lived in Acapulco. Arturo Beltran Leyva controlled that area. He recalled, adding that El Pollo and El Mayo were also friends, since Chapo's brother was godfather to one of the sisters when she turned 15. He mentioned
that I didn't know. So I guess El Pollo was the godfather of one of Mayo's daughters.
Death of Amado Carrillo Fuentes in 1997 as a turning point for the drug trafficking. El Mayo authorized his people in charge of relations with the Juarez cartel, Armando, El Corral, to reach an agreement with the viceroy. The prosecutor, copying her colleague's strategy of jumping between moments and dates, asked El Vicentio about a meeting of drug lords held in Gomez Palacios, Durango, in early 2002, after Chapo escaped from the Puente Grande prison. We met Arturo Beltran Leyva, Miseroy, with Chapo and my dad at a house we owned. The witness said. At that meeting, Vicentio said that the drug lords agreed on cooperation in the purchase of Colombian cocaine and on the restructuring of control of the markets as a result of Amado Carrillo's death. When did the relationship with Vicente Carrillo Fuentes change? Early 2003. What significant event occurred in 2004? Rodolfo Carrillo Fuentes was killed. Who made the decision to?
As you recall, remember that conversation we had with Primo where he had all his dates all messed up? This was the initial war like that started with between the Juarez cartel and the Sinaloa cartel, and it was because of this man on the screen, Rodolfo Carrillo Fuentes, which was Amado Carrillo's brother. He was in charge of the well, he was in charge. They control Juarez, but he represented the Juarez cartel in Sinaloa, and from my understanding, he still wore that shirt or whatever of his brother, and he was a killer himself, and basically he thought he was the boss of a boss of bosses like his brother was, and he would pick up people and tie them up and torture them or kill them. That there were people who were representatives of the Sinaloa cartel, and that became a big issue. But the biggest issue was going to be that Chapo, that he denied Chapo a handshake. and that's gonna ultimately, lead to one of the deadliest wars between the Sinaloa cartel and Juarez.
That's crazy. That
Good.
goes to
Kill
what
Rodolfo
Rome.
Carrillo
That goes to what Rome had asked you. You know what I'm saying? And what you told him. He said, "Is it the money?" He said, "Man, fuck the money. Fuck the business. It's stupid shit like handshakes."
Yeah, and, something to just point out is that no one was ever short of money, Shy.
Mm-hmm.
Like money wasn't the problem. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're very like everyone who was a part of those organizations, especially the bosses and these people, money to them is different. You lose here one day, but tomorrow you make more money than anyone would ever see in 20 lifetimes. It's different. You get me?
Right.
So money wasn't an issue. Like I tend to like, oh, whoever controls the trade controls the money. That's BS. You know what I mean? Their money's different. One handshake, one deal is like enough money for a lifetime for anyone. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Fuentes, my father and Chapo. The witness identified the black man and the ghost in charge of Guzman's security as the executioners of Becerro's brother. They killed him because they had problems with Chapo's people who operated in Abelardo. Rodolfo's
The person that actually killed, basically gave the last shot to Rodolfo was actually Chapio Lomas, who we talked about in the book. Who was an associate of ours, who actually was the one that kidnapped my brother at the time. So
gunmen were killing Chapo's people and those they wanted to get out of the territory. Vicente Sambalata Niebla stated that before the murder occurred, he and his father hosted 4 meetings between Guzman Lora and the Carrillo Fuentes brothers to try to resolve their differences and bloodshed. But the same thing happened again.
Hold that video real quick, Jay.
Yes, sir.
Eddie Gonzalez, Mamabicho. Shy, can you point out all the rats as the video talks about them? The video ain't talking, bitch. Jay Flores is talking. He's doing the reaction to this video. If I'm pointing out rats in the chat, I'm pointing at you. Why are you talking to me? Huh? Who the fuck are you? Huh? You a dude with 2 regular ass names. Who the fuck are you, dog? You know what I mean? I'll put your monkey ass in the bathroom too. You know what I'm saying? So don't come looking for me, dog. You know what I mean?
Hey, Shai. Is it Eddie Gonzalez a regular person?
Regular Mamabicho that comes in here and wants to antagonize me, but it's like, who the fuck are you, dog? Catch me in traffic. Don't talk crazy in no chat.
All the rats in the video talks about them.
There you go. Hey, Jay, can you point out all the rats? There you go.
Hey, okay, here. I'll point them out for you. Yeah. Anyone that's mentioned on this video is a rat.
Everyone mentioned in that video is a rat, all right?
Anyone and everyone, including the ones that are dead.
The only voice you hear on this stream that has not ratted is this voice right here. So don't fucking talk to me like you think you can just talk to me however you want to, all right?
Hey,
go ahead, Jay. I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation, but I had to let a Mamabicho know that I'm on in this fucking bubble.
All right, so listen, this is funny to me because I could hear you slurring, and I'm having a couple of drinks, and I'm gonna tell you something. I don't have a lot of friends, bro. So this is my Friday night, Saturday night. This is the best thing that's happened to me in 2 months. But hey, to everyone in the chat. I know my reaction has taken a little time, but let me know, thumbs up, hundreds in the chat, if you guys are cool with some of the stuff that we're actually talking about. Because this is what we actually do when we do Kingpin reacts, and then Shy just cuts everything off and does good edits.
I'm not even in those fucking videos. You know what I'm saying? I like when it's just you doing your thing, talking about it, and I'm not a distraction. Now, we doing it live. That's cool and dandy. And everybody, stop putting slurs on me. I'm not slurring, all right? We good. It's still early. You guys is too thirsty right now. You see, Jay is already lit. So he's projecting his first draft, liquor on me. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. Motherfuckers, ain't no slur, I'll let you know when it gets there. I'll let you know. I'm that dude. I'm gonna tell you. All right, so let's get it. All right, sorry, I had to interrupt, let the Mama Richo know what I was talking about, and we move on.
Okay. No, I get it. No, it's not good. Oh, before I move on, this says Eddie Gonzalez says, "Soul J, are you saying in Mexico is just Ratline? I'm just saying in the cartel is Ratline. I'm sure that anyone outside the cartel who are now bosses, there's probably a bunch of stand up, real dudes, that probably never get involved with this type of criminal activity to have to worry about being rats. But yeah, I'm not saying it. I'm letting you hear it. It's actually a rat, what you call a rat on the stand, talking about a bunch of other rats. So you tell me.
Rodolfo kept killing my friend's people or throwing them into the government. Mr. Rios, Jesus Rio Felix, the accused's operator.
Okay, my bad. Sorry. You're right. We're doing, what do you call it?
Doing
We're
hood
doing
rat
hood
stuff
rat
with our
shit.
friends. Hold on, let me play that.
I never been a hood rat
stuff
like
with my
that,
friends.
so Val will probably could be more relatable to that type of stuff if she was here.
You a
But
hood rat, bro. Oh, and hold on, real quick. Shout out to who was it? I think it was 298. I don't know if the bud put him to sleep already, but he said a couple of fake off the wall DMX stories, and you would have been out of here, Shy. Dog, I got DMX stories that I would never say on camera. That we could talk about around a fucking campfire, but that I would never say on camera. And that's the
I
difference
have a lot
between
of
me and the
DMX
rest of the
stories
internet.
too.
Huh?
Yeah, I have a lot of DMX stories.
Hold on. I look at it like this, y'all. Nobody got more stories in the last 15, 20 years than DJ Nonstop. And if DJ Nonstop...
Man, you ain't lying.
Am I
But you
right or
see,
wrong, Jay?
absolutely, he probably has a treasure. He probably has so. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Everything you need to know about DMX, that's the guy. And he ain't
How
out there
about
running
this?
his motherfucking mouth. So who am I to be running my motherfucking
You know
mouth?
what? That's the big difference between real people because he has so many probably stories. And I always, recently we had a conversation about nonstop, right? For other reasons, remember? And I always think about you could imagine, like I could imagine that a lot of stuff that he witnessed, a lot of stuff he went through with Earl, and that it could have probably changed his, like in a positive way, like made him have a different outlook in life.
I will say that Nonstop is probably top 5 most positive people in his life in the last 15 to 20 years. Or whatever that was.
You know what? So I don't know nonstop like you guys know them, but I mean from what I could tell, and I'm a good judge of character at times.
Stand-up guy.
But the reason why like Kay really rooted for him to be, around Demons was because of that, because he needed someone positive, good structure, someone, that was not gonna be a yes man type of dude. You get me?
If you
And
talk
that's
to Nonstop, he'll tell you that's what that's what got him there.
Yeah, you know what? I got a nonstop story too. I was actually there when DMX did the Dave Chappelle show. And with
shit.
nonstop. Yeah.
Early in their relationship.
Yeah, it was a good experience too. So.
Early. There's a crazy story behind that. Maybe Nan will come on and tell that story. I'll leave it up to Nonstop to tell those stories. You know what I'm saying? But again, I got stories walking through Burger King fucking drive-thrus with dog and hallways full of fucking fans with dog. There's so many stories. Now I'm not gonna be saying that shit on camera. I hold a lot of secrets. There's a lot of skeletons going to the grave with me. You know what I'm saying? But I can't say that for the rest of the internet. I just know I'm charismatic enough to do something just aside from gossiping like a bitch, telling all my secrets and showing all of the booty pics that bitches sent me over the years. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what? I think that for sure. Like I got a lot of stories. I have stories, but you could imagine so many stories I just heard like from Bao and like Kay. But again, I think that like when someone like passes and stuff like that, I just think there's a big difference. I don't know because, like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just to be honest with you, Shy. Like, I see how many like his music was like inspirational and did a lot for people, and he was like a big, cultural
icon
figure. Yeah, icon like growing up, right? But at the same time, sometimes I do think about it like not in hate. You get me? And I think it's that, you might hear some stories here and there, but it's better, to highlight some of the like the positive input that he had on the culture, right?
Absolutely.
Because no one's perfect. You get me? And the reason why I'm saying that, in no way I'm comparing myself to him at all. but I see it how.
Hold on a sec, Jay. Hold on a sec, Jay.
Jonathan Pantria sent $2. Is everyone so fucked up thinking it's Friday on a Saturday? DJ Nonstop has a recent spirituality story about X. Like and subscribe, it's free.
Shout out JP for the $2 power chat. Is everyone so fucked up thinking it's Friday on a Saturday? DJ Nonstop has a recent spirituality story about X. Like and subscribe, it's free. If you got the link, drop that for me in the Discord, JP. I'll play that tonight. Again, you know, I believe that he was a positive force in his life. You know what I'm saying? Salute. Sorry to interrupt you, Jay, but I gotta hit those when they come.
No, it's okay. Yeah, but you know, I think it goes like, for instance, you and I have talked, and we share some X stories. You never heard me talk ish. You get me? You never heard like Bow talk ish. You know, I just go. It goes back to think about it that it's better, you know, because even when I hear stories about K and everyone's always like highlighting, you know what I mean? You know, the positive things, which is great. You get me? And I sometimes think this will be like, you know, I feel like it's wrong for me to, you know, defensively kind of be like, wait, hold on. You get me? All those things are great, but what about, you know, all the things that made KK, you get me, or whatever, right? But it's great that it's.
What did Nonstop say in that video? He said if he loved you, he loved you.
He loved you.
But the dude on the street, animal.
He was an animal, and I just feel like even the word animal was like doesn't give him, you know, justification. Not saying that he was like dirty, but he was very calculated. He was a real street dude. You get me? I think he was the epitome of what a real street gangster, smart, intelligent dude is. You get me? But saying that, it's like, and sometimes I, you know, selfishly, you know, I try to, like, I put myself in those situations and be like, you know, it's what happens when people just hate you. You get me? Like, there's always two sides of anyone. You know what I mean? And of course, I don't mind, you know, that everyone highlights the worst part of me, you know, which to me is the best part of me. You get me? Like, me cooperating is like, yeah, that's the best. That's the best thing I ever did, you know. But you understand what I'm saying, right? It's like everyone has a good side, bad side, but who the hell are we to bring out anyone's bad side? You know what I mean?
Well, the reality is everybody wants to have somebody to kick while they're down. Everybody wants to have somebody to project their own misery on. Everybody want to project their own monster on somebody else.
No, absolutely. Yeah. And then you imagine like I you know, I always think about his family. I see that, you know, his his ex-wife, you know, Tashira, who's a great woman, you know, I see that she just lost, you know, that court case as well. And I think that overall it's just crazy. It's great that everyone has so much admiration. I just feel bad for the kids. You know what I'm saying? You know, even though they're older, like they lose, and you know,
right?
And yeah, he was one of a kind. That's for sure.
One of a kind. Both of them, one of a kind motherfuckers. But again, so that was it. I just wanted to answer that. I got a million stories, but that shit ain't for, you know, for everybody's consumption. Talk to me around the fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see someone jump out in your chat right now. I just want to point them out.
Shout out Sheldon on the check-in.
Let me. Who is? What is that? Eddie Worldwide. Fat Joe has stories for life. Yeah, he's gonna have stories. He's gonna have his stories, his own stories, other people's stories,
Everybody
made up
else's
stories.
story.
Okay, so you see, he has a podcast out, right?
With
I saw
Jada.
it interesting.
New podcast with Jada.
I wonder how that is. Do you like? I don't have a problem with anyone. Like Fat Joe has a big problem with me. I get it. It's all good. You get me? I don't have a problem with it. You know, it is what it is. I wonder how it is for you, because I don't know Jada like that. I don't know him personally. I don't, but he almost, like, to me, and like growing up hip hop, I always thought like Jada the Locks, like, you know, Styles P, you know, Cheat Lude. Like, I thought I was always like stand up dudes. You get me? Like real hood dudes, you know. So I really like Sheik was one of my favorite rappers, bro. You know. And it's weird because I always sometimes I had this like thought ever since I seen their podcast pop up is like, does Jada know everything about Joe? You get me? Like again, Joe could be a good dude overall. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I don't know him so personally to extent because what you see on the outside is not always what someone is on the inside. You know?
He has his own experience and relationship with him, and people pick and choose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got so many stories about those things though, but that's for another day. So,
all right, you go. You ready to keep going in that video?
All right, let's just give you a recap. We're looking at Vicentillo's day one of testimony, told by a processor reporter using AI, and this is like accounts of his observations during the Chapo trials.
Was arrested by the army at Nabalato's offices. They told us that the Carrillo Fuentes had turned him in. The witness indicated that in order to find an urgent solution, another meeting was held with the Carrillo Fuentes. The May, the Blues, and Chapo were also present as mediators. Rodolfo wanted to plead and let his boss, who was my namesake, Vicente, speak. He spoke very badly about my friend Chapo and his people. The Blues left the meeting. Chapo wanted to kill Rodolfo. Given the failure of that meeting, Chapo, with the support of the Blues, asked the May for authorization to eliminate Rodolfo. Vicentillo said, "I'm with you." My dad told him, "Comrade Chapo, go ahead. We have to kill Rodolfo."
Should I switch to Monday?
So, so right here, you just heard saying that Vicente said that Chapo was, Azul's organization, which Azul didn't have a plaza, but he had respect. So there's a lot of difference. Like a lot of times you hear about these people like Mayo Chapo, Dariano Felix, Mencho. Like these are people who have a bunch of people and plazas. And Azul had a organization, but it wasn't as people may think like plaza people. You get me? His organization was just his own, but he didn't care to be in a specific city, a specific area, but he trafficked massive amounts of drugs and he had a lot of respect and he was considered to be someone who always opted for friendships other than violence. But they respected him and he had a lot of connection with the government. And it states that Vicente says that him and Chapo were together on how they felt Vicente Carrillo, which was the Juarez Cartel, and Rodolfo disrespected their organization, and they wanted to take Rodolfo Carrillo Fuentes out, which was the younger Carrillo Fuentes, and they asked for permission to El Mayo. Okay, now to everyone around the world or all these experts, they would say, well, the fact that he's asking for permission is like it shows who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. But it's not like that. It's just a form of respect, like saying, look, this is the decision we want to make, but we can't make it unless you're in agreement with it because it's going to affect everyone, and that's how they function. It's not like a top to bottom type of tier of leaders. It's more of a linear kind of a linear graph, or what do you call it, Shai? Like a linear
path,
a linear type of leadership.
CRM? Updating this field is so confusing. This CRM sucks.
Shut your ass.
Returning to Joaquin Guzman's stay in Puente Grande, the prosecutor questioned the witness about whether he knew that the accused communicated with his subordinates from his cell. Yes, he gave instructions to El Pollo by phone. And while he was in Puente Grande, El Chapo lacked nothing. Damas or Lopez and another guard were in charge of that. The capo had a hard time in the Amaloya de Juarez prison. According to the witness, El Vicentillo maintained that he did not know the details of El Chapo's escape from Puente Grande. He only said that in the mountains everyone celebrated each anniversary of the event. From what he learned in those conversations in the mountains was that only 3 or 4 people knew about the plans. He assured that neither former President Vicente Fox nor the then director of the prison, as mentioned by some media outlets, were involved in.
So right here, one of the big things is that Damason Lopez was the director of the prison of Puente Grande, and where Chapo escaped. Which, like he said, highlighted. I don't believe that he didn't know how he escaped. Vicente saying that, but um, I don't think he cared at the time. But um, as someone who was part of a really he was part of our organization through Chapo, through that Sinaloa cartel. He was one of the actual prison guards that there's two custodians that actually work with us, work for Sinaloa cartel, but work under us, who were actually custodians of Chapo in that in Puente Grande, right while he escaped, and actually helped him escape. One of them was a worker who worked as on the drug side for us, who was actually one of the workers who would unload and load up our trains, and the other one was a hitman for a hit for a squad, a very big squad, who we talked about, or the girls talked about in the book. It's Poco Pelos, and we call him AKA Rambo. He was actually a custodian. Um, and you know what? They always tell me so many stories, of like different times they actually, had to deal with Chapo, and um, they were terrified. I remember one of the custodians, we call him Conejo, and he was a pretty boy dude, really good dude too. Uh, he would recount like on one of the times that they told him that to take him to solitary, and like as a punishment, and he had to tell him like to strip and stuff like that. And he said that he the way he talked, because he talked real like he was real graphic, right? With his way of talking.
Right.
Really good dude, though, pretty boy dude. And he was like, I had to go take him out his cell, and he he said I was shaky. He would act a little bit like like a queer almost. He said I was shaky, and I said, "Sir, I have to ask you that you go to the cell." You get me? And he said he was so scared, and he told him to strip, and he was like, and he said, "Man," Chavo turned around. He said, "Don't worry about it. Like don't worry. Like it's your job. Like I know what I gotta do. Uh, stuff like that." So yeah. So I remember they both recounted at the time. They actually got to see Chapo. And in the meeting, when they were actually there with the person that represented them, and Damason and stuff, they got to see him once he was free. And he said that they were shaking in their pants, bro. You could imagine, you know, like they work for him now, but it's like you know, they thought that Chapo was gonna like look at them and just remember of some of the BS they went through, and just get rid of them, and that wasn't the case. So yeah, it's just crazy how later on, we're gonna be interacting with so many people that were involved in all these big situations that became history. So and especially later with me, because I get to hear like every part of it, and once I was in prison, hearing intimate stories coming from Javier Arellano Felix, that he would recount, that I'll be like, holy shit, strangers, I
There's a
mean,
book in that.
yeah, life is stranger than fiction, what they say, right? And that's the truth. So
Stranger than fiction. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. 61 concurrent viewers, 48 likes. I'm sure not everybody has hit that like button. Please hit that like button. It's the least that you could do.
yeah, I'll be honest with you. This is like all exclusive content, guys, that you're gonna get nowhere else. I don't think I'm ever gonna have the time to break something down like this. So
In it. After his successful escape, Vicentio stated that he met up with Chapo again at a ranch on the outskirts of Mexico City, owned by his friend Barbarino. There, El Mayo offered his friend all the support he needed to get the drug business going again. El Mayo also informed Guzman Lora that the government was carrying out operations in Puebla and Tepic to catch him, but he reassured him by telling him that he had police and military commanders in his pocket who would keep him informed. El Mayo sent his pilot, Patricio Solano, to return Chapo to Culiacan in a helicopter without a rotor on the back. That helicopter was the one that Jorge Milton Cifuentes Villa allegedly gave Chapo. Who's the blue one? The prosecutor asked. My father's friend since the 70s and 80s and Chapo's friend. Who exactly did
So you see how some of the details, like without the rotor in the back, why there's certain like specific details are like important is because when you're recounting stories and all you can remember a certain fact, that's a highlight because the prosecutor is like connecting the dots. You get me? Um, so it turns out that this Colombian big drug lord gave that helicopter as a gift to Chapo. You get me? So like later on, like Vicente might not, who cares about that, but later on, that prosecution is going to make that connection, and it's important because when grand jury and you're in a courtroom setting and you're trying to paint a picture, you want to see that a little fact like that, somewhere to Vicente doesn't know all the information. Like he doesn't know Chapo's day to day. You get me? He doesn't care about,
Right. A
but
little
things that,
fact will line up with something else.
yeah, it's gonna line up with the fact that that other cooperator from Colombia. So I know someone just asked me about are all Mexican rats or whatever. No, there's other Colombian rat. It just seems like anyone who's in criminal activity, you got like a 90% chance that you're going to be a rat if you're involved in criminal activity. And you won't know until you actually get handcuffs on you, and you have to look through the process. So you might be that 10%. You might be that 10%, but we have to see. But um he's just highlighting now again, you know, him, seeing this picture of him in a stand. Like at the end of the day, he's an important person. We might think of Chapo as Chapo, like the way we see him, but to him, he's like, who gives a fuck? What he was wearing and how he got to to point A to point B. You get me?
Right.
Like, they were the bosses while Chapo was sitting in prison for 7.5 years. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Sent to kill Rodolfo, the black guy, an ex-military man who was his bodyguard.
How did he find out about this? I
heard from him and my dad. Vicentio recalled that on September 11, 2004, he was in Culiacan when he heard on the radio that El Bravo, another nickname for El Negro, had located Rodolfo in a shopping mall along with his wife and his bodyguards. When Rodolfo left the movie theater in the shopping mall in Abelardo, they killed him. His wife and the judicial police officers who were guarding him also died. Pedro Perez, commander of the Sinaloa.
So that was a really famous shootout in one of the malls in Culiacan where, like, even when I was there, there's still bullet holes on the walls and stuff like that. And Rodolfo was such a, like, he had a lot of juice there that he had waiters, on the payroll and people that worked at the movie theater, because they said when they started, when they sent the operation to get rid of him, they didn't think it was gonna be an easy operation, but they figured, okay, we got him, unprotected. I think he had like 6, 8 bodyguards with him. And when they attacked, he said that they had shooters coming out of everywhere, that they had to actually call for backup. And there's a bunch of of their really big important cells that got involved in carrying out that hit. And it lasted for, like, I want to tell you, at least an hour or so, and longer than an hour or something like that.
Judicial police was wounded in the leg. Vicentio pointed it out. He said that he was the one who, with bribes, calmed the judicial police down because of the collateral damage caused by Rodolfo's execution. Who is the ghost? An ex-military man. What happened to El Pollo? They killed him while he was a prisoner in Toluca, in the Altiplano prison. He was murdered inside the prison on December 31, 2004. My dad told me, and his government contact told him. An hour before he was murdered, I spoke to him. I was the last person he spoke to. Vicentio said that from 2001 to 2009 he was in charge of all of El Mayo's business. My uncle Ray received the pipes at some warehouses he had in Mexico City, and from...
So just to make it clear, look what he said. From 2001 to 2009, he was in charge of all of his business. You get me? And like I said before, like, AKA, he's the boss. You get me?
From there, using other pipes, he sent the cocaine to Culiacan.
When they're talking about pipes, they're talking about gas pipes, fuel pipes. That's what they call them,
His father El Chapo's Colombian partners, the witness named Chupeta, also his compadre. He said the 33rd, I baptized one of his sons, one of his 33
Chupeta was a Colombian drug lord. He was one of the bosses for the Norte de Valle cartel, which was considered to be called the super cartel. He was actually a big witness. He's famous because um his plastic surgery. He went from being a pretty boy, um, you know, drug lord, and he got all this plastic surgery that went wrong. So they call him like the mask, I believe. You
That
know?
boy face fucked up.
Yeah, and yeah. So he's famous for that, but he's also famous for being gay. Um, he's also he has a bunch of kids. He had a bunch of like gorgeous women and stuff like that. But he's also gay.
Was he openly flamboyant and shit?
Yeah, he was a boss. One of the big bosses. I think even at this trial, he testified that I think he sent to kill 3,000 people or something like that.
Damn.
Um, really wealthy. He was actually in prison with my brother. My brother actually did quite some time with him. Uh, and yeah, again, he's not Mexican, but again, he's a cooperator for.
Oh, say it ain't so. Wait, there's other kind of cooperators.
Yeah,
Oh
you
man,
know
one in
who
every
was that?
fucking two criminals is a cooperator. Enough with the fucking questions.
Yeah, whoever was that person who asked it.
Zorada has a good question. Gas pipes like Pemex gas pipes or just rug lingo?
No, like what we call them pipas. We're calling like fuel tankers. They could be. You won't put Bamex on them. We'll put whatever
All
whatever it
right, but
was.
yeah, they got dope in them though. Okay, bet.
But
That's
those are really good pipes. Like none of them. I never seen one of those pipes being busted in the U.S.
mhm.
So I know they exist, but in Mexico, for this organization, especially for Sinaloa Cartel, like that was one of the main ways you could transport
Right.
big quantities of drugs. Um,
So you never know. You might be looking at a freighter full of the kings.
yeah. So a quick recap for all those people in the chat. Do they stay in contact with 50? Yes. Not as often, like but yes. Uh, we're
Did you
talking about
ever
50.
meet Pana? Pun?
Like Big Pun?
Yeah.
No, no, no. He
Just
was.
ask that.
I was too young, and he passed away when I was
Yeah.
young. Do you think it's the food that makes Eddie Gonzalez? I just told you it's not just Mexicans, bro. It's anyone in the game, and if you're in the game, you'd be a rat too if you get caught.
He's definitely right. Shout out William Palmer. Great show tonight. Sorry I had to wait until I got the red light to smash that like. Driving my big rig. Listen, you wait as long as the fuck you gotta wait. You wait as
Yeah.
long as whatever that log tells you to wait. Safe travels to you. Salutes for tuning in. We appreciate you and thank you for checking in when you had the opportunity. I'm gonna read that again. Great show tonight. Sorry I had to wait until I got to a red light to smash the like. Driving my big rig in Montana tonight. Thanks, Jay, for giving us the inside information and turning your life around. Is a drunk motherfucker on his fourth shot and his first beer slurring gonna be able to read that as eloquently as I did, motherfuckers? Give me some goddamn
Nah,
credit.
you're shy. You're one of those dudes that does better when you're fucking.
I'm a bad motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what? Real quick, where are we at? William Palmer, man, go ahead and send a shout out to your radio, man. To have all your radio homies or anyone close by to you tune into the Shy L channel. Tell them to subscribe, like it, and
William Palmer, tell him it's crazy. Tell him it's snitches talking about snitches that are talking about other snitches and courtrooms that are snitching on other snitches. It's crazy.
yeah, let them know, man. Let them know. Tell them to share it and like the channel, and I'm sure they'll be entertained if they're on the road and need to hear something different. We appreciate that, William, man. To all those drivers, for sure, be safe out there, man.
Safe
Take your
travels.
time on the road, man. We know there's not one day that doesn't go by when I'm driving on the road and I see all these stupid ass drivers that I don't think about. Those truck drivers who are on the road making a living, making our life even more like comfortable and livable. And all these stupid drivers, all these young stupid, race car, aka, I don't know where they got their license, rent a license type drivers on the road who put everyone in danger, man. It's gotten so crazy. So big shout out to all the truck drivers out there, um, doing the work.
Salutes to William Palmer. Appreciate you. You go ahead. Buddy's face is crazy. Get that motherfucker off the screen already. What are we doing?
Well, no, that's what they say he was a pretty boy ass
It's the
dude too.
reality right there.
AKA, I'm gonna tell you something. One of the stories is that he was already wanted and stuff, but El Cartel Los Sapos, that telenovela de Andres Lopez Lopez, who's a good friend of mine, who actually he did, and I'm gonna tell you, like the Cartel Los Sapos, like that that telenovela is what brought like this world into mainstream. Like that basically solidified, these type of stories to what soap operas used to be, right?
Mm.
And and he was a big factor in that story, but um from my understanding, there's other ways, but one of the persons that actually cooperated against him was his gay boyfriend who got jealous. That he found out he had like his personal trainer, like and he was actually seeing him, and he found out he was seeing his personal trainer in Brazil, and that personal trainer ended up calling the feds on him.
Why would you want to be in the game? Everything is too fragile. It's not even about money. It's not about life. It's not about revenge. It's about petty shit like somebody did this or somebody cheated on me or somebody. Why the fuck be in the game when everything is just one straw away from falling apart? It's a Taj Mahal made of matchsticks, man. You pull one of the motherfuckers out and it's a wrap. There's no cushion for a man's ego. Listen, human beings have been destroying empires over egos for 1,000,000 years. That's just it.
Yeah, and you know what? And I always say, like, I don't think me and my brother ever had egos like that. That's what kept us, like, you know, surviving and stuff, even to this day. Like, but 100%, I've seen it firsthand, even from the most humble people. Um, it's the destruction of mankind. I will say, egos, and it's a shame. So I see that comment. It says, "Hey Jay, do you report traffic violations?" And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. One thing I don't play about is my family. If you drive me drunk and I'm on the road, I'm gonna call fucking and report your ass. I'm gonna give your license plate too. I'm a civilian today, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. And one thing about me is that you don't get on fake shit. You got to go to another channel, go to No Jumper or something like that. You know, get some fake shit. Um, but yeah, for sure. Everyone I'm talking about on this channel, like I said, including this big drug lord that killed 3,000 people. He killed 300 people himself, from my understanding, who probably was worth billions of dollars. From my understanding,
So it's safe to say that Buddy was more than just a rug dealer. He was a sociopath.
This dude right here. Here's the thing. I think we talked about this. Like, I don't know if you're a sociopath. I'm not sure if the power make you become a sociopath. But
power.
Yeah, but
well, what's the saying? Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely, and guess what? He ended up being a man of God later, and whatever the case is, I don't ever think just because you're a drug lord it makes you evil. I just think that some of the decisions you have to make are evil. But he controlled the Norte de Valle cartel. Look it up if you guys don't know about it. I think he, from his estimation, he was importing, or he imported. I don't know. I think they said like I don't want to just take anything away from him, but I think it was like I think they said like 600,000 kilos or something like that. Into the United States.
There's a movie in that face.
So let's explain to you, just so you know, he was Chapo's plug, okay?
There it
So
is.
just one of Chapo's plugs, just to give you a little like rough, like a good view of who he was. And if you guys want to hear the story, if you guys haven't seen it, the telenovela called Cartel Los Sapos, written and told by Andres Lopez, um, shows him, and he's a big part of that novela and stuff like that. And from my understanding, he's actually free already. So um, he got extradited from Brazil. Um, I think he received 25 years, and he walked that down. He didn't get the time
He
he
did his
wanted.
time in Brazil.
No, he got caught in Brazil, and then the guy extradited to Brooklyn. And I know that he got more time than he thought he should have got.
How long did he get? Because here's my thing, bro. They don't give a shit about 300 people that he offed himself. If they willing to make a deal with dude like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's.
You know what? I know he received 25, but he got ruled 35. So he got his time deducted, all that
Yeah,
for
he
testimony
talked.
and all that, and cooperating. So we have to look that up. I know he was released in the last couple years. You know what I mean?
It's just a hypocrisy from the government
But
that
he didn't receive the 25 years. He didn't do the 25 years.
the fact that a dude like that see the light of day is crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll keep going.
Children, he clarified. He also mentioned Jorge Milton's brothers and Fuentes Villa. He recalled that he worked with his father, with El Chapo, and before with Roba Chava. Do you know who ordered the killing of Roba? My father and Vicente Carrillo Fuentes. How do you know that? My father told me on the phone that he was going to order the killing of Robivas. In another twist in the chronology, Liscam.
The person they're talking about is Roba Chivas. Again, another associate of Sinaloa Cartel, another associate of Mayo and Chapo and everyone, and Dolores guys. And again, you hear these, coming from him, that it's the own people, your own friends, the own people in your organization that are sending out to commit hits and murders around against these people. You're hearing it like firsthand. You hear me? Um, this is firsthand testimony. And Roba Chivas was a very important drug trafficker in the Sinaloa cartel for many years, and you guys could look him up and see different stories about him. So
Asked Vicentio to talk about a negotiation that took place in mid-2008 in Mexico City. The son of the mayor stated that he was sought out by one of the contacts, Capi Beto. Heriberto Sassueta Godoy. I was taken by a lawyer who had a Pemex ship and who was in contact and in agreement with high-level politicians. They did not want to reveal the names of these contacts to me. They wanted an appointment to see my father. They wanted to invest in a shipment. I made the appointment. The meeting took place in a safe house and several Pemex officials were there, who showed the Capros photographs of the ships with which they intended to
So just you guys let you know, Pemex is the official, like it's the oil gasoline company of Mexico. It's controlled by the government. It's owned by the government. And it's basically like there's no other gas station other than Pemex. You get me? And they control the petroleum, the oil in Mexico, the drilling, the making of gasoline. They control it all, and that's one of the main businesses of how government officials and ex presidents actually make their money is through these companies. And for him to state that he actually had a meeting where Pemex officials wanted to invest in a shipment of drugs, okay, and they basically traffic in the black gold, right, of the world, and they want to get him involved in the white gold, that was more lucrative to them. So
transport the drugs from South America to Mexico. The transfer was going to be a success. They told my father and compadre Chapo. Was the cocaine transported on Pemex ships? The prosecutor wanted to know. I don't know because months later I was arrested. At that time I still hadn't done the operation. Quote. The prosecutor showed Vicentio a photograph of Alexander Cifuentes Villa in a military uniform, armed, and next to the defendant, who was.
so again, all these people are cooperators, including the first picture of the Cifuentes brother who's in charge of the paramilitary group in Colombia. He was a cooperator, right? And then you have this the younger Cifuentes. I think his name is Alex, and again he was a close associate, compadre Chapo, another cooperator, and he was actually one of the individuals that was actually caught up in that one phone call, or the second phone call, with my brother, and that recording that me and my brother made against Chapo. Um, so it's just crazy how it kind of all tied in. You know what I mean?
dressed the same and carrying large caliber weapons. Vicentio identified the Colombian drug trafficker, noting that he acted as Guzman's secretary. He nicknamed Alexander in Caparo, and his responsibility was to coordinate the meetings that were held in the mountains. At that moment, the judge asked the prosecutor not to be repetitive. The lawyer stated that she would take it into account. Did you ever interact with the defendant's sons? Yes, Ivan and Alfredo are the ones I interacted with the most. They were very good friends of my brother's. Contrary to what the judge had asked, the prosecutor asked Vicentio to describe the tricks used to smuggle drugs into the United States. Vicentio repeated much of what other witnesses had already mentioned, but added a method. The cartel workers buy up to 15 private cars every day to hide shipments of drugs, 25 and 30 kilograms. Some of these cars cross the border legally up to 4 times a day. Mr. Zambada.
Like just say one of the things I hear is that I hear people point out all the time with the border and cross, and what's happening now with the administration is that, and I want to highlight is that most of the people that actually cross that border with drugs are American citizens. So I know that we always like, okay, well, Mexican drug cartels are terrorist organizations, but like 80% of those people that cross the borders, with drugs and and participate in these activities are American citizens. So it's something to point out. That something no one ever talks about.
So these are American citizens recruited on this side and just doing business.
That word recruitment means like someone who doesn't want to do it. I never met someone who was involved in drug trafficking that didn't want to do it. Matter of fact, me and my brother turned down a bunch of people who were out thirsty, looking for money, looking, just trying to get into business. So I no one I never met someone that was forced to be in the business or
I rephrase that. Even though recruit shit after 9/11, a whole lot of people ran to that recruitment offenses. They wanted to do what they wanted to do. But I rephrase that. Just people that's just doing business, giving a job, doing business. Americans on this side of the border, that their job is to go across. We just heard a story. We just covered a story recently about a Utah couple with Pemex, like you said. They switched the black gold. He had stolen tankers and shit. Switched the black gold for the white gold. But these are Americans on this side that are hired for the job, huh?
I'm hired. I just want to tell you again, they are begging for the job. This is from again from my knowledge, from my experience, right? What I've seen. So real quick, I just want to put something out. Hey, Eddie Gonzalez, like it's real simple. Like the fact that you would think that me and you would be in the same room for you to be able to slap me is a joke.
You ain't slapping nobody. He on the internet. Hey, hit the like button if you have yet to do so. 70 concurrent viewers, 68 concurrent viewers, 53 likes. Hit that like button.
I'm gonna tell you because I'm a little bit buzzed, so you're gonna see my other side pop out on me here and there. And the fact that sometimes people think and they talk all this shit, I'm like, look, bro, like we're on different levels. At the end of the day, my partners were the people that we're talking about. You get me? And if you think you can slap me, then you think you can slap one of them, and that's a joke. You know what I mean? And today is a different story. Today is a different story. I'm a civilian, bro. You could say everything you want. You could have that. But I tell you, still to this day, I'm sure I have more people that care about me than care about you. So just keep that in mind.
All right, fuck it then. If you feeling froggish, then shit. In your primes, if Chopper would have said, "I'll give you what you want," we got to scrap. Him in his prime, you in your prime. Who's coming out of that scrap alive?
Bro, listen to me. Chapo had a good mouthpiece and a nice finger to point out, be like, get rid of him. At least I'll fuck him up.
I asked the
You know,
question. That's it.
I had some inches on him too. You know what I'm saying? Nah. It's crazy because people always be like, I remember I think we talked about that one time. People always be like little me, or whatever the case. I'd be like, bro, Chapo was smaller than me. How about that?
Man,
What you gonna say about him?
it's so crazy. They be like, these little ass dudes. Dude was littler. It's crazy.
Yeah, so it's crazy. That's funny. He says, "What y'all say at Jay? Y'all getting kidnapped on the regular." That's funny. You know why you don't get kidnapped? Because you ain't got shit for anyone to take. Anyone give a fuck about you.
They want nothing.
But they don't want you. Ain't got shit to give them. There's a big difference though. Between like it's funny that people even like say that stuff. And but anyway, we'll move on.
Who is Abelino?
Hold on. Before you pay for
Hold
yet
on.
another
Relax,
app to
bitch.
manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one
Relax.
platform that
could be one of my
replaces.
friends right there.
In 2008, Abelino was in charge of building the tunnels on the US border for my friend Chapo. How do you know? My father told me, my friend Chapo told me. I was arrested when Abelino was building a tunnel in Tijuana. Regarding the Flores twins, the witness admitted to having met.
Oh man, you know what? You want to talk about those highlights about the tunnel? I just don't believe that he says that. Oh yeah, one tunnel, man. He knew. Here's the thing. Now I'll take that back. We use those tunnels. You asked me where they were at. I'm gonna tell you what area. I don't fucking know. We didn't care about who knows. And that goes the same for shot for Vicente. He doesn't know that's like minute to him. You get me? It's not even a big issue. Like you have people who do that job. No one needs to know where they're at, where they're located. All they need to care is that they're there. So Eddie Gonzalez, as you could see, I didn't plan this, but you see a picture of me and my brother coming up with the trial of the century, and we're being talked about by some of the biggest drug lords ever known to mankind. And
Give that guy too much attention, man. It's easy
I'm
for us
just
to put
saying,
him
no,
in the
I'm
bathroom,
just
but
saying.
he's been cool. He got his opinion. That's cool.
That's for anyone that's out there. Is like it's weird.
Hold on. Don't put him in the bathroom though. He chilling. Let Jay
No. Don't put him in the bathroom. Be cool. But it's just weird because I want to explain it to you. Like, and we don't like. I don't talk shit enough, but I want to explain it. Like, look, like forget my involvement. Forget if the drugs I sold wasn't good enough. Forget about the money I sold wasn't good enough. Forget that I didn't make it out of Chicago. Forget all that. But at the end of the day, what you're not gonna like, what we can't like go around is that these people were my friends, my associates, my and at that time and for a long time they were probably the most powerful people, you know, in this side of the world. You get me? Like, and they controlled and had the ability to control probably every damn um you know city in South and Central and North America, and the fact that people say these things, like, it makes me laugh. You get me? Like, like you know, not that I'm paying attention to, but it's like it's just different when you lived it, and then people on the internet and want to like say funny stuff. You get me? Just funny, like it's just crazy.
Met them in 2005 during a meeting held in Culiacan at his father's house. He noted that they worked with German Olivares and were major buyers and major distributors of cocaine in Chicago. On one occasion, in 2008, he said, the Flores brothers helped the Sinaloa cartel obtain weapons in the United States to confront the Beltran Leyva, Vicente Carollo Fuentes and the Adas, organizations with which they were at war. Who is Cesar Gates?
Y'all was running guns and shit, huh? Was that in the proffer?
You know what? That wasn't proper. It's something we don't like to talk about because we don't want to give the wrong impression. But I'm gonna tell you something. Some of the stuff that we're involved with, shit that Eddie Gonzalez only sees in movies, right? And again, for those who don't know, like our position in that organization was more than just a business one. It was more like 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 they confided in us, right?
Part of the
So
team.
yeah, we helped out in different ways, that we could, and they were trusting us for us to do different things, but you know, some of the other stuff you'll hear more about it as the projects continue to get developed and stuff like that.
Hold on. What is you
Come
jerking
on,
the
bro. We
curtain
gotta
on
leave
the?
something. We gotta leave something for sale.
We went.
You
Hold
know?
on. What the fuck? Would rewind that a little bit? I want to hear what the fuck they said. What y'all was running guns about? Cause you ain't gonna tell the story.
You
Let's
said
get the
this shit.
information from the AI guy. Rewind that shit, man.
Yeah. No. Okay. So hold
Since you
on.
wanna be on that bullshit, you see, y'all, I ain't letting him off the hook. Fuck what he
Where
talking
did it
about.
go?
Hit the like button. That's why P don't want to run up in here. I put him on the spot. Salutes. Nah, I'm just kidding. P a busy motherfucker. Where you going? You fucked up? You fucked up.
Major distributors of cocaine in Chicago. On one occasion, in 2008, he said, the Flores brothers helped the Sinaloa cartel obtain weapons in the United States to confront the Beltran Leyva, Vicente Carollo Fuentes and the Adas, organizations with which they were at war. Who is Cesar Gastelum? The shellfish man
So for
trafficked
what side
cocaine
did
by
they say?
land
For
using
what
trucks
side
and
did they
private
say?
cars. He was in charge of Honduras. He was
They said for the Cartel, but I was fucking helping out both of them. I'm not stupid. Kill each other.
You was the, this is part of my script. You was the, and it's in Star Wars too. You was the arms dealer that was dealing to both sides.
I guess I was,
Yeah. And that's the story you're not gonna tell us?
Yeah, we'll talk about that some other day.
You motherfucker, keep going. I wish I could put him in the fucking battery.
was another ally of the Sinaloa cartel. He worked on his own. He coordinated directly with Damas or Lopez. In the same vein, the witness spoke of Leopoldo Chua, whom he identified as the trafficker who brought cocaine and
This is another good friend. This is someone who I associated with. He was a very large drug trafficker that came from nothing overnight, and he had a good relationship because of a marriage, and he was a big supplier of pseudoephedrine at the time, which was probably the only precursor that could make methamphetamines when it was in the highest demand. And just to give you an example, is that someone like him, he would gift, Chapo Mile 2-3 tons at a time of pseudoephedrine that could be worth anywhere from 15 to $30 million, each. So as a gift, so just wrap your hands and minds around that,
ephedrine to Cancun, used to make the methamphetamines sold by Chapo's people. Regarding ephedrine, Vicentio emphasized that Chapo insisted on manufacturing ice. For this reason, Almu suggested importing chemical agents from Belize through a contact, Pedrito. The Capos decided to buy 2 tons of ephedrine in Belize, but the substance never arrived because it was stolen on the way by elements of the Federal Preventive Police. At that moment, the judge ordered a recess for lunch, something that the members of the
So just when these things happen, when they're talking about one specific, like drug deal, they're only doing it because there's probably someone else testifying about that specific deal. You get me? So on the other hand, they could have actual federal police that actually stole that, shipment. You get me? So that's the only reason why they highlight specific deals.
jury implored with their eyes. Reporters were able to confirm with the defense that Chapo's wife would not be attending the hearing. Emma had gone to Mexico with her daughters, who had only been able to see him on the day the judge gave them permission. Upon their return, the prosecutor asked, "Did you traffic cocaine in submarines?" Quote, "I received a submarine off the coast of Sinaloa, and in 2008, Juancho told me that he had seized a submarine with 10 tons of cocaine that belonged to my father and my friend Chapo." The prosecutor...
So, AI, right? I think what he's relating to is that they were, sending large shipments of cocaine from Colombia up to Sinaloa in submergible submarines, right? And there's a 10-ton shipment seized. But again, at that time there was plenty. There's 4, 5, 6, 7 submarines, in the waters at every given time, with anywhere from 4 to 10 to 12 tons of cocaine, and we were all always involved in those shipments, where we would take a percentage of those shipments as investments, along with other high ranking members of Sinaloa Cartel. So, Eddie, if you ever did that, then I'm you know I'd be happy to share stories with you.
Hold on, quickly. Let's since we're giving so much attention to a fucking troll, shout out JP, who is a wrench holder, a member, a donator, and a usual suspect. Robin, you ever meet the Chinese Sinaloa member born in Mexico?
No, I never met a Chinese born member. Well, I want to say Chinese born Mexicans are not rare. Just so you know.
Neither are Chinese born Puerto Ricans, or yeah, Chinese, yeah, born Puerto Ricans.
Well, I didn't. You see, that's rare to me because I'm not from Puerto Rico. Um, but in Mexico, there's so many, Chinese Mexicans, and it's weird because naturally, I remember I used to see Chinese, and I want to speak to them in English, and they'll be like, "¿Cómo? ¿Qué dice?" And they'll speak to me in Spanish. I'm like, why am I doing that? But yeah, no, I never met it. I only mess with the big dogs.
Shout out Moist Fist. He says, so you're telling me that the cartels can make a successful submarine, but billionaires can't figure it out? Facts. That's what's happening.
Facts. You're talking about because of that
the one that
thing
imploded.
Exploded. Yeah. Nah, they just give them like these are submersibles. And some of the submarines, I mean, they wouldn't go as deep. All you needed them to be was like
break the water.
Yeah, but I mean, even the ones that would break the water that were a little bit deeper, we're talking about like 20, 30 feet maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
100, 200 yards, if anything. You know what I mean?
We probably had this conversation before, but let's say más o menos cuánto le sacaban a un submarine. How much you get out of a submarine? Hit the like button if you have yet to do so.
All right. So look, the one that benefited the most would be the bosses. You get me? And their ultimate, like their biggest come up was that if, like, for instance, that submarine that got caught with the 10 tons, like there was 4 other submarines, right? And then they would go and tell everyone else that was like invested in the submarines, hey, they got caught. And then they keep all the money.
Right.
So it was like if even when they,
jerk.
yeah, even you thought you lost, they would come up, fucking shit, 4 or 5, come up like 25 tons, 20 tons. You get me? For free for them. You get me? At that time, the worth each key in Mexico, like landed was $15,000. So imagine, that shit. We talking about 20 tons. That's a lot of money. You get me?
Right. No, and you said you got the call on one of those. Like, don't worry, yours is good, but everybody else has disappeared.
We're talking about $300 million. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, but ultimately the bosses made the money, and they weren't stupid either. They were tight. So each of the submarines will vest like 1,000, or at the most 1,500 kilos each. You get me? So their investment was minimum in those. But again, it's not about the money you have; it's the connection, the respect you have, and those, and how much money you could make. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't about all these like bureaucracy and red
Oh,
tape.
you know what? They can't hear me. You heard me, but god damn it. So I just read that. I just read Albert's comment, and I said, Albert Flores, you're gonna say
I'll
that
read it
I'm
for you.
hold on. You're gonna say that I'm slurring, but it's me reading your illiterate ass typing. It's like NASA. They just want the Fed money. TP keep coming in, but what have they really done? Might as well give the cartel some money and tell them to make a rocket. No lie.
Sorry.
I'm 5 shots in. Motherfuckers is talking crazy to me.
So basically, yes, it's Tesla. Tesla could do whatever NASA does better. You know, that's what you're trying to say. Yes.
Sinalesla.
When you're not doing governmental red tape and all that, yeah, sure. I do want to tell you, hey Eddie, show me your receipts, bro. The day you ever could compare yourself to me is the day you show me what you've done with your little, cracker jack type of drug trafficking or hustler type mentality for you to tell me that. We're at different levels. I'm sure I could say that to you. Unless you want to show me receipts, I'm online. Shy will send you a link. I'm more than happy for you to compare. But it sounds good. And I'm gonna tell you something. You don't have to get on screen. You could talk to me. Show me your receipt. Show me something. Show me you did something, bro. You get me? And then we could talk. And I'll put it out there. You show me something good. I'll throw you a bone. How about that? I'll concede. And that's the difference. Like I always say, like, look, like I'm here. Everything about my life is on Google
parade.
Meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm answering questions. I make myself accessible to anyone. And what's happened is that all these social media, all these people are like, you guys. We listen to all these bullshit ass stories about all kinds of people. Every day there's a different cartel member. And from my understanding, like shit, there was only like 50 of us. You get me? Who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Like it's just crazy. And that's what makes people like. Who was I talking about? Eddie Gonzalez or whoever his name is, and other people think that they're like that. And I'm gonna tell you, it's almost a shame where people, even other podcast hosts and other people like that, who have different, platforms, they second guess me. And I'm like, bro, you have the biggest jokes. Like, you want to compare me to Gene Barillo? Like, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then they wonder why we don't have, it goes back to why we don't have significant like subscribers or views. It's because people don't like real. People like fake. You get me?
Absolutely.
And they get somebody real and
They like
well,
those chain snatching, jive ass, maricon motherfuckers. That's
yeah, well, you're not so entertaining, and bullshitters are more entertaining than, and they get more likes and they get more clickbaits, and they'll talk about invasions of countries, and Mexican are gonna invade and go break out Chapo, and that sounds more interesting. And
that's what your boy talking about. They gonna break dude out of the ADX.
And they talk about how many people they killed and how many people they beat up, and they'll never show paperwork. You get me?
No. It's Tony Tough Guys. Tony Tough Guy. Eddie Gonzalez said, who's looking for validation from a rat? I mean, you, Papas, you in here. You want to be on the same level. You want to have that conversation. Shout out Michael. Michael says something about shy with something else. I'm not going to say those other words because that shit look like a spell. And I ain't trying to cast no fucking spells right now. Salutes. Sometimes when Albert Flores types, it sounds like a fucking spell too. But I'm going to read that shit, all right? Albert Flores said, I'm buzzing. Shy, give me a pass. No, give me a pass, motherfucker. You accused me of water earlier. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. The Tesla stuff. Pretty much they'll drag their feet unless it's not governmental to go deeper. They inflated the cartels to a point where it became an industry. Rome that guy. Yo, Jay, without the Mexicans, why do you think the Colombians can still get weight in the U.S.? What percent do the Mexicans get for helping the Colombians?
I mean, technically they can't. So whatever percent they get, it's never gonna go. 50-50 is a high reach. They'll probably they literally probably do like 70-30, 70% Mexicans, 30% Colombians, or 60-40. It depends on what they're gonna do, but they're never gonna go less than 50, meaning 50-50. But Mexican drugs cartels are going to control um, that part of it, unless Colombians use Puerto Rican organization, more Caribbean DRs, and or they ship it on their own,
Wepa!
through ports of the U.S. Um, yeah, Vancouver was one of our distribution points in Canada, and Gonzalez, like you said, what did he say?
Something about my mom. He said, this is what he said right here.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
He came in like a wrecking ball.
No, he said something before that, but right now he stated, "Well, YouTube loves rats. All the
If
rats have."
if YouTube loved rats, these guys would have had 1 million views on this channel right here.
Yeah. No. Here's the difference between this is that YouTube loves fake motherfuckers,
Yeah,
and I think fake motherfuckers are worse than rats, because if you fake, then you writing about some lies. You get me? That's even worse than a rat. At least I'm gonna tell you the truth. I tell the truth. Vicente told the truth. All these Colombian drug lords told the truth. Mayo, when he cooperated against people, told the truth. Chapo cooperated and he told the truth. Chapo's sons, they tell the truth. Because it's in courts. But all these YouTubers are just full of shit. How about that? But
Eddie Gonzalez, don't retract your own message, man. Let that shit ride, man. Hold your nuts in your hands, motherfucker. Play that shit.
So I'll tell you again, because Eddie goes like, you like that, bro. You don't even have to show your face. Show us something of substance. Show me where you at, what city, what block, what neighborhood. Represent,
show your
bro.
ass.
Like, damn, where you from? I'm gonna tell you something. One thing I do know is that you're not from Chicago. Because I want to tell you something. You tell a motherfucker from Chicago anything, they're gonna show you where black they're from. They're gonna show you they're outside. They might not show you their face. They're gonna show you they're outside.
He don't got followers, Eddie. He don't got a YouTube channel, and I don't depend on him for my views. We just do what we do here. That's it.
Eddie Gonzalez, I don't need followers. I don't have a channel, bro.
Shout out JP said, Eddie, clearly you here wasting your time talking to a rat. With your bartail nut hugging ass, you deserve to be in the bathroom instead of listening. Don't put him in the fucking bathroom. But guess what? Can I give my props? This might be a little slur, right? But I'm on my second beer. I took my 5th shot. Y'all gonna hold this L tonight. Osho, I hope you still listening. Hold this L. It's a heavy L. It's a heavy L. For those that haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. For those that haven't subscribed, subscribe. We on our way to 10K. We trying to get 100K, but I don't do fake shit. You might catch me on here drunk. I might tell you how I feel. You know what I'm saying? I might tell Jay how I feel. I might tell Albert how I feel. But that's what's going on around here. That's what it is. That's it.
Hey, you know what? How about this, Eddie Gonzalez? Go tell all your fucking dudes, bro. Tell all the dudes that work for you. Tell your whole cartel that I'm on the fucking YouTube, and go tell them to subscribe.
Velez said, damn, you still haven't drunk them shots, Velez. We've been on here for 3 hours. We didn't start the shots until a couple hours ago. And I created villains. You know what I'm saying? I've done 5 shots since we done that shit. And I get no credit. You talking about I still haven't done them shots? While you was watching the Warriors game, while you was glamping and shit, eating something good that I'm sure you showed us in the Discord, you out of pocket.
I just saw that I was hoping the Warriors would win, but I just saw they lost. But they did good.
Listen, give me my motherfucking props, man. So I don't get no fucking props. On my second beer, 5th shot done already. About to hit my.
I'll be honest with you, bro. I just literally finished 2 drinks. I'm looking at the time like, damn, it's midnight. And
no, you done committed. You committed. We got you.
I'm still up.
You plugged in now, bro.
Damn.
Shout out Zoraida. We about receipts here, Eddie Gonzalez. Recibos. Proof of purchase. Hit the like
what's funny is that I think that you're probably one of the only channels that leaves the door open for anyone who has receipts, anyone who wants to talk about
it.
That's
it. If somebody wants to come on right now and say Jay Flores and Pete Flores ruined my motherfucking life, ruined my family, destroyed everything, and this is how I feel about them. If you want to say that shit, this is an open platform for you to say that shit.
And it's crazy. And everyone in the chat, most of the people in the chat will say that I have voluntarily said, let's get on. Let's talk about it. And to this day, there has been one person.
And don't get it fucked up. People have showed up. People have commented. People have come behind the scenes. And I said, listen, I can't go out there and tell your side of the story unless you do.
But no one's ever took the link.
They don't want to.
What happened to the last dude? Remember who said he was gonna take the link and then he never got on?
He didn't
Who
want
was
to.
that?
Eddie Gonzalez on the 10K anniversary. You're gonna take the. on the 10K party, you're gonna take the link and debate. Here's the problem. I don't think you can debate Jay Flores. I think that you can just spit the same shit that you're spitting in the chat, and to me, that's not an intellectual conversation that leads to nothing. That's just you looking crazy. That's it. Shout out Velez. That Primo came with receipts and y'all hated on him. Damn, Velez ain't treading lightly.
Velez? What receipts he came with? He came with his own damn made up nonfiction book that AI told him what the story to write.
Hey, shout out Albert Flores. He said Velez, he showed damn near half a receipt type shit.
I'm not gonna lie though, I feel bad for him because I felt like, what if he had really big plans and I just ruined it?
Who?
Primo.
Oh, I don't know. Primo got to figure it out for himself.
Primo said that he was the people they were talking about in Narcos. I don't know what part, but he said that they were talking about him in Narcos. Give in mind that he fucked up, that he forgot that Narcos was done. You know, the story was being told 20 years before his time. So he should have done more research.
Just a little quick chat GPT search.
All right, let's finish.
Hey, hold on, Jay. You see the cojones on these fucking guys? Velez said Jay out drinking you, Shy. Jay, how many drinks you had?
I had a total of I put 2.5 of these 2.5 shots. I put a total of 5 ounces on my drinks and I had 2 of them and it's completely gone. I'll show you.
You had 2 of them. Did you have 2 beers and 6 shots?
I don't know what that consists of, though, bro. I never
go wake up
that.
your kid and ask him right now. Hey, why the fuck do kids know about what the fuck a shot is?
What I'm saying is that I don't know what beers do. You get me? Look, I'll show you. You see that?
I see it.
It was full.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Let's see it. Big boy cup.
And there's nothing in here, bro.
All right, well, I done 2 beers and 6 shots. Everybody need to relax.
And I'm a lightweight, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm starting to get nervous that I'm okay. How about that?
You starting to get nervous? You worried? Don't worry. If you scared, go to church. Get a fucking dog. Go to church like the rest of the former cartel guys. If you scared, go to church like the rest of the former cartel guys.
I'm supposed to think that I'm becoming an alcoholic without knowing, and that's scary.
No. I know a couple people like that. You ain't it. You can't hang enough to be an alcoholic, but I can hang. That's why I hold these W's, and the L Avengers, they hold these L's. Salutes.
Hey, Eddie. What if I give you a nice car?
You gonna buy him a car? Buy me a car.
and then you just say I give you a car, and I put insurance on there, give you all plates and all that. You good? It's a nice ass car. Pick the car. In order for you to get wherever you want to get to, you have to still drive it. Do I make my point there?
I don't know. I'm really
think about that. Just think about that now. Just think, make sure you take it in, sing it. Think about what I'm telling you. And then I'll tell you something. No excuses. Because right now, I just told you, get on the link, show me your receipts, and then you tell me you're only, what did he say? What did he say? He said, you talking like you did something besides getting put on your family. I don't remember my family being mentioned this other than me and my brother, but all right, cool. Oh man, Chai. I think that you're on block, bro.
What?
They say they can't hear you.
Nah, you can hear me. I'm on. Hit the like button. You hear that, motherfuckers? Hit that like button. This that 6 shot. I done put the fucking record up there. 6 shots, 1 beer. Boom.
The Backstreet Boys song is the anything that's a loving song, what was that Backstreet song?
What the fuck are you talking about? We're not gonna do Backstreet Boys.
They asked me about what song they like from Backstreet Boys, bro. I ain't no hater. What the fuck? I like good music.
Bye.
No, that's in sync, bro. No.
Shout out Eddie World. He got jokes. I hope you subscribe, fucker. Stick around. We like that kind of energy. Respectful energy, funny energy is good. You fucking fall out of pocket, we put you in the bathroom. Hold on, let me go through the chat. Give Jay some space dust. IPAs, they'll get him feeling good. Papa, I was giving y'all double shots for months. Why? Because I'm gangster as fuck. Can't fuck with me. I hold these W's. Shout out Zoraida, my scorekeeper. Shy, got 1 beer left. I got 1 beer left and 3 shots left. And then there's another spin, and maybe I give 298 his spins. Maybe we hold them from another day. We'll talk about it. Here's another thing, Jay. Do you think this should be a rule? If I'm still here by the time I get to their winnings, if they're gone, that should be a default, shouldn't it?
Absolutely. Shit. How you gonna have me hang?
That's what I'm saying. They be trying to hold. They be trying to motherfucking cheat me and shit.
It goes back to this. It goes back to the receipts. How you gonna, not have the receipts and expect me to show you? Come on.
You guys want to hit the fucking like button. What are
you guys do it to see it, and then you guys are gonna like bounce off early because you can't hang. Shit.
Because they can't hang. Don't sit here and buy me 36 fucking shots and then bounce. You know what I'm saying? Like what?
Yeah. Hey, listen. Let me finish right here. But it says,
what, the video?
Let's highlight these.
We gotta go back to the video. The video's almost done.
Eddie says, "Hey Jay, well, if I'm going to give a rat any prop, it's going to be someone who that self-made and had some balls like the Barbie."
Barbie hiding behind Jesus right now.
Eddie, bro, you think I give a fuck if you give me any respect? Fuck. That's funny to me, bro. Like, I'm gonna tell you, I skip confidence school people. All these people think that like what they think or what they say is like important in someone else's life. Why do you people think that? Like, why? It's just weird to me, bro.
Listen, and I'll say this. If Barbie does the second interview with his son and that Miko Trevino motherfucker, he pimping his son and all of that shit. Miss me. That's sucker shit. That's just the same shit as him who physically manipulated people and tortured them, crying about he thirsty after he got run down. I ain't trying to hear it. Go hide behind Jesus. Miss me with that shit.
God bless him and his family and Jesus all that. But let me tell you something. Barbie wishes he was me right now. Facts.
Asked Vicentio to explain to the jury how shipments were handled by submarine. Staring intently at Chapo, she stated that the suppliers were given the coordinates of where the semi-submersible should arrive. At that point, 7 or 10 speedboats were waiting for it. How are the profits from drug sales collected and where is the money sent from the United States? It is returned to Culiacan in the same way that drugs are sent, in the same transports. After Culiacan, the Colombians' share is sent to Mexico City so that it reaches them through exchange offices or by plane. Who does the Sinaloa cartel pay bribes to? The municipal police, the state police, various political friends, the military, the PFP, and the PGR.
AKA everyone.
At what level of the police force were the bribes made? State and municipal police commanders and their directors.
Who do they call the Yankee?
The commander of the PGR. The bigwigs. The soldiers.
How much money did they pay in bribes?
The entire state police force, between $30,000 and $50,000 a month. A Yankee, $50,000 or more. Did they also pay bonuses? Yes. My father would send gifts when the shipments went well. Corruption payments were made in other parts of the country. By the bosses of the plazas. At the federal government level. Carlos had contacts with the military. My father had his contacts with the military, PFP and CIEDO. And Chapo Guzman with the military. In mid-2007, he paid a colonel in the 9th Military Zone for information on operations against the cartel. Damaso, the lawyer paid to get information on the Carrillo Fuentes, the ETA and other enemies of the organization, who were paid in Sinaloa. The police commanders in Sinaloa take care of you. My father was a very good friend of Jesus Antonio Iniguez. He was in charge of all the police in Sinaloa. How much did the monthly payment for corruption amount to in total? It was over $1 million. Liscam wanted the witness to go into more detail.
So right there, I think for the state of Sinaloa, it was like $1 million, but then like from Mexico City to like the border, it was like around $2.5 million, and for the most part, like when high ranking official, we didn't know, like we didn't know who that went to, but for all the lower state corruptions, you know, people who were like important in the organization, we all chipped in, $50, $100,000 a month. And honestly, when I did the math, I was like, shit, they used to profit $1 million, $2 million off of that. You get me? Because we all chipped in to pay for government protection. So just think about it. You have 25 people like me and my brother's organization all chipping in 50 or $100,000 or more, and um, it's almost like they're making money off of this shit. Again, if a problem, something happened where it was a confiscation, arrest, or something like that, then or a stolen shipment, then obviously you'd have to pay a little bit more. So, but it kind of worked out. No one would complain.
To give names of Mexican military personnel on the cartel payroll, I took General Antimo de Culiacan to meet my father. He was a major general officer in the Defense Secretariat. There were more. General Antimo told my dad that Arturo Beltran Leyva, the Zetas, and the Carrillos Fuentes were looking for other generals to ask them to attack my dad, my buddy Chapo. They wanted to send money to the generals so they would arrest us. They talked for about 5 hours. My dad told him he would give him a monthly allowance. At that moment, he gave him $50,000 and made it clear that he would receive $50,000 a month. But Vicentio knew much more. The prosecutor was anxious.
Again, right? These are just like thoughts.
Hold on. Hit that pause and then fucking.
What can you tell us about?
So these are like, remember, this is AI, and this is the reporter basically explaining his thoughts. You get me? Sharing his thoughts. Of what he was seeing. So like he's explaining that Vicentio was getting anxious, but I would love to actually get the transcripts of word for word of everything that was said. You get me?
Colonel Adams. He was a friend of my dad. In 2001, he was in charge of President Fox's security. We met with him on several occasions in Mexico City. He passed information to my dad about operations that were going to be carried out to locate my buddy Chapo. I met with him at the El Lago restaurant in Chapultepec. The prosecutor wanted to know if Colonel Adams was known by any nickname. When we talked about him, we called him Chicle, because in Mexico there was a brand of Adams gum. Vicentio implicated the military man in the rescue of Chapo in Tepic. The few reporters who attended the hearing looked at each other in surprise. The expectations we had about the testimony of the son of Mayo were more than met. The witness was pointing directly to General Humberto Eduardo Antimo Miranda and Colonel Marco Antonio de Leon Adams, chief of the Presidential General Staff, in charge of former President Fox's personal security. Do you know who the people who make up the line are? The interrogation continued. They are people from the Carrillo Fuentes. At some point they split up and decided to support the M10. Were there ever attempts to negotiate peace with the Juarez cartel? 2 meetings were held in Zacatecas. JL, people from the ZAS, Jaguar, and Vio Senda al-Qaeda attended. They reached an agreement or a truce, but it didn't last. Why did the people cross the line with the Sinaloa cartel? They deserted the Juarez cartel when they found out that Vicente and Los Zetas were going after Mayo Zambada and Chapo. They respected my dad and my friend Chapo. Unfortunately, Arturo was with Los Zetas and Vicente. What happened at the second meeting in Zacatecas? My dad attended as an intermediary, along with JL, Miguel Trevino Morales, Z40.
So JL is, I want to tell you his name is Jesus Ledesma, and he was one of the like major lieutenants or like the second in command of the Juarez cartel for Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, and he was like Mayo really disliked them. And I remember that he lived right in the like neighborhood where Arturo Beltran's family lived, and when Chapo and everyone was still in the organization, they used to have someone like round the clock surveillance on his mom's house, waiting to see if he would ever come and visit his mom. And they used to be like, he comes visit his mom, we just keep missing him. So I remember they had a car parked there just waiting for him to show up. And the house was a modest house, but this dude JL was like, he would travel from Juarez to Sinaloa and other parts of the country, but he was like a big target for the Sinaloa cartel. And Miguel Torino Morales was, the Zetas and the two brothers um, of the Zetas cartel.
Arturo Beltran Leyva, and Vicente Carrillo Fuentes. Nothing could be done either, and the problems increased. After that meeting, my dad.
Something just to point out is like, it's crazy how these people, are at war, killing each other, decapitating, doing all kinds of, inhumane stuff against each other, but yet they'll sit down and have meetings, you know, and talk things through, which is, even to me, was even surprising. You get me, that you have the bosses, show up and just literally have conversations about their next moves and see if they could actually negotiate. And there's literally thousands of lives being lost, at the same time.
Sitting at the table over blood feuds.
Ed and Chapo talked about what they would do in Culiacan. We had already located several of the Beltran Leyva safe houses. What happened in early 2008? In January, Alfredo Beltran Leyva was arrested in Culiacan. That made things worse. Arturo accused my friend Chapo and my dad of having turned Alfredo over to the government. The clock struck 4:30 p.m. and the judge concluded the meticulous hearing. Prosecutor Listman was left with several questions in her head.
So it's gonna end there, and too bad we made a mistake, Shine. We were supposed to go into episode 17. Is it on here? Let me see. Is this 17?
Five 17, hit that motherfucker. We almost done.
Do you guys see it? Could we seen chapter 16, right? Let me see. I mean, I got it right here, so.
Martes 13 de noviembre del 2018.
Okay. It's right here.
Friday, January 4, 2019. Surprisingly, the hearing that day was still uneventful, and once again there were more people than media representatives. El Chapo was wearing a blue suit, beige shirt, and sky blue tie. When Vicentio entered the courtroom, the capo nodded slightly, possibly to greet his partner's son. The junior Imbada smiled at him. When did the war against the Beltran Leyvas begin? Liscam asked as soon as Judge Kogan gave the go-ahead. I'll never forget it. April 30, 2008, that day is Children's Day in Mexico. What happened? We gave the PFP and the military the address of Arturo's safe houses in Culiacan. Information about his cars, everything. There were.
You guys hear that? I mean, just imagine that he's testifying that they gave all the information to the government about all Arturo Beltran Leyva's safe houses, families, the cars that they drove, and all that. And it's just, again, I'm just a rat. It's just me. I'll take that. But you're getting kind of firsthand experience of something that me and my brother already knew, but you're hearing it like coming from who I consider to be like the third in command of the biggest drug cartel in the world. Who, this person who actually sent people to, get kidnapped, murdered, tortured, and all kinds of things. And these are the people that everyone idolizes. But again, right? I'm the soft one, right, Eddie? You know. So yeah, I think this just kind of highlights everything, just from a couple of these statements that he's gonna make.
Searches, confrontations with the Icarios, and arrests. That's how the war began. Who were Chapo Guzman's hitmen? Manuel Torres, M1, Gonzalo Insulza, El Macho Prieto.
Right here, I think they made a mistake because these are all Mayo Zambada's hitmen.
Chino Antrax, Jose Rodrigo Aresh Gamboa. Who was in charge of the defendant's security? El Negro, Fantasma, Damaso, and Cholo Ivan. Where were they when the war began? I was in Culiacan, my father and Chapo were in the mountains. How many hitmen worked for the Sinaloa cartel? Between 25 and 30 people for each of the bosses.
All right. Shai, this is one of the things that I've been trying to explain to everyone, right? That people think that a big shout out to Johnny Silver. Hey, that people always think that the cartel like this huge organization, like most of the people you see are all like work for people under, at different fractions of the organization. But he said to himself, like each boss had 20, 25 people, um, and that's what makes up the structure. You get me? All of those 25 people have more associates, more underlings, and so on. You get me? But truthfully, the people who are directly associated with, uh, the hierarchy of the drug cartels are very few. And he states it here. So,
as evidence, the prosecutor presented the jury with a photograph of Chapo Guzman with Cholo Ivan when they were arrested in Los Mochis. Vicentio said that after the war against the Beltran Leyvas began, he only stayed in Culiacan for about 2 months.
I'm a terrible note taker. My notes look like doctor's handwriting mixed with abstract art. And my type notes?
I was a priority target for the Beltrans. They wanted to kill me. In fact, a major from the Sedena informed him that the Beltran Leyvas had the details of the car in which his wife was traveling. The Beltrans ordered their subpoenas to kill my wife and then send me her head. Vicente Zambada Niebla's family moved to Mazatlan. There were many deaths, many attacks against the PFP. The government was on our side. Questioned by the prosecutor about the weapons used in the war, Vicente mentioned all the automatic and semi-automatic rifles that came to mind. M16, R15, AK-47, 50 caliber. El Hijo del Mayo emphasized that all those rifles were purchased in the United States. It caught my attention that my American colleagues like Alan Fair of the New York Times were unfazed by the statements of the witnesses who demonstrated the role of the United States in the drug war.
You see, I like this part where he's highlighting, saying, hey, he just gave crazy information about, where all the weapons come from and all that. And no one cared. You get me? Because the emphasis was on Mexican drug cartels. No one cared about what the U.S. side of it, of the responsibility, like, what they have. It just, they care about what Mexican drug cartels are doing. You get me?
Wars. Their addicts, their weapons, their money laundering and their corrupt agencies and policies were the beginning, the end and the reason for the whole problem. You'll never see that report in the US press. Brooks told me at the end of one of the previous hearings in which, as in this one, the narco-corruption of the US government was notorious. You and I should write that, the correspondent of the day emphasized. On average, how many weapons did they receive per month? The prosecutor asked. More than 100 weapons on average. Did you ever see the defendant armed? Yes, whenever you saw him he was armed with his pistol on his belt and his R15 or M16 rifle or El Horno. What kind of pistol was he carrying on his waist? A fancy .38 caliber pistol with diamonds on the grips and the figure of an animal, a panther or a jaguar. Prosecutor Liskam showed the jury a photograph in which Chapo is seen with a woman wearing a red blouse. On the capo's waist he carries the pistol with gold grips that has a jaguar made of diamonds. Do you recognize anyone in this photograph? My friend Chapo. Did you ever observe that the defendant had bazookas? At the end of 2007 we went to visit my friend Chapo at Las Coloradas. My dad, my uncle, El Azul, Juancho and I on the track. When we were about to return, one of my friend's bodyguards was carrying a bazooka. What happened next? El Azul asked to see how it was used. The bazooka. El Chapo ordered him to activate it, but the boy fired very low and the bazooka boomed right near us, said Vicentio, who couldn't help but laugh as he recounted the incident. The witness clarified.
I was actually a witness to one of these simulations where they'll test this shit out and it was no joke, bro. You know.
You never
That
blew
most of the
a
rifles
bazooka?
Hell no, I didn't, but I
Come
was there.
on, man. If that shit's right there, you gotta take the shot. What the fuck?
Shit. You know, bro, I was always like, damn, I'm gonna tell you something. I would try to act like that. I was at that tough shit where I'd be like, what if it's a dud? What if it's one of
I'm
those
shooting that shit. If I'm right there, I'm shooting it. You
But you
fucked
know
up.
what? Again, I'm not Eddie Gonzalez. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You fucked up. You're not
I don't
shot
have
ill
those
either. I would have shot that shit. Fuck it, it's right there. I gotta do this.
I don't have those type of ball. I used to be like scared of shit though. I'll tell you that much.
they imported from the United States.
Later on, one day I'm gonna tell you a story about one of my guys who was living out there with me. You know, he was a hiring member of the GD's, really good friend of mine, man, to this day, man. You know, and I remember we were at a stash house and I had him with me, and one of the guys, like they all came in, and the dude's like, you know, he's talking, hey man, whatever, and we're sitting at the table. We had just finished eating breakfast, and he's talking, and while he's taking off his coat, it was a little chilly. He has a utility vest on, but in his jacket, he's bringing out, you know, he has a gun on him, you know, and then he brings out, you know, magazines, and he's laying them on the table, and then he all of a sudden he brings out, he has 2 grenades, and he puts them on the table. My boy, like, hey man, are those real? He said, he said, are those real? He's stuttering, and he's like, you know, he's asking me, and then dude looks at me, and I look at him. I said, oh, he's asking if they're real, and he's like, yeah, here, you want to see? My boy was shitting on himself. He said, get me the fuck out of here, bro.
Crazy.
It was like, you know, just like the norm. You get me?
80 concurrent viewers. Can we get to 75 likes?
Yeah, let's get those likes up, guys. I'll show you more stories about, you know, and they're not as crazy as Eddie Gonzalez's story. You know what I mean? You know,
States were semi-automatic, but that the Sinaloa cartel had a person, Jose Pepe the gunsmith, who made them automatic.
you know, at that time, I remember too. It's just like, you know how they had the magazines. Now they have them out of like they make them out of plastic and stuff like that. The drums, and before they, you know, all they had gunsmiths that would make bullets, the drums, the 100-round drums. I even seen 200-round drums. Um, and they would make the automatic. They, you know, before the switches and all that, before they were like plastic and stuff, they had gunsmiths that actually would do these things. You know, for
What did you call automatic rifles? In Culiacan, we called them bursts. Did you ever see Guzman Lore fire an automatic rifle? I saw my friend shoot his burst rifle 2 or 3 times. Who's the alligator? A hitman for the Beltran Leyva brothers who was murdered in 2008. I gave the order to the M1, Macho Prieto, and Chino Antrax to go and pick up the alligator. I asked them to grab him alive.
What happened next? They
kept him in a safe house for a day. Hencho interviewed him. They were torturing him to get the information. The hitmen kept Chapo informed of the information they were extracting from the alligator. What did they do with the alligator? After a few days, they killed him. Juancho gave the order. Juancho and my dad told me, did you kill anyone? No. I gave the orders several times. I don't know how many. I was their boss, the hitman, but whenever someone was going to be executed.
Oh my God. So you're saying that the boss never killed anyone? He just sent a bunch of dummies to go kill for him? Because he was the boss? Oh my God. I didn't know that they had that type of power. I didn't know they had to act like, you know, soldiers to be bosses and to carry out hits. But what the fuck would I know? I think Eddie Gonzalez over there would know more about this shit than me. But big shout out to everyone in the chat. Miguel Lopez, Johnny Silver. I don't have any story to tell. I'm not right. That's funny, bro. And I'm gonna tell you something, Eddie Gonzalez. If you're not Chapo, you're not a big boss leader. There's no incentive for me to tell on you. Trust me. What else? Boy,
Hold on,
yep.
your boy was muck banging. Let me get back up in here. I don't have a story to tell. I'm not a rat. I can't tell. You haven't shut the fuck up all night long,
Nah,
bro.
Shy. That's just a bullshit story. That's his excuse, bro.
I can't tell that you don't got a story to tell. You haven't shut the fuck up all night. I done had 6 shots and 2 beers, and you still running your fucking mouth. I cannot tell that you don't have a story. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you something. How about this? I think that real dudes and anyone listening to them, we know what you're about because real motherfuckers that I know will never even be on a fucking chat saying anything. But we know you fake as shit.
Like,
You're at
hit me
home
behind the
at your
scenes and
mom's
talk
house
about it.
talking shit. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be honest. But okay, let's keep going.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. Let me holler at a dude. So you're always calling people out and saying, hey, go get people to come over here. There's one dude that has done that and then brought 20, 30, 40, 50 motherfuckers over here in a night. And that dude is our local Hispanic Confederate, Miguel Lopez. Salute to Miguel Lopez on the motherfucking check-in.
And big shout out to Miguel Lopez, bro. Salute to you, bro.
Right?
God bless
He said,
you.
I know because I work for the government. I snitch over a Snicker bar. I deported my mom and my dad. He don't give a fuck. He crazy. His kids are locked up. His daughter Gigi came home with an attitude, so he called Trump. And then they came and got her. My life is stress-free. I'm okay.
Oh, man. Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie. We got a lot to relate to because my life is stress-free ever since I fucking snitched myself.
Shout out Miguel Lopez. Shout out Mana on the check-in, Hanschel. Jay, do you know about Cesar Gastelum Serrano Oakland said he was the richest?
Didn't Vicente just talked about him right now? I don't know him like that. No.
Right, boom.
Big Joe 23. Big Joe, what is that? 33. What's up, bro?
No, you didn't miss the bar, JP. I ain't open that bitch. I got 3 more shots that I owe and 1 more beer. Why? Because I hold these W's and y'all are the L Avengers and I'm Thanos. It is what it is. Jay, you calling?
Is Jay saying everyone in the chat is broke? Nah, I'm not calling everyone in the chat. I'm calling the person that's talking a lot of shit that you broke.
Listen,
and you don't want to compete with me. Trust me.
He said he ain't got a story to tell, bro. Don't shut the fuck up.
Look, you ain't got a story to tell, but don't talk to me about money, player. That's something you don't want to do. All right, and you want to know, you can send receipts about that because you ain't got my girl's money. I'm gonna sound like Jay-Z for real. And my girl ain't a snitch either. Just to let you know. Nah, man, you can call me pussy. You are what you eat, right? I don't take offense to that. You call me whatever you want. But you ain't never gonna call me no bum. You ain't never gonna call me Eddie Gonzalez, I'll tell you that much. You gonna keep talking about my life though. For sure. Me and every one of the people you probably idolize are pussies. For sure, 100%. Sally. Hello. All right, guys. I'm gonna move forward, okay?
His authorization was requested. Did he have any extramarital affairs? Yes, once he.
Damn, Vicente's telling on Chapo's side chicks? What the fuck? I thought I was the only snitch.
Chapo got
used
hoes?
fake IDs. He always traveled with a fake ID. Who was Julio Beltran? A guy that my dad and my buddy
All right, so this Julio Beltran, bro, he was a man. Just to let you know, I don't know the story like that. From my understanding, it was Vicente who gave the order without even talking to his dad to kill him.
Chapo agreed to kill because Julio had made a bad reference to my dad. He said, those damn old guys are finished.
That's all he said. He was one of the top earners, top fucking customers. You get me? Good friends. All he said was, them old dudes are finished. I could imagine what he said. Like, nah, them old dudes are done with. And because he said that, because someone heard him say that, went and snitched. Who knows if it was even true? They killed him and all his dudes.
We are the new generation. They killed him in 2007. Quote, who ordered the killing of Tico Lindero?
All right, this guy right here, his name is Teco. El Teco Lindero. Teco, if you guys recall in Cartel Wives in the book, I'm not sure, I don't even remember we mentioned it in the podcast, but he was the brother-in-law of one of my really, really good friends, man, who was cuate. He was cuate for real because, in Spanish, Shai, cuates are fraternal. And gemelos are identical, meaning we both came from one bag. Fraternals come from two bags. He had a sister. A cuate had a sister, and his sister was married to El Teco. And Teco was a very, important figure in the Sinaloa cartel. And from my understanding, his sister was a baby mama of the Lord of the Skies. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's this song called El Cien por Uno from the Tucanes of Tijuana. Shai? I wish we could play it too. It's Cien por Uno, meaning 100 of you for one of mine. And it goes by that, he was kidnapped by the Colombians, and the Lord of the Skies stepped in because he was the Lord of the Skies people at the time, and said, you know what? Basically, the moral story is like you said, if you kill one of mine, I'm gonna kill for everyone one of mine that you kill, I'm gonna kill 100 of yours.
Yeah, it ain't an eye for an eye; it's 100 for one.
And basically, the Lord of the Skies basically was the one that took over the business from Mexicans, and took over the Colombian cartel business. You get me? Where he set the rules where Colombians couldn't work in Mexico on their own, and it's like they have a green light if they do so. They have to be sponsored by someone or work with somebody. They can't be in Mexico functioning on their own. So these are people like you probably never heard of, but we're very important people. And Cuate, man, he was what I consider to be someone you look like as Scarface. Like, he fit the profile. He will always be getting coked out. Really good dude, though. And he was a straight killer, though, bro. Shine.
Come on, man. Good doing. I told you. Look at you now. Huh?
He was a killer, though. And
now here's the thing: is he smoking old ladies or is he smoking motherfuckers in the business? That's the difference.
Now he was smoking dudes in the business and popos. You get me?
And what? And what?
And police. I remember one
time.
That's
his business. That's his business.
He was the only one that knew where I lived. I remember he showed up at my house one day, like at 3-4 in the morning, and it was weird because I didn't know, but my phone was ringing. He was until he started like ringing the doorbell, and we live in a gated community. I was like, "What the fuck?" But they knew him.
Did you say a gay community or a gated community?
Gated community.
Oh, okay.
And they knew him, and I remember, I jumped up like, "What the fuck?" And I remember seeing the phone, and he's like, "Man, I'm sorry for bothering you." I'll never forget. He said, "Man, I just killed me 3 cops."
God damn.
He said, I gave him the code, and they didn't listen. And he said, and they were called, for backup. He said, and he was just like one of those like extremely paranoid dudes. And he was little, bro, 5'4", 5'5". He could have been one of those horse jockeys.
He was on powder,
bro, all the time.
That's what it is right there. Like you said, Scarface, he's paranoid all day. Listen, I know dudes that ain't had that much beef and was in the fucking blinds on some brocaine.
And when I tell you, his house, bro, when you walked in, his office looked like you were seeing a Tony Montana office.
Right.
And he was, this is weird, like lineage, right, or family, but he was first cousins with Noel El Flaco, and you heard me talk about him a lot. Who was another really good friend of Noel Salguero, who was the boss and creator of Los Matacetas, and later on became, la gente nueva, from Flores. So, yeah, just crazy part. But at the end, once they killed El Teco, what they did was there was different people who were part of the organization that knew that were close to like people in Chapo Mayo's organization, and what they did was that they basically said that Noel El Flaco, which was at that time really important in the Sinaloa cartel, um, and El Teco, and El Cuate, which was my friend, were gonna avenge his brother-in-law's death. In order, they started saying that in order so they wouldn't pay a large debt, and my own Chapo ordered his the murder of him and all his people, and in total, I want to tell you like 11 people were picked up and tortured and killed. The only one that didn't get picked up and tortured and killed was Noel, which then later on I'm gonna arrange and fix up the agreement of Chapo and him to kind of like give his side of the story, and ironically Chapo and Mayo basically agree that there was a misunderstanding. Now imagine that there's a misunderstanding. We killed your cousin, 11 of his guys, and we killed his brother-in-law, but now we're good again.
Yeah, everything's gravy. I robbed you. I smoked you. Let's do business.
Yeah, it was ironic to a point where Noel was one of the persons that actually, he put in a good word for me and all that. And then later on, for me to be like the person that actually does him the favor and vouches for him, and I saved his life on one occasion, and it's just crazy. He ended up getting extradited to the United States eventually for
Wait. Whose life you saved? This guy right here?
No, he was dead already. Noel Salgueros.
So you ain't gonna tell us that story?
And Flaco. That's like too long.
Motherfucker. Everybody.
Let's keep going. So this is
for Jay not telling
My
us
dad and my
listen to this corrido. It's a good one. 100 por uno.
buddy Chapo. My buddy had information that he was working with the Tijuana gang. My dad had him called to Culiacan.
The reason and how they got their information was that they had information someone had given them, so they tapped his phone. And his father and my game, from my understanding, said, "Look, if we bring him in, he has a good reason. We're gonna let him live because he liked them." But the fact that he came in and when they told him, they confronted him, he lied again, so they killed him.
They handcuffed me. My dad interrogated him and Tico admitted that he had betrayed them. My dad ordered him killed. Do you know Jose Luis Santiago Vasconcelos? I know who he is. He was the attorney general for the drug cartel. Once again, the son of El Mayo Zambada was talking about an important figure in the Mexican government. Since 1993, Vasconcelos had been his legal attorney for international affairs in Guadalajara. My dad and my buddy Chapo were talking about killing him. El Chapo was angry because Vasconcelos had arrested his son Ivan in Guadalajara without any grounds. Ivan was not involved in the business, the witness said. The decision was made to kill Vasconcelos. My dad warned them that if they did it there would be a lot of trouble, that they should wait and see what happened to Ivan, but Cancelos treated him badly. So he ordered his execution. My friend Chapo sent some people, ex-military personnel, to Mexico City with bazookas. We called it Guatemala. They found a place where there were no cameras on the street and where Vasconcelos was going to pass through, but the people were arrested before the attack, the same day that the attack was going to take place. When did that happen? Before 2006, at the end of 2005. Guzman Lo he looked for Vicentio and he turned to look at his friend. He smiled at him. El Chapo remained very serious, without taking his eyes off him. How many times did you meet with Juancho? I saw him hundreds, thousands of times. I spoke to him 98% of the time, face to face. We were always together in the same house or office. How did you refer to Juancho? Virgo, I would call him in private. The prosecutor then presented several intercepted telephone recordings.
I'm at the last resort. I've lost
Pause that shit real
alien
quick, Jay.
temporary.
Listen here,
in my
y'all.
front.
What you're hearing is a motherfucker snitching. Okay? Miss me with the bullshit, miss me with the picking and choosing. My dad ordered him to be unalived. My dad and so were talking about him being unalived. This one got unlocked. Listen, what you're hearing is a dude snitching. Stop picking and choosing. It's part of the game. It's in the toolbox. It
Oh
is
my
what
God.
it is.
Are we seeing that we're, my brother and I are not the only snitches?
That's what it seems like on my channel. That's the only reason I confront it, because the truth is the truth. You wearing jerseys out here. Here's another truth. We ain't hit 75 likes. 85 concurrent viewers. Let's get 75 likes going up in there. Hit the subscribe button if you have yet to do so. I'm 3 beers and 6 shots in, and we getting.
Hey, listen, guys. I say we're gonna get rid of this, and then we're gonna go on and spin the damn fucking wheel again.
We still owe 293 spins. We'll see what happens. Don't volunteer me, motherfucker. All right, keep it going.
Hey, mijo, I'm gonna wake you up early, okay?
I wake up early.
It's shattered. It's gone.
This is me talking to one of the Flores brothers about the toys and weapons they were going to send us.
Oh shit! They got a recording of me talking to the Flores.
Let's go. I want to hear the fucking recording. You ain't gonna tell us the fucking story. We gotta hear something.
Damn, Eddie, they got a recording on you talking to the big dogs?
You ain't gonna give it to. Well, you talking to the big dogs? You ain't gonna give us
United
the story.
States.
We gotta get it from the
Mayo's
AI
son's-
guy.
Yeah. Well, we don't know. This is, who the fuck? Maybe everything's a lie.
Play that shit.
Said in a tone.
Oh, don't start fast forwarding shit. Play that shit.
Just give me your clothes right there now, and I'll put it to wash right now. Throw it down.
Of astonishment. And with that, Mayo's son said in a tone of astonishment. And with that, how did you refer to Wancho?
I don't give a
Virgo, I would call him in private. The prosecutor then presented several intercepted telephone recordings. This is me talking to one of the Flores brothers about the toys and weapons they were going to send us from the United States. Mayo's son said in a tone of astonishment. And with that, prosecutor Discam ended her questioning. Eduardo Balareso left the table of Chapo's defense team to take the stage. From 1993 to 2001, Chapo Guzman was locked up in prison and you said you spoke with him. With his brother Pollo, he spoke with Pollo. I was with him when he did it. Do you know who El Mochimo is? I know him. He's Alfredo Beltran Leyva. You always knew that your father was a drug trafficker, right? I realized when I was 13 or 14. Your father, El Mayo, ordered many people to be killed and kidnapped. That's right. So why do you deny that your father, Mayo, is the head of the Sinaloa cartel? I'm not denying that my father is the head of the cartel. I'm saying that my dad is one of the bosses along with my buddy Chapo. You're just talking about what suits you. Right? It's impossible to remember 100% of what happened. I have no reason to lie. I'm telling you about my life, what I experienced in the cartel. I'm asking you complicated questions. No. Well, I'm going to ask you simple questions for idiots. You're here because you consider the person you call my buddy Chapo, my friend Chapo, guilty. Isn't that right? No, not because I'm sitting here. My friend is guilty. I'm giving my testimony. The jury has to decide. Guzman Loera's lawyer looked exasperated, annoyed, because he couldn't get the Vicentio guy out of his mind, who had an iron attitude. Cool, as the young people on the streets of Brooklyn would say, or with cold blood and nerve, to paraphrase Truman Capote. The interrogator was putting on a kind of show in the judge's chambers. He moved throughout the courtroom, standing very close to and in front of Vicentio, positioning himself on one side of the prosecutor's table or in front of the jury. He even walked up to the defendant and put his hand on his shoulder. The defense attorney wanted to shock the jury and anger Vicentio, but he didn't seem to achieve any of that. Why is he here to accuse and betray him? He refers to Mr. Guzman as comrade, or compadre Chapo. Of course I do. He calls me compadre Vicente. Your Honor, you can tell the witness that you are not referring to the defendant when you say compadre Chapo. You can't, the judge replied. The lawyer resumed the questions. Do you know General Miranda? Yes, sir. General Miranda is a division general. Balareso seemed pleased with the answer. Did you meet with General Miranda at Los Pinos? Yes, sir. I met with him when he was chief of the Presidential General Staff in the government of President Ernesto Chedillo. Did your father bribe President?
I just wanted you to know, like right here, this is like there's more parts of this, but just to highlight, he's basically saying that he went to the Mexican White House to have a meeting with the executive staff about whatever he needed his father and the higher staff of the government to do. And that's insane. Give me like it's crazy that he's testifying to this. Just kind of shows the level of corruption and up to where it actually leads to, when you have the third in command and one of the biggest jugglers in the world's son going to the presidential palace to meet with the executive staff of the president of Mexico's office at the time, which was President Cedillo's, which is crazy.
Chedillo? No, no. My dad never told me that. Holding up the transcript of the statements Vicentio gave to the United States government since he became a protected witness, Bolaro joked,
Oh shit. Shy, did I hear that correctly? That the third in command became a protected witness? Oh my god, I didn't know.
that in 1997, Mayo Zambada sent his baby to Los Pinos to complain to General Miranda that the government was meddling in the business of one of his wives, Rosario Niebla Cardosa, Vicentelo's mother. The capo frowned, clearly annoyed by the irony. Yes, and to my entire family, Vicentio emphasized. For years, pointed out by the Mexican press as the prince of the faction of the Sinaloa cartel, led by Mayo, he established that his mother owned a company in Culiacan that did not have any money from the drug business. It started with money my grandfather left him. Balareso returned to the subject of bribes. He wanted to show that his client was not the head of the cartel, but rather Mayo. He asked Zambada if his father bribed Yankees and CIA personnel. The witness emphatically answered yes, and that he also did it with the directors of the state judicial police. He bribed half the country. Balareso asked sarcastically, "Yes, if you say it now. You say that you have not had any communication with Mayo since his arrest, right? Through lawyers, yes. The bribes that Mayo made were to avoid being arrested. Yes. The United States government offers a reward of $5 million for information leading to the capture of Mayo. That was since I was out. Since you began cooperating with the government, you have met more than 100 times with the prosecutors. Correct? Yes, sir. They ask me many questions about my father. Have they asked you where your father is? Yes, I tell them that he is in the mountains. I have given them the coordinates of ranches, houses, all the information.
Damn.
That boy, hey, y'all be bringing up the twins' father all the time in a self-serving way, and this motherfucker over here giving coordinates on his daddy. No mommy's way. It's crazy. It's crazy the double standard and the motherfucking picking and choosing that motherfuckers do around here. That shit is nuts. That's nuts. What you got to say about it, motherfucker? Don't get all quiet on me.
It's crazy because just to hear it, it sounds a little bit different. But again,
He said, I gave my daddy's coordinates. Now, right or wrong, the daddy and everybody else done had a meeting with these boys, right? With all these youngsters and told them, hey, when the shit hits the fan, did they do that prior to your, they did that prior to your cooperation, right?
He's going to talk about this right now.
Huh?
He's going to talk about this right now. So let's
Okay,
go.
go ahead.
We'll keep
Go ahead.
About airstrips. Your father has many girlfriends. I do not specifically remember a girlfriend of my father's. Chapo's lawyer was overacting. It seemed like he was trying to imitate Purpura, but without success. The tone of his questions, his movements and grimaces.
You see, right here, we didn't get to see which lawyers actually cross-examining him. You get me? They never mentioned that. They're just saying that he's trying to act like him, but we don't know who's actually the lawyer cross-examining him in the stand. So
Showed his improvisation and his eagerness to impress the jury and the reporters. If you've given them all the information about where your father could be hiding, why haven't they arrested him? If they haven't arrested him, it's not my fault, he replied, causing laughter from those present, including Chapo. The only ones who didn't laugh were the prosecutors, who were exposed as incompetent or in collusion with El Mayo. If this capo's son gave them reliable information about his possible whereabouts and it's assumed that precisely because they trusted him, they presented him as a witness, then it was the fault of the United States government for not being able to capture him.
Do you know the US solar company's nasty little secret? Well, it turns out if you live in New Jersey, they have to give you.
He communicates with his father. I have no way of communicating with him in Mexico. How come your lawyers find him? My father finds the lawyers, not the lawyers him. While you were in prison here in the United States, you spoke on the phone with your father. The DEA agents told you so. You're going to deny it. They took me out of my cell at midnight and put me on the phone with my father. They took me to an office so I could talk to him. That was in 2012 when you were in a Chicago prison. Yes, sir. How long did you talk to your father? A few minutes, I don't know exactly how many. What did your father ask you? How?
Damn. They took him out the cell? Damn, just to get you some insight, man. We're talking about the biggest driver in the world who everyone's looking for, especially the government, what they say, and they actually took his son out and arranged for him to be able to talk to his father. To
They
make
don't
sure
care
he was
though.
okay. It's crazy.
How was I? That he and my friend Chapo were going to help me get out. The government had your father's phone number. I imagine they did.
So you didn't give them your father's number, Chapo, sorry, your father's, you.
See, sometimes we make mistakes, said Vicentio, causing an explosion of laughter until the judge had to restrain those present so that the questioning could continue. Later I learned that the call was made from my lawyer.
Hold on, go back. What they laughing about?
But I guess he made a mistake, but we can't really hear that he said I gave him Chapo's number.
Hey, how about everybody think that I don't got my faculties and I'm still finding shit? Hey, what the fuck they laughing at?
Well, listen. Obviously, there's a picture of Pete. It's not the best picture of him. I don't believe that looks like me either.
You guys share a face, so if that looks like Pete, that looks like you, motherfucker.
I'm surprised it's not Eddie Gonzalez, but he's not.
He went to sleep, bro. And in that vein of conversation, I like to say also, hold this L. 298, hold this L. JP still in here, Velez still in here, Zorada still in here. The rest of y'all failed at life. L Avengers. Let's get it.
Oh shit, I just realized I got a bunch of shit to do, but all right.
To restrain those present so that the questioning could continue. Later I learned that the call was made through my lawyers. After that there were no more calls. The call was for him to ask his father, Mayo, to turn himself in. Yes, I sent him a message asking him to turn himself in, but he didn't. Sometimes collaborators come. At that point, yes, it was in 2007 when Mayo began to communicate with the idea to tell them that he wanted to collaborate. No, it was my friend Chapo who sought them out. It wasn't Mayo or me.
So look what he said right here. He said El Chapo sought the government out, okay?
That was before you were arrested in March 2009. Indirectly. Yes, sir, they
sought you out because they wanted a deal.
I wanted to leave the cartel with the permission of my father and my friend Chapo. Chapo and my father suggested that I turn myself into the DEA. I wanted to retire, there was no other way. For a short time I went to Europe, to Canada, but because of my father's problems I always had to return to Mexico. Your father, Mayo, put you in touch with the DEA. Through my friend Chapo's contact so that I could leave the cartel. What did the deal you were seeking with the DEA consist of? Passing them information about enemy cartels. You made the decision to seek out the DEA.
Damn, so he was fucking snitching? Oh, wow. Before he got caught? Oh, my God. I wonder if everyone in the chat actually knew this.
Before he got caught?
Before he got caught.
Oh, man. So that means that him getting caught had nothing to do with his snitching. It was a preemptive strike.
Yeah, he said it was Chapo put it together. Chapo put it together. His father said, okay.
I did it with the authorization of my father and my friend Chapo. Chapo had indirect communication with the DEA.
He said he had indirect communication with the DEA.
What the fuck did you say?
He had direct communication with the DEA.
Ah, okay, I heard you.
Going to give DEA agents information about enemies of your father's organization? Yes, he was the target so that the Mexican and United States governments could fight the battles for the Sinaloa cartel. He gave them information about Arturo Beltran Leyva.
Look, that's Vicente at the airport. But look, right here, he gave him information about Arturo Beltran Leyva. Look, check this out.
Yes, sir. He gave them his phone number so they could track him down and capture him. When did you meet with DEA agents? Hours before my arrest, I met with 2 DEA agents. They kept him isolated for 2 years in the hole. Right? Correct. In the hole, they kept him in torture-like conditions. Yes, sir. They wouldn't let me talk to my family, to my wife. It was a while before they let me talk to her once or twice. We cried together when we talked on the phone. I was dead inside. My wife came to see me once. They gave me a 3-day permit to be in the United States. Vicentio admitted to the jury that after the inhumane treatment
His wife is American, too, and his sons are all American. His family, his kids are all American, too.
received from the DEA, he gave in. In November 2012, he pleaded guilty and began providing information about the operations of the Sinaloa cartel, the businesses of El Mayo Zambada, El Chapo, and the other drug traffickers in the organization. Zambada Jr. claimed not to have any property or money in the United States.
HG, what is up? How you doing, bro?
And recalled that as part of his plea agreement,
Oh man, that's nice. I wish you would create a better.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
What's the other? Okay, that's the only not hugger one.
Sometimes I'll be in here. Okay, I was muted. Let me say this again. All right, here we go. HG was responsible for bringing together the combination of emojis that created the nut hugger emoji for all the nut huggers that come in here. When I'm talking about something else, I'm talking about Ronald McDonald. They want to talk about how the twin snitched. All right, so I created so Intel, for her creating that combination, she created this wrecking ball meme right here, and I'm gonna play it one more again.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
So salutes to HG, I appreciate it. Shout out Daniel the Great, man. This some Game of Thrones shit. What is the story? That's facts.
We lost 30 viewers.
We lost them. They left. Fuck them though. They'll be back.
All right, we'll finish it.
Jay, happy to be.
He would have to pay a fine.
So Eddie Gonzalez, you're just a repetitive fucking dork. Salutes to y'all. I'm no longer muted. I appreciate you. Shout out HG. Thank you. Miguel Lopez is dancing. All right. He also hugs nuts to his government. All right. He is our Confederate Mexican. In the chat. Salutes. All right, Jay. Do your thing.
Of $415 million. He said he was aware that his testimony against El Chapo could favor him, although everything would depend on the judge who decided his judicial future. As a protected witness, he managed to get the Treasury Department to remove his wife from the OFAC list, which allowed him to obtain a visa and settle.
He's a protected witness. And he managed to get his wife off
near Milan, Wisconsin, where Vicentio is being held. U.S. authorities allowed May Zambada's daughter-in-law to take $400,000 to the United States to support herself and pay for her children's education. You stated that Carlos Salinas de Gortari was in bed with the Felix Arellano's. Bolaro suddenly asked Vicentio. No, sir, I don't know about that. The lawyer argued before the jury that the governments of Mexico and the United States inflated Guzman Lora's image to protect the real boss of the Sinaloa cartel, Ismael Zambada Garcia. Valoriso then presented the photograph of Vicente Zambada Niebla's brothers, Ismael Zambada Imperial, El Maito Gordo and Serafin Zambada Ortiz. Vicentio admitted that he knew that his brothers were arrested for drug trafficking, but he was unaware that Serafin spent 66 months in prison and that he gave information to the Department of Justice. I left him at school when I was arrested, confessed the eldest son of Mayo Sambata.
There it is.
There it is, guys.
Last thoughts on that? Wake your ass up, boy. You was just sitting in here a minute ago talking about, we gonna open the bar up again for Shy. Well. Don't get tired on me now, motherfucker.
Hey, did you ever put that link on the for Dude's channel on your?
I did. I'll
Just in
drop
case
it
anyone
again.
look at.
Let me find it.
All right, bro. Well, that was the long version. Honestly, that's about the how long we actually take when we actually do the Kingpin reacts, right?
Yeah.
I know I said I wasn't getting
Well,
to some other videos.
no. We did 4 hours, bro. We don't do 4 hours. We do 2 hours, and I get you edited perfectly, and I keep it moving.
Yeah. We'll do the other videos. We have a couple of videos in the lineup to do.
And you
Kingpin
let me know if
reacts.
you want to do them behind the scenes or if you want to do them live, and we'll get that done.
Well, we'll see what the viewers say, what the public says, and we'll let them decide. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Put it out there. Maybe you ask that question.
I have to take all of this, edit this. Listen, let me tell you something, dog. To me, this shit isn't on some shit about your life. This is on your opinions or your experience or your what you know about the people that are mentioned. And at the end of the day, this is what people want to know. When they come in here, they ask you all the time, who did you did you meet this person? Did you meet that person? Did you meet the other person, right? When it's you coming in here saying, all right, let me get some of the stuff that's that stands out to me about this Vicentillo story. That's the shit that they want to hear.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, you're right. So basically, it's crazy because like 90% of the people that are mentioned when it comes to everywhere from Damason to the Colombians, and it's crazy that even if we didn't meet them at the time, because you know what, it's weird. What I didn't hear, we were hearing the English version of it because there was a part that was being mixed where they're gonna detail about all the people we work with. Where he's gonna say like, they work with Los Cabreras from Durango, with Juancho, and he's gonna list the names. You get me? Of Jose Tirso and also Hermano Olivares, and so many people. And he states himself like it's too many people to count, but they were associated with all these people that were like important in the cartel. Some of these people we never get into like speaking about details because a lot of people don't know them, but they become a little bit more relevant today.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this: when it comes to, I'll tell you what wins on the internet. From my knowledge, it's names. When I put the name El Mayo, when I put the name El Chapo, when I put the name the Flores twins, those names is what pushes those views. I could put the stories all day long of what's happening, no matter how good, no matter how bad. Doesn't matter. Names matter. So some of the biggest videos be the ones where you're talking about people that you've come across, haven't come across, or know something of.
Yeah, no, I get it too. You know what? I think this is probably the perfect environment because I don't always remember this stuff. Only if it comes up, and that's why this video it kind of made me like reminisce.
It triggered thoughts.
Yeah, triggered thoughts for sure. Absolutely. You said it best right now, and I think I was like, oh, this is a great video. You get me? To kind of highlight, and you could imagine that this is like a really bad version of it because it's only recounting his notes or his memory of this reporter. So
and
like,
what they're asking him specifically.
Yeah. And we were to go down to transcript, which I think I just gotta find them, but they're out there of these transcripts. And you know what? Like, what I think would be very interesting would be to get the transcript of Jose Tirso, who was another big witness, in that case. Damason Lopez, who was another big witness in that case, just to kind of get their point of view, and they're gonna talk a little bit about our criminal organization, and there's so many stories we could talk about that. So It's just crazy. You hear them pointing out like some of the people that they gave up as well because I'm not sure. I feel like I seen the Spanish one because in the Spanish one, and it could be probably just another chapter,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
No, you know what? Let me see. Let me see this.
It's amazing that as much information as we got out of those 2 videos, that there's more than 16 chapters of that shit.
Well, yeah, because that's just one. So like, let me go to this, and because I think it was the Spanish one where he this November. We gotta go to videos, right? He's talking about himself, but that was chapter 17.
Right.
What chapter is this?
I should give my props. I'm 7 shots deep. Fuck y'all talking about. El Avengers. Salutes. Oh yeah, he had mini leak. What ended up with him? How much time did they give him? We ain't heard shit about that. Just like
He's
we
gonna
ain't
get
heard shit about motherfucking El Rocha.
He's coming to court in August something.
He got caught in August?
Yeah, to plead guilty. To plead guilty, but I want to know which one it was, bro, because I'm like lost. Let me see.
Motherfucker like me needs some Lucky Charms out this bitch. Hit the like button if you ever yet to do so. 7 shots, 3rd beer. Did 9 and 4 last night. Thanos, El Avengers. JP is Loki. Loki ain't had nothing to do with that. This is a good format for the reactions. Well, Jay, it seems they like the live version of the former Kingpin reacts.
Let me ask you a question. You weren't able to see that?
See what?
I share my screen and I don't see it.
Oh, I didn't switch the screen. Let me know. Let me see. I don't see it here. So hit present.
I'm actually presenting. Oh, okay, I didn't.
There it is. I got it. Boom.
Flores.
Hold on a sec. Let me put this here. All right, go ahead.
He seemed to me like a simple, large-scale
that
American
is like
drug
quality
dealer,
control
far from
right
being
there.
a drug lord.
Yeah.
The
That's where
atmosphere
Pete
in the
gets mad. He
courtroom
says
among
simple,
lawyers, bailiffs, and
lower
reporters
level
was
Hold
relaxed.
on, we can't hear you. Stop it.
We saw each other Monday.
He said he seemed like a lower level drug trafficker. Simple, large scale American drug trafficker. Simple.
Hey, hold on a sec. Audience, can you tell them apart? I could tell them apart in every picture. Can y'all tell them apart? Go ahead, Jay.
Let me see what they said.
He seemed to me like a simple, large-scale American drug dealer, far from being a drug lord. The atmosphere in the courtroom among lawyers, bailiffs, and reporters was relaxed. We saw each other Monday through Thursday, from early morning until after 4:30 p.m. Even Chapo looked at us with familiarity. On a couple of occasions, the capo nodded as if to greet me. I pretended not to be there. Starting at 8:30 in the morning, when the bailiffs began to take us to the second round on the 8th floor, we had about an hour to chat among ourselves and get closer to the lawyers. My colleague, a correspondent for La Jornada, was always complaining about the security checks, the audience staying up early to attend the hearings, the food in the cafeteria, how robotic the prosecutors seemed to him, how racist and classist Lickman was, in his opinion, and how uncomfortable it was for the bailiffs.
Who cares?
That Wednesday I asked Purpura if he found the book about the cartel's wives interesting, which he was carrying in his left hand when he entered the courtroom. It's not a book I enjoy reading, but it has interesting things. He said, "Are you going to use it for the trial? I'm interested." Quote, "It will help me question the twin." El Chapo emerged smiling for this hearing, looked at the witness stand and smiled at Pedro Flores. Fells was ready to resume the questioning. The first thing he did was question the witness about whether anyone from the government had promised to reduce his sentence for testifying against Guzman. Pedro maintained that no one promised him anything, much less a reduction in his sentence. But if I lie here, they would revoke my sentence and send me to prison for the rest of my life. The prosecutor said he presented another recording as evidence. The voices of Alfredillo and Pedro could be heard over the courtroom speakers, negotiating the price of a kilo of heroin. The twin insisted on speaking with Chapo,
Alfredillo, we're talking about Chapo's son, and that wasn't my brother. That was actually me on the phone. So I'm just like a nobody. I'm not as big as Eddie Gonzalez and his.
No
big
way,
boss.
dog. You can't compare. Watch your mouth.
I can't be that big. What would I know? Eddie Gonzalez, he's not a snitch. That's why he would never be.
Complying with the instructions of the DEA agent who was with him at his home in Guadalajara. Dude, what do you say? Nice to meet you. How are your brothers? Chapo's voice can be heard unmistakably on another recording. And after a few pleasantries, Pedro asks, "Can you lower the price by about 5 pesos?" He was referring to $1,000 per kilo of heroin. "I'm going to talk to someone. I'll talk to you right."
We know
El Chapo turned around. Goldberg and the other prosecutors seemed pleased with the jury's reaction to hearing the voice from the toilet. After a few more questions, the prosecutor concluded his questioning.
Yeah.
Soon, Purpura left the comfort of his leather seat and stood up to ask his questions. El Chapo's lawyer got the witness to say that he went to Monterrey, where he met with DEA agents for the first time in August 2008. He told him that on June 4, 2009, he testified before a grand jury that through a desma he received the cocaine that belonged to El Mayo Zambada. I never said that I received the cocaine from El Mayo. I said that I received it from the man, El Chapo Guzman. Pedro corrected him. Purpura changed the subject. Let's talk about Rudy Rangel, Cato. He was a Latin King gang member who operated in the Little Village neighborhood of Chicago. Yes, he was my friend. He knows that Cato had a message tattooed on his chest that said, "Forever, my queen, Valeria." The lawyer asked. Cato was killed in 2003 inside a hair salon in Millennium Cuts, Pedro clarified uneasily. He most likely knew where his interrogator was headed. They killed him while Valeria was with her brother Margarito celebrating in Las Vegas along with 60 other people. A party that cost her brother Margarito $200,000. Valeria was pregnant with Rudy's child. Faced with that illusion mentioned in the book of the Cartel's wives, Pedro stated that they were not the ones who killed Rudy, although they had motives because he had already stolen a quantity of cocaine from them. He assured that the matter of Valeria and her brother was also not related to that crime.
Dear Dr.
You gonna scroll right past
I've been
that?
a firefighter,
Can
a
we talk
bodyguard.
about that?
I'm not scared of anything.
I
but
say
with missing teeth.
Turn the fucking ad off.
With Pedro's
Don't call your
clarification,
lawyer.
Purpura
Pause
achieved
the
what he was
fucking
looking
video.
for, to sow doubt among the jury about the credibility and perversity of the twin.
he's
The lawyer
he's
finished by
rolling away
saying
on
that
me,
after
y'all.
Cato's execution,
He
Valeria
don't wanna
went to
talk about
Mexico
that.
with Margarito and that they got married there. The lawyer's strategy focused on questioning Pedro regarding the recordings that the prosecution played.
Did you just
Mr.
play me
Flores,
and keep
tell
going?
me if
I
the
know you
voice
hear
on
me,
these recordings
motherfucker.
is exact.
No, I'm just saying it's because it's AI and it's not really like doing the
AI
right.
these nuts.
What it's
Let me
supposed to be
ask
doing.
my motherfucking questions and you tell me if we're gonna talk about it or not.
You said you're supposed to be here reacting, and I'm silent. Remember?
Oh, so I gotta shut the fuck up now? Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up now. So all right, then I'll put it on the record. Then he don't want to talk about Vegas.
No, ask me whatever. Ask me whatever. What part?
He don't want to talk about Vegas.
This is all like this is stuff from they're taking from the book. Which part?
They take it from whose book?
The lawyer's strategy.
Cartel wives.
Cartel wives. I've been hit
But they
behind
made
the
a
scenes
mistake,
about
like
Vegas.
right here,
Was you
like
in
right
Vegas with Val while Kay was still around?
No, that's stupid. That's exactly it's a bunch of mistakes. Like for instance,
So why am I out of pocket for asking a fucking question? You see, he
No,
tried
no,
to
you're not
railroad
out of
past me, right? Where's quality control? Get him on the phone right now.
I just think that you guys are so like in tune into the story that you guys know that it would have been like it's not being told right for whatever reason.
Not you guys, because me, specialty case, have gotten the call behind the scenes, said, ask the motherfucker about, I don't know if it was All-Star Weekend, something had to do with Vegas.
All-Star Weekend? That's good. I know who would say that.
Maybe you do. But that's what I'm asking. Is that the same time they talking about right here? In this AI?
No, no. Like for instance, I know that because I went to the All-Star game and I ran into some people but me and Val were not together at that time, but we went to the All-Star game together. But that's why you're saying that. But no, like you see this, they got the story right here wrong, and that didn't happen till later because they're reading the way they did it. They use it to advantage where they're like they have the book in their hand and they're reading out things like probably off a piece of paper about memory, and they're putting stories together so the jury could kind of like make it seem like it was all at one time. You get me?
Mm.
But no, that's not the case. And the prosecutors did it later on when in Val's hearing as well. They did the same exact thing that the defense did, which is ironically, which is just fucking weird. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
But look,
Brother was
right
also
here.
not related
Hey,
to that
I'm
crime.
pussy if I don't ask, right?
No, look right here. Look right here. Look, let's just see.
With Pedro's clarification, Purpura achieved what he was looking for, to sow doubt among the jury about the credibility
Look, he said that look,
cocaine from them.
he
He
said
assured
Rudy
that
had
the matter of
cocaine and
Valeria was pregnant with Rudy's
and I know those transcripts really well. He said no, they didn't steal shit from me. Like he kept getting annoyed, like saying you keep saying that he didn't steal shit from me. You know?
child. Faced with that illusion mentioned in the book of the Cartel's wives,
What
Pedro
they talking
stated
about?
that they were
They
not
talking
the
about the
ones who
money
killed
that
Rudy.
people claim that K took from you?
Yeah.
And who was saying that they didn't?
P. When he asked him that, he says. When he asked him that,
When the
my
lawyer
brother's like,
asked
nah,
P that,
he said he stole from me. Like, nah, he didn't steal from me.
he didn't steal
You
from
get
me.
it?
Easy
He
answer.
said, did he steal drugs? Yeah, he stole drugs. Did he steal like? Yes, he stole a lot of drugs, but he didn't steal them from me. You get me?
Right.
You know, and right here it got mixed up. Look at the way it said.
Although they had motives because he had already stolen a quantity of cocaine from them. He assured that the
You get me? Like that's I believe that this is AI. You get me?
matter of Valeria and her brother was also not related to that crime. With Pedro's clarification, Purpura achieved what he was looking for, to sow doubt among the jury about the credibility and perversity of the twin. The lawyer finished by saying that after Cato's execution, Valeria went to Mexico with Margarito and that they got married there. The lawyer's strategy focused on questioning Pedro regarding the recordings that the prosecution played. Mr. Flores, tell me if the voice on these recordings is exactly the same as that of Chapo Guzman. Purpura asked. No, it really is similar. Mr. Flores, your father called you a coward and an informer when he found out that you were cooperating with the United States government. The defense seemed ecstatic with what Purple was achieving with Flowers. Lichtman put his right hand on his client's left shoulder. Quote, you betrayed everyone, Mr. Flores. Purpura continued. I had to do it. I did it to avoid life in prison. He betrayed his friends, his workers, the consumer base to which he sold drugs, about 15 or 20 blacks. Some of those he betrayed sentenced him to more than 25 years in prison. They had families. At that moment, Purpura presented some portraits. They were some of the people Flores handed over to.
So I guess the defense was here was to kind of paint us as that we were like racist. You get me? Which is stupid. Like, oh, you told on all your black friends and all your black customers to save your own ass. We're like, no, I also told on every fucking Mexican that we're standing in the fucking courtroom for. You get me? Which is stupid, you know?
You was an equal opportunity informant.
And you ain't got that choice. Trust me. Whoever tells you that you're gonna cooperate, you got a choice on who you tell on is lying.
To the authorities. All African American. Purpura wanted to make several members of the jury aware.
So I think this is a common thing for all those people who are on YouTube and all these people on social media. Like and I told you, Shai, like, man, 99% of all my customers from day one, all my really good friends, my best friends, people I consider to be like family to me, were all black. I stopped selling to any Hispanic, like early on. You get me?
Particularly the black ones. In a war, in politics, in love, and in a drug trafficking trial, anything goes. Purpura.
You heard that, guys? Anything goes.
had not finished humiliating the witness. The defense attorney presented the photograph of Tommy Jones, Oldman, whom he handed over to the DA. The members of the jury looked at the images with some sadness. Another example of Pedro's betrayal was the one he committed against Alfredo Vasquez. Not only did he owe him money, but he is now in prison for his betrayal.
We didn't owe him money. Those drugs weren't his. They're our drugs. He worked for us.
Cornered, Pedro Flores looked confused and unable to respond to his lawyer's statements. He said he was a victim of circumstances and stated that other witnesses, such as Vicentio, could corroborate the authenticity of Chapo's voice on the recordings. During questioning, Pedro had no choice but to admit that he had several properties in Mexico that the Mexican government did not confiscate: 9 mansions, 10 to 25 four-wheel drive vehicles, and 40 cars, including 3 armored vehicles, a Ferrari, and a Lamborghini. In 2009, you were in DIA custody.
No, damn. What's his name again? Eddie Gonzalez. You have armored vehicles?
Bro, why you talking to this motherfucker, man? That motherfucker went to sleep already. He done call his PO, turned off his fucking ankle monitor. He sleep right now, man. What the fuck is you talking about?
All right, man. I want to talk shit to someone. We got 7
Hey,
people.
listen, talk shit to the L Avengers because I am 3 beers deep, 8 shots in.
I'll be honest with you, bro. I'll be honest with you. I came on to have a good time, and it seems like they're like on bullshit.
Who's on
Ain't
bullshit?
No one anymore. Only the usuals.
No, everybody's been great. We 107 concurrent viewers, 78 likes. Hit the like button, and I can still do a sobriety test. So kiss my entire ass, hold that L. I'm about to take my last shot, my last beer. I owe 2983, but he broke the rules, so them shits could wait. 105 concurrent viewers. Let's keep it going. You talking your shit? You falling asleep on me, Jay Flores? I'll put you out right now, but I'll put you in the fucking bathroom.
Okay, so real quick, while you do that, let me talk to someone real quick. Hey, bro, Miguel, you look like your sister then. If I look like P, then you look like your sister.
That's our chat Mexican Confederate right there, Miguel Lopez. Salutes to him.
Hey, listen. So to split, what's his name? Split
that pie.
Split that pie. He's a regular.
He used to come around. He's back again. So
I'm gonna say this. This is the problem I have with. Okay, so me and Val, I always been good. All right. Obviously, she's an attractive woman. Me and her were really good friends in his life. Look, we fell in love. I live my life, and I said this in my book that I've actually written in my manuscript. Is that look? I live my life for what I think is fair and what I think is important to me. And if it was me and I was to have passed, I would want my wife to move on with whoever she wants, even if she moved on with my own brother, whatever made her happy. And if she would end up with someone that loved her, if I had that choice, meaning if it even mattered if I'm gone, that's what I'd want for my wife. I'm not sure about you. I'm not like when I say I'm a good person, I'm a loving person. I'm someone who wants the best for everyone. I don't want my wife to be with a sucker, or I don't care who it is. If we even have the choice to decide, but more importantly is for her to move on. So me falling in love with my wife, I make that decision based on what I would had wanted for my wife. She's still my wife to this day. It's not like I, hit it and quit it.
And it ain't like she used him and tossed his ass away when the motherfucker ain't had the bread no more.
Who said what? Who said that?
Who said what?
I ain't had no bread.
No, I'm saying, you said that y'all still together, and I said that when we talked about it before, it wasn't no fly by night shit. Them women have suffered.
No.
They suffered with y'all.
No. Yeah, I feel bad that we have to the scale is like, well, how much have you suffered? What do you show? And I remember when I was in prison, people used to be like, oh, you're lucky. The only reason why your wife's still with you is because you got bread. I used to be like, shit, she got her own ring. She could leave. Obviously, you guys know from her indictment that you could have left.
Easy. They could have bounced on you, Higgins. Yeah. Easy.
They could have left a long time ago. So, and vice versa. You get me? And vice versa. So it's
salutes. Yeah, absolutely.
Like shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I will tell you something. That's why it's like, it's weird because I sometimes forget that, that she was involved, with a friend of mine. I forget that part of her. But one thing I do know is that I fell in love with my best friend, who was broken and who had been through a lot. You get me? Um, what's weird is that when everyone talks about a relationship or talks about my wife, and they don't talk about the past. They don't talk about him trying to kill her 5 times, shooting her, putting her in a coma, putting her in a hospital, cheating on her, having 3 kids while they were married. You get me? No one talks about that shit. That's okay. You know what I mean? Like, no, but the fact that I hear the thing, oh, she said she'll always love him. She still loves him to this day, She'll
I
always have
mean,
love for him.
that's a moment frozen in time. It's a music video from an icon that really loved K. Like, for people to use that and set that in brick and in stone is crazy.
No, but I mean, me knowing my wife, like, she had love from, she had love from in a different way because
he's part of her life. It's a chapter there.
She's grown a lot, or whatever the case is. But you put someone in a situation where it's like, me speaking. This is me speaking. My words is like, as heartbroken and and devastated as she was, at the same time, it was like freedom. You get me? And only people who've been through that situation would understand. Like, I remember being locked up, in the shoe, and I felt like even though I was locked away, I felt free from that world of that I was involved with.
All you had to worry about was them 4 walls you was in.
Yeah, it's okay. That's at least I don't. That's how I have to worry about. I made it out now. Now it's the beginning of my new fight. You get me? And it's like that's the way you live the life. So it's real easier for you to judge someone's life and stay and stuff like that. But it's like, thank God we're alive to like criticize someone else's life.
Alive to defend yourself.
You know what I'm saying? Like we look at and I feel bad because I don't mind what people say about me, but I always say, like, I ain't never been this angel either, but I feel bad because the people that started talking about this shit, like you mentioned it, like about if she had someone else's baby or she had his baby and this and that.
Hold on, let me give context to the chat about that real quick before you do that. So to the chat, when I started this channel, right, me being 1 degree of separation away from the story but not understanding or knowing the details, people used to come in the chat and be like, Shy, he had to have done this and that because she don't even let Kay's family see the kids. Then I'm thinking these people in the comments know what they talking about. They probably from the neighborhood. They ain't even had no kids together. That didn't work out like that. You know what I'm saying? So I can't believe what you motherfuckers is talking about in the chat, man. Y'all just running your mouth from your seat. We sitting here getting through the information.
Yeah. Another thing is, like, when me and Val fell in love, she was pregnant. And I remember, like, just her telling me, like, man, like, I have a baby coming. And I promised her, I said, look, and we're talking like friends, okay? It's not like we're intimate or anything like that. We're, we just like, I said, look, I'll be there for your baby. She like it, it's mine. And I sometimes feel bad because I feel like at that devastating point where she felt like she had no one to trust, because at that time she couldn't trust anyone. You get me? She was looking at everyone weird. But the weird thing is, it's not weird to me, but the only people she trusted was me and my brother, because Kate trusted me and my brother. You get me? And he would tell her, the only ones you trust is them.
Right.
Even though he did have this like jealousy, underneath jealousy, hate kind of a thing, but more of a like
which everybody like him has.
Yeah, like he and I'm gonna tell you something. He didn't lie about hating on us, like, it's weird because people think that our relationship was weird, because I used to be like, sometimes I used to be like, hey bro, like, why I hear you say this or whatever, and he'd be like, I'm just letting people hear what they want to hear, but I love you, bro. You get me?
Right.
It was like one of those things, Saludos, Bordo Entertainment in the house, man. Checking in. ¿Cómo estás, güey? And I think that like she could trust him, but so I did. It crossed my mind a lot that I always used to tell my wife, like, damn, you fell in love with me at your worst. You fell in love with me at your worst. You know, and then I live with that because I feel like, man, I would love for you to have fallen with me at your best. You get me?
Right.
No, but again, she has her own. Maybe we should talk about that. She got she's working on a book.
Fuck a
It's called,
book. Val, come talk that shit. I'm ready to talk that
yeah,
shit. Some shy
she's
sound
working on
shit.
a book called The Price of Love, and she'll be able to talk about her, like what was her mindset at that time. But it's like, man, life is it's weird to me. The biggest thing I'm gonna point out, and it started with the hood, right? And dudes are like, man, bro, they didn't slide for K. The dudes are still alive, all of them. You get me, bro? But they want to talk about what his wife is doing. You get me? Like I'm gonna tell you something. If one of my workers ever told, while I was alive, ever said your wife shouldn't be doing this, I would probably, have done shit that I would never done to anyone else. You get me? Like, who the fuck are you? You get me? To decide what more your wife should be doing, your kids should be doing. None of them paid any child support. None of them gave any money to his kids. No one, did anything positive but talk shit about what his wife should have been doing. Like, she didn't marry the gang or the game or the fake dudes. She married the person that was gone. You get me?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's ironic, that it's like that. You get me? Obviously she's her own person too, and she always says like, man, I have a lot, to do with certain things as well. Because she gave people a reason to talk shit,
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
but she ain't no pussy. She can answer for herself.
No, yeah, absolutely. But I just, me, I do feel bad because, for the most part, the internet or people are gonna, come at me. But then I hear that's fine. But when I hear them parts of oh, she says she'll always love them, it's that's clickbait, bro. Because what do you expect? You want a woman not to move on? You want a woman just to stay and die with them? You know what I'm saying? Like, be honest, be real. You get me?
And you said the other day, I don't know what video you brought up, but you was like, yo, I don't like when they talk about my wife like that. And it's like, again, I've given my ideas and my thoughts on what it is and what happened, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I just think that it's also that common sense where people like to criticize someone else's life. And I'll tell you something. Look, I used to tell my wife that all the time. I remember she used to be like, "You're a better man than me, love, because if I pass, I don't want you to be with no one.
Damn.
I want you." She's like, I want you to be by yourself for the rest of your life and stuff like that. So, all depends. All depends on who it is as an individual. But the weird part is that, we could take a poll on this. Is for anyone to try to poll on this, what about her? You get me? Does anyone care about all the shit she went through? You get me? He was not, and I don't say this he was my boy. That same as we just talked about what Nonstop used to say, and that he was an animal in the street. He was also an animal when it came to how he treated his wife, and his baby mama and everyone else. That's factual stuff, So that was okay. You get me? And the truth is, and the matter of fact is that people will say, "Oh, why didn't she leave him?" My question is, because she had to leave him. You know what I'm saying? Because she had left him.
That's the question I be asking with women that stay a long time in abusive situations, like Cassie. I'd be like, yo, she could have got out of there, but
again, it's a bubble to everyone. It seems easy, but even someone like P Diddy in his world, you know what I'm saying. Once you see what he's capable of, you get me.
Right.
And the difference is that Kato was no Diddy for real. You get me?
No, for
you know
sure.
what I'm saying. He's one of those dudes that's willing to. You know what I'm saying?
No, I just mean, I pose the same question when people say, "Oh, old girl was around complacent in the situation for 10 years. Could she have gotten out?" It would probably be very dangerous for Val to get out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's also trauma too, you know what I'm saying? It's also trauma and
Because
manipulation.
again, just like Nan said, when he loved hard.
Oh man, that's the weird part because like man, there's no question that he loved her. You get me? You get me? Like no question that he was in love with Val and loved her. Like you know, you know, with the most love that anyone could ever imagine. But he also was very selfish. You get me? So that's the hard part. Like he could love somebody. Like a lot of men, like love someone and then still, be able to do other shit and then,
Toxic situation.
yeah.
After
Especially
9 shots, this is my ninth. Now you can consider me slurring, motherfuckers. Ha cumplido mi condena.
Yeah.
Done deal.
Yeah,
I
I
owe
don't
two
know.
nine eight. I owe 298.3 spins, but he cheated and he's asleep right now, so we ain't trying to hear that shit. We're gonna give him a coin. We're gonna hold his 3 spins for the next time the bar is open. Salutes to the L Avengers. Hold this L. JP said he going to sleep. JP been awake for 3 days, 4 days. Go to sleep, motherfucker, but go to sleep holding this L. Let that L hold. You hold it and you hug it, and you take that shit to bed with you tonight. All right, salutes.
Yeah, everyone fell asleep. Hey, well, what does that mean, Jefferson? She
Raven,
is like
she's
old
like old
girl.
girl in the video we watched with her. I don't remember that one, Raven. Evidently, Raven, speaking of a video that we covered where somebody suplexed somebody and fired on people at the concert, aka Val's a badass. Because Velez was talking about Val running the yard, I believe.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, she's just different. I will tell you. I'll be honest with you. Like, it's weird because you could be such a strong woman, a smart woman, and then be like, "What the fuck? What are you thinking?" You get me?
You wildin'.
Like, and it just doesn't connect sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But it's also love, bro. At the end of the day, it's love, infatuation, whatever it is. You get me? Complexity, and or like just getting used to shit. You get me?
Right. Shout out HG. It's fierce sometimes.
No, but how about this? It's like what I did find out is that it's like the fear is not something you think about. Is that the fear is there that it doesn't even allow you to think? Shai, does that make sense? I don't think she even could even imagine. You get me?
It's
Like,
paralyzing.
yeah, like that wouldn't be a question. This is someone who busted shots at her. Rammed her vehicles, put her in the hospital. You know what I'm saying? There are all kinds of shit. And what's crazy is this is a trauma. I remember when she was writing her book. If you guys go pay attention to Cartel Wives, she only said like 3 or 4 sentences about her past with Rudy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it used to bother me. You get me? Because she used to be like, I don't want people to think that I'm using it as an excuse. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So she would rather be the bad guy. You get me?
Right.
And that's like trauma. That's like I'll protect him still. I don't want to say nothing bad.
AKA, she could have said whatever she really felt on her heart and her soul, but she protected that situation.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you something. Like I remember it was like 5 or 6 sentences. If you guys go back to even Cartel Wife, she says, even when he had a baby, even when they told me he was pregnant, or even when he did this, I think it was like 2 sentences. I still forgave him. That's all she said.
That's it.
She didn't go into the spill of like what she was feeling, what she actually went through in all those years. She didn't go into details because she wanted to make sure that no one said anything, and out of respect to his family and to his kids. You get me? And I used to be like, you're speaking about all this other bad shit that you did. You get me? She confesses a lot of bad things that should have been embarrassing to her.
I just dropped Cartel Wives link in the chat, so if you want to hear that story, go on and check that out. Yeah, no, she didn't say nothing. She could have.
But that's the drama, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the drama, that's the trauma. I mean, that everything, and then you have all these dudes from fake ass streets or whatever. And the crazy thing is, like, I remember like I used to get a lot of comments or whatever, and I look at it like, look, let's be real. How many we got? 84 viewers. How many of those 84 viewers are men? All right, because men are the ones that have the biggest thing. Like, like all you guys married virgins, and you were the only one. Like, yeah, every girl's been with someone else. You get me? And if she's been with one, she's been really with three more. You get me? That she can't tell you because you get your butt hurt. You know, like I really appreciated like one of the things that me and my wife have in our relationship is that she never had to hide who she was. You get me? It was out in the open, and that made her feel really like comfortable. Where it's like, damn, you could accept this, you could accept that. You get me?
Right.
Like that was important to her. It's just different. You get me? It's more mature, more a lot different, and I'm really proud of. I'm gonna tell you, it's been a lot of work on her, and her maturing and getting over a lot of things. But I'm proud of her, especially today. She's a totally different person. But I will tell you, she did carry a lot of that trauma and abuse with her for many years. You get me? And it affected her in different ways.
Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Shout out Miguel Lopez. A lot of boys from the street abuse women because we've dealt with childhood trauma and not addressed it.
But you know what? I'm at 100%. Like, me too. Like, I don't want to go too much into the business, but I used to be around sometimes, and when shit would hit the fan, it would be like it would always go back to the trauma. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like if you don't go get help, if you don't try to change yourself, but once you recognize and you keep doing it, that's just you. You get me?
Yes, you've identified with what you came up with. It now that's you. It's who you are.
And I feel like and to me, the biggest thing is like, okay, you identify trauma, and you say it was because I was a childhood abuse, right? But why would you think it'd be okay for someone to have to accept it? You know what I mean?
Shout out Zorada. It's not love makes you stupid, especially for women. Yet just because you love someone, that love isn't always healthy. Yet we still give it the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes when women want to leave, it's too late, and it's even harder to get out of the situation.
Yeah, I remember. You're right about that, but because I remember one time we had a really heart to heart, and
who's we? You and Val?
Me and Val, and I said, like, she knew everything about Rudy before, and I said, did you really think you could change him? And she got stuck right there. She's like, what do you mean? And after talking about it and like painting a scenario, I said, did you really think that you were like that? That you thought that things would be different with you because you just were like that? And after the first try, second try, fifth try, sixth, seventh, eighth try, did you always continue, thinking that it was going to be different?
Right.
I don't know. You get me? I'm just curious, right? And she said, "Shit, you're making me like realize, what the fuck was I thinking? You're right,
Well, I was gonna ask you earlier. Did you think that De Niro Records had a chance, or was he in too fucking deep?
I will tell you something. Look, I believe that De Niro had a chance because he was authentic.
Because he was authentic. Because K was authentic.
He was intelligent, charismatic, creative. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
He wasn't selling bullshit. You know what I mean? He was real. He was a good businessman.
Dog could see that.
Yeah, and one thing for sure, like, he played a part. He looked the part. You get me? And he also knew how to handle himself. Like, I could see him. I see him in a business suit, and he was like a totally different person. You get me?
In that music scenario.
Yeah. There was times where I think because who he was, I did think like he outshined his artist, which could have been a problem. You get me? I did think that, his ego could have was gonna cause problems eventually. You get me? At times, but yeah, no, I
should
really
have signed.
believe that.
God willing, he would have survived, and he would have signed me. we would have nipped that shit in the bud.
He was gonna. I did really feel like he was gonna be successful. You get me?
Okay. I want to know because you say that in regards to her, where you say, "Damn, did you think you was gonna change him?" And I thought that earlier, like, was there hope for De Niro? Because I wanted to go there. You know, we were already on our own shit. I had already built my shit. You know what I'm saying? I wanted somebody. I knew that he was putting money in the game. I wanted to go, but I say to myself now, would I have gone there and it would have been a mess? I mean, we know what it became, but let's just say he had the opportunity to live. Would it be a success? And you're saying that he went in there, presented himself in a different way.
Yeah, I think that I also thought like looking back, I think that how am I gonna say this? K was about K, and I think that at first I used to be like, back then maybe I could have thought it was a good thing, but like he wasn't married to any artist, Shy. You get me? Which was great. You get me? Because I feel like you put everything in an artist that could be bad. You get me?
No, it was gonna be the label. It's like the UFC. The UFC don't depend on a fighter; they depend on those three letters, UFC.
Yeah, so he would, always looking for different talent, and I feel like he had everything to be successful. You get me? And I just I don't know, because he could be the very the most like intelligent person, and he was
he'd crash it all the way out.
Yeah, because he was calculating for sure, but then you put him in that one of those situations, and you know what I'm saying? That's it. You know what I mean?
He'd crash it all the way out.
Yeah. So, yeah. But then again, I will tell you the sad thing is, like, I remember Val and I were talking about it, and at times she kind of hated the music business. You get me? And it's selfishly because she told me one time, like, she knew that eventually there was gonna be no more her. You get me? So in a weird time where like she could have been unhappy at times, but at the same time she didn't want to be left. You get me? Where he he was in a position where like her words were like, on to the next bad bitch.
She wasn't trying to fall behind.
Yeah, like in her mind, she's like, the minute he finds a better girl, you get me, that will suit him, he's gone. You get me? So that was like troublesome for her as well. And a lot of time it was like, sometimes like I seen her live more for him than for herself, and that became like an issue in our relationship. Because I used to be like, no, okay, all right, what does Val want? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. So it's just trauma. It's a lot of things that you have to kind of grow up and learn.
All right, man. You want to hold the rest of that video for another time? Or you want to finish that video?
It says, my guys from 63rd went to AZ on the 4-wheelers, and that was my Connect 2K, and they were opposition. Oh, yeah?
Shout out Miguel Lopez. I know Miguel Lopez personally. We have met in person. We've crossed paths in life. And as far as I'm concerned, stand-up dude. Salute.
Okay, so I'm going to guess that Miguel Lopez is associated with Pito, probably. And one of those persons.
I'm not going to get into all of that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying for you. I'm guessing. I wouldn't even ask for that. But I'm going to guess just because he said that, yeah. But again, it's just one of those situations. Like, there's a lot of things that were like at place, and it's weird because I even forget. Like, sometimes I forget that we have that past, and people are like, "Oh yeah, that's what you do to your friends." You get me? And I'm gonna tell you something. Like, even though I say like that's why I live by it, Shy. Just taking myself out the picture, I'm like shit. I come from a place where shit, that's not bad compared to what you're supposed to do to your friends. You get me?
Good life.
You know what I mean? Oh, you were gone and someone took care of your responsibilities. Oh, okay. You get me?
Right. Salutes.
Ryan from the Ambrose.
Hold on, I may be missing
I was
something.
in SD. I know all the SDs.
Was an SDJ.
You're talking about probably Case Cousin. I don't know who's Ryan from the Ambrose. I mean, I don't probably know him by name, but I probably know him. You get me?
We don't even got Ambrose up on our side. Shout out Bruno. He been spamming us trying to get this question out. Yo, Shai asked the twins if the corrido Los Tres Llamadas is about them or have they had any corridos. We've had that question a million times. I'll let Jake answer again.
Nah, I don't think that corrido is.
You know that one?
Yeah, I know. I know that one, but I don't think so. Oh, because I in that corrido, I think they mention. I know Chapo El Mayo and someone else. What that other person was, I don't know who they're. I don't recall it off the top of my head. But I know
it should have been me because I did 3 shots. I mean, I did 9 shots and 3 beers. It should have been me, bro.
Yeah, so
it should have been me, dog.
So, before we go, anyone got any questions, man? Before we
Ask
go,
your questions. We almost got to everything tonight. All right, y'all spoiled. It's 85 concurrent viewers, 82 likes. Can we get to 85? Boom, we got to 80, 84. Let's get to 85 before we get out of here. It's 85 viewers, 85 likes. That sounds about right. Salute to Jay for giving us his time. He hit me up today. I didn't have plans to do this. I was going to watch Bilal Muhammad do what Vernon Himes or somebody said he did, which was lose his belt. I was going to watch Backlash, but we was here. Why? Because I have priorities. And when the opportunities arise, I take them. Shout out to Jay for being candid, for being open, for being honest. As much as y'all are taking for it, to the trolls, no mama's way. Y'all end up in the motherfucking bathroom.
Mommy's way.
It is what it is. Some of you people are only here. Y'all are weekend warriors. Y'all are here when Jay or P is here. Salutes to y'all, I guess. Salutes to the Ghost Watchers, but we in here. We got a couple questions. He opened it up. So I'm gonna field these questions. Shout out Miguel Lopez, usual suspect. DJ Ramo is my brother-in-law, and we have Raw Records. Salutes to Miguel Lopez. Anthony said there's speculation because someone on TikTok kept saying it was made for Pete after he got kidnapped. That's where the speculation for that song comes from, Jay. You got anything to say about that?
Which one, bro?
If you want to get your name, phone number, and address off the internet, but want to handle the removals yourself,
Shut Tad the fuck up, all right? The Tres Llamadas corrido. The speculation comes from someone on TikTok saying it was made for Pete after he got snatched.
Well, actually, I don't know the song. Okay, I mean, here, I know the song, but I don't remember the details of it. But it's just like we never claimed it. You get me? So I don't know. So even if you tell me that if someone said it, unless we talk to the singers,
I'm gonna do a breakdown of the song. How about that?
Okay.
We'll figure it out from there. I'll ask you about it next time when I listen to the song and I say, this sounds like you motherfuckers, okay?
Because I remember, I think I heard it while I was in prison, and then something about the last part saying, "Oh, that's not our songs," you know.
Corrido stories, fuck it, man. Spoil it for me. Did Bilal get knocked out tonight? Let me know what happened. All right, tell me in the chat what happened. I didn't get to watch
Bilal
it.
took the L.
Yeah, he took the L. Let me know what happened. I was over here fucking around with Jay Flores. Miguel Lopez says, I was going to meet Kato when they lived by Midway and Val was rearranging the kitchen over by Central. I was trying to meet with Kato to get some of that money to make some of that music because I'm a dog. All right? It never got to happen. I wish it did.
Okay, all right, man. Yeah, Miguel Lopez knows what he's talking about then.
Shout out Miguel Lopez. I vouch for him.
Listen, I'm going to say that most likely you were one of Pito's guys. I could say Pito. And I could say he doesn't like me. I could say he's a hater. If he's your boy, I apologize.
You talking about Pito, the Pito I know?
Yeah, Pito, Dragon.
Yeah. Were you having conversations
for those who don't know, Ace Mac was signed to me. He's a Cobra, right?
Who?
Well, he was.
Who?
I mean, Ace Mac.
No, Ace was an OA. Well, I don't know. Allegedly.
No, he
Right?
was. Yeah, whatever he was.
Ace does not gang bang,
He doesn't
bang. He
gang
does
bang.
not slang cane. None of that shit.
Yeah.
But not a Cobra. Well, put it this way: Ace was not a Cobra.
Okay.
Shout out shout out JP. Were you having conversations with Val about King Kato while he was still alive?
Was I having no?
No, that's his
Oh,
answer.
hold on. So listen. So okay. I'm gonna tell you like this. Look. Even though my brother and I were who we were, we always still respected K. Like I knew him since I was 6 years old, 5 years old, 7 years old. We still respected him like hands down. I will tell you, like I never like even though Val could have been like good looking and something like what the fuck you wearing type shit or whatever, I never looked at her. Like, I thought she was good looking, but that was it. I felt like I remember thinking that in my mind, and then a couple of my guys that were real close to me knew this, that there was a time that me and her were in a certain situation where I felt like, holy shit, this is not even right. Like, why is it, why am I like not like it wasn't like cool. Like Val was one of the dudes, you get me? Like she was like one of the guys,
She sounded like it. She talking shit to me when she get on the phone. You know what I'm saying?
Val never could have friends, bro. She only has guy friends to this day, and I feel like that kind of switched. And one day you guys will hear about it in the book, in my book, and in her book. And then I felt a little bit weird, but just we'll leave that story for later. But what made it more weird is that me and Val always talked about it because she said that she shared some things with me. But I remember going to see her. Like, it was important. It was like I ended up getting some real good information, and I didn't want to call Kay about it on the phone because he was hot and like crazy. And I ended up just stopping by the house, and I rang the doorbell, and she didn't let me in the house. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, she let me standing outside the gate. And I said, look, I got this real important information. I need you to look at this,
Stand your ass outside, punk.
and she was like shocked, but she didn't let me in. Later on, she said, hey, you remember that time you came to the house? And I was like, shit, I just didn't think it was appropriate for you to, be in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And after you left, she said, I thought, why? And I thought it was weird. You get me? Like that happened, but nah, other than that, we never, like me and her never talked or never, like, like they had an intimate moment or anything like that, other than the friendship,
JP, that's a valid answer. What's one thing you could have done and didn't do while in the game?
Well, I know JC. You're talking about JC Wrong to Strong,
no.
Razor. That was my boy. I mean, that's what you're talking about. I mean, that was my boy, but like I know what you're talking about.
I don't know who the fuck you're talking to. I'm talking to
And he had a choice for my guy Rudy. Oh, so Miguel Lopez, you were cool with the fake Rudy. We called him fake Rudy. Rudy Acosta from Legion, 18 Vencal.
There you go. Shout out Miguel Lopez. I don't even say his nickname around here. Hell no, it wasn't appropriate. What was you? Hell no, it wasn't appropriate. What was you thinking? Oh, JP judged you. Raven said. Let me see what Raven said over here though. Split that pie said. Shout out the twins. Shout out the wife. Shout out the kids. Hope everyone's living and breathing all right. Honestly, it didn't seem like it was about them, but I can't comment much. Thank you, Jay, for your time and sharing your life. It was a decision.
Hold on. That's saying that I was inappropriate. What do you mean? Like, what was I think? What do you mean?
JP is mad that you was talking to Val at all. You should never
I
spoke to
what? What I'm saying, I talk. Listen, we talk all the time.
JP's mad. You sent him off, bro. JP on some
Nah, nah.
Undertaker shit right now. He not fucking around.
Yeah, I don't know where he came from, bro. She hooked me up with a couple of her friends. We were cool all the time. I'm telling you, by the time she said it was inappropriate, and in my mind, I'm like, why the fuck would you think I'm inappropriate? Like I'm not, like I'm not a dirtbag like that going to someone else's house, and you know what I'm saying? Like that's not me. You know, in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck were you thinking about? You know?
And don't worry, we're gonna talk to Val about all this shit. I'm gonna ask her all the uncomfortable shit. Cause let me tell you, I feel like I could relate more to Val. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I will have to say this. Look, I'm gonna make it real clear, bro. I never hid or never like I couldn't be faked into a point where I thought that Val was gorgeous. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
You know, plain and simple. You know, and in my mind, because we were so cool, I used to be like, damn, you know, like it's hard to kind of even see. Like it's not what people think, but it was hard to like understand. Like, where the fuck did she come from? You know?
Mm-hmm.
If I ever, I'm gonna share this because Val loves for me to say that I was in love with her. So I think before I was like, I was in love with the woman that she was as a you know, because she was like a woman. You get me? Like it was just different. Like basically, what I think what I don't want to say women today fake. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what women today were like it wasn't cool to be Val back then, guys. Right, Shai? Could you understand that?
She was against the grain.
It wasn't cool to be her. The way she looked, it wasn't cool. The way she acted, it wasn't cool to her. That wasn't the in thing. Everyone basically hated it. You get me from early on, and I thought it was like unique and special. Like I thought it was great. So sometimes she'll be like, "You're gonna tell me I didn't look good," and I'm gonna be like, "No, like nah, of course you did." Oh, you gonna tell me you were in love with me, like, and it's funny because I never even would think about anything like that out loud, but I'll never forget. And I'm gonna share this story. I mean, we in the neighborhood and we in the car. We like we were in the truck. I kid you not, bro. I don't know what the hell we were doing. I could imagine that we were going to currency. Back then, we used to send money to currency exchanges to Mexico. You know, when people needed money, and I used to go pick up. You know, I kid you not, bro. 10, 15 dudes, you know, on the corner. Hey, you want to make $100? You want to make $200? Depending on who they were. Come on, you got an ID? Yeah, come on. And we used to, you know, take, you know, 300,000, 400,000, bro, 500,000, and we used to go to currency exchange and have them send money at $5,000 at a time or whatever.
Clip.
And we in the truck and we deep in there. They're like, I kid you, bro. We were like, bro, 10 deep in the truck. 12 deep, and they had given me some massives, some French bull mastiffs as a gift, 2 of them.
Some mastiffs.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, hit the fucking like button. Let's get to 90 before we get out of here.
Some brown ones, right, with like green eyes, and they were puppies, but you know how they're puppies looking like fucking, you know.
Yeah.
You know, they probably weigh 30, 40
yeah, they
pounds.
Swole. They swole.
They're swole, big, man, beautiful dogs. And I remember we had tents and we saw Kay. We saw Kay's truck, so we pulled up, and it was Val in the driver's side. And I'll never forget. She opened like we rolled out the window. We have tents, and she opened the door. So she didn't go until she opened the door and leaned because we beat to see who the fuck it was. She opened the door, and when she opened the door, she seen I'm in the passenger seat. We got the dog. I got like one of the puppies on my lap. The other one's like on the side, and they're huge. We're deep in the truck, and she's like, "Hey, oh my God, look at it!" She said, "Oh, how?" She starts, you know, like she says the dog. She's like, "Oh my God, I want. Oh my God, look how beautiful it is. I want one." And Kay's trying to look over, like, what? He's talking to someone on the other side. And then I remember she's like, "Oh my God, I want the fat one. I want the fat one." And she's trying to, like, you know, like lean in the truck and look at it. And we're deep. And one of the guys, and these were all dudes that Kay would, well, some, not all of them, but the main dudes that we we roll with. These are people that K would, fuck with, like really hard, like we're talking about ghetto motherfuckers, right? And then they're like, "Yeah, I'll give you the fat one, baby. I'll give you." They're whispering, right? They're whispering.
Wordplay.
They're whispering. But listen, bro, it was one of the most funniest things. You get me? That and I'm hearing them say that, and to me, it was like kind of like it was disrespectful, but it was also the way she was saying it. You know what I mean? So we came up with this thing, and inside joke was, "I want the fat one." All right, so that's what we called her for a long time. And she had no idea.
I can see it. I can see it.
So
I knew a girl we used to call hot dog water. So it is what it is.
For whatever reason. So we could be like, yeah, I seen or like we could be like, "Oh man, I went by K's and the fat one was there," You know what I'm saying? Like we will say that, you get me? "Oh man, I saw the fat one the other day," whatever.
So AKA there was a time where she was separated from y'all where she was fair game to clown on when it came to situations like that.
Yeah, but you see, I would have never have, like, again, like respectfully, that's his.
Of course, but people say what they're gonna say.
The neighborhood, they don't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever,
hit the like button, motherfuckers. Let's get to 90. Come on.
So who cares? But I'm gonna tell you, there was a few times where she had a really good friend. I'm keep her like identity, and so she had a really good friend
for sure
that became my really good friend, and we used to do like little business here and there, and her too, she would like hook me up with girls or whatever. And I remember this was back early on. I never even thought about it. It's like early on, she was like, this night I don't know what we were doing, and we were talking about something, and then she brought a Val, and I guess they were like, she was having a situation with Kay. Like I didn't know all their business,
right?
But she did, and then she mentioned something, and I'll never forget. She was like, "You know what?" She was like, She said, "You and Val will make a great couple." And just the thought about her saying that made me want to punch her in the face, bro.
This while Kay was still alive.
Yeah. This was like early,
and she said that, and that triggered you in that way.
Like 99, 2008. It got me bothered.
What did it feel like? Did it feel like betrayal?
I felt betrayal, and then I felt like did I do something? Like did I say something?
Did you put that impression on her?
Not yeah. And I said, "What the fuck you saying?" And she said, and I wanted to get to why I should. First I said, "Don't you ever in your motherfucking life ever say anything like that," because I know what that consists of. You get me?
Right.
And then I said, but she was my boy. You get me? Like she was like, and she said, "Nah, I'm just saying because you're so cool and she's so cool, and I hate that she's with an asshole." And I it was kind of understandable why she said it, but
she had that perspective.
Yeah, and then the crazy part is that Val had an ex-boyfriend that was a really close dude to me that maybe Miguel Lopez knows.
Who was that? Was that the baby nigga? The baby nigga?
Nah. And he was my boy. And I'll never forget that one day out of nowhere, G, like out of nowhere, he told me, he was like, "You and Val would make a great couple."
Separate from what old girl said that made you want to punch her in the fucking face.
And he's like, "Why you say that?" He's like, "I don't know. It's just the same energy," he said, And that was like, what the fuck?
Was that before or after old girl said that shit?
No, that was after.
So you getting it from all angles.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I'm only sharing, like, these are facts. Like I'm not like I remember them because later on they came to, like, to be important. You know what I'm saying? Like important in our life or whatever. But the hands down had to be my ex-girlfriend. My ex-girlfriend, like, she was very jealous of Val. And I thought it was just like, girl shit. You get me?
Girl shit, emotions.
Like, I didn't know she was jealous until one day where I had gone to meet whatever the kid. I ended up talking to I ended up jumping off, and I parked in the parking lot, ended up jumping off, and Val was there, and then me and her started talking, and then we just kept on. We always did that. We talking, and next thing you know, like whatever, 25 minutes had passed or whatever, or something like that. And my ex girl, I remember it was like she opened the door and she said, "Can we fucking go? Can we leave?" I was like, "What the fuck?
Sit your ass down. What's wrong?
Who you fucking talking to like that?" But like, okay, and I remember I was like, "Damn, my bad." And when I jumped in the truck and I said, "Damn, my bad," she looked mad, and I was like, "What's wrong?" And she looked at me. She said, "You like her?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" Like that wasn't even a thought in my mind. You get me? I just could see it. I could fucking see the way you guys talk to each other, and I just like that shit would bother me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Shout out JP. You got JP bad. JP, I don't know why, but JP want to punch you in the face right now. Miguel Lopez said, "It's crazy how the streets had us hurting each other, yet the money's involved. They are cool. I knew the circle Jay was in." Jay, remember Club Mias at Forest City? Shout out to my cousin Nancy, Forest City.
Nah, I don't know if was that like by like Gertie's ice cream or something. I want to say like I remember there was like a little lounge there or something, but I never went to. I didn't go.
Right, man. Any final thoughts? We've been here 5.5 hours. Your boy has cumplido his condena. He holds that W to the L Avengers. I love y'all. Hold that L. Jay Flores, I like to do this again sometime soon because this was poignant. These were real conversations, real stories, real you getting shit off your chest. I appreciate you for your time and your candidness. To all the trolls, no mama's
No
way.
mommy's way.
And what's up, Jonathan? Hey, bro, I'm talking about looking back and it's different because I only could look back because so many people always have things to say about like my relationship. Like, okay, why is it like that? You get me? But I will tell you something. I 100%. It wasn't just about looks. Okay, it wasn't because if that was the case, you could fall in love with anyone. You get me? Like any good looking girl, but not. But I understand why he's saying that you're a little too close to my comfort. Um, it's weird because I seen Val have nothing but guy friends to this day. You get me? She has guy friends.
I feel like Vala opened up talking to me, being who I am and where I'm from, than she would some chick on a podcast somewhere.
Absolutely, she has guy friends, Shy. Like she would talk to you and she has guy friends to this day. You get me? One of my good friends, they go visit her. You know what I'm saying? Now, like she has guy friends
And JP, you gotta understand, man. I'm in Chicago too, bro, and motherfuckers everywhere deal with people in their own circles like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not as outstanding to me as it is to you. You know what I mean?
Here, I think it's also like you have to understand, like it's like who the woman is. If she's not like that, then she's not like that. But like I tell you, like one of my really good friends, he goes visits her now. I got one of my other really good friends. They're like the best pen pals ever. You get me? Like, and it's just natural. Like it's like the way me and her were, and she has, she always had friends and stuff like that. But she, it's kind of like, I hear all the story about they say how women can't have guy friends, right? Sometimes I feel like feelings and situations will probably get in the way. Who knows? You get me? Because I always I let go those thoughts of like saying, did This is real personal, and this is something between me and Val. Like, there's sometimes I used to be like, damn, like I didn't feel good because I'm like, man, is it because you're in a vulnerable state? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of times I used to be like,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that
feel.
shit would have wore off a long time ago.
Yo, my whole thing is saying, okay, so look, all right, here you go. Now I'm getting something. I'm getting deep into detail. All right, and women wanna like let me know, but I used to feel like, did I get you in a bad state, in a vulnerable state, where that's how you felt, and your trauma and everything you've been through tells you that you have to stay. And a big part of me used to be like, nah, you don't have to stay. Just like, don't do it. You get me? Like, but we're human beings. It's not like you're gonna say I'm gonna stay. Like, Val's the type of be like, I'll stay until I have to, find someone to replace you with. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, like,
Yeah, she
like,
not fucking around.
What I'm saying is like, today she's a different person, but over the years, like, I do believe she wouldn't say, "Hey, I'm leaving. I just want to be alone." No, maybe she would, but she would most likely be a person that sees someone or feels something, and she'd be like, "Hey, I think it's time for us to take a break." You get me?
Right.
Like, or not be together.
Right.
And then, like, I'm not one of those dudes that's like gonna be offended by reality of things. You get me?
Right.
It's just the way the shit is. You get me?
Let's get that 90 likes. Let's get that 90 likes. Let's get that 90 likes. I think we got one more to get there. One more like.
Johnny, now I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not the best looking dude, but I did have friends, and it's funny because Val, in her mind, she used to be like, "Oh, you're just you know what? I saved you from being a hoe."
AKA J had hoes.
Yeah, and she's very saved you from being a hoe, but her thing was like, you fucking with all them little girls. That's the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Jay, I appreciate you. Salutes.
You see, there you go. You have more guy friends than girlfriends.
That's it.
Like, that's it. It's like, I'm not
I
saying
got a lot of girlfriends.
It's funny because I could have girlfriends. I have a girlfriend. Like, I have girlfriends that are friends now. But they're Val's friends, my friends. But it's funny because Val used to be like, nah, that girlfriend shit stops with me. You get me? You ain't gonna have no more friends, but it's just like, who is, like, my brother could also feel like that too, though.
Well, shout out to Val. Shout out to VV. Happy Mother's Day to them. I hope for their return home soon. Let's talk our shit. Let's get to 90 likes over here. Salutes to Jay for hanging out. Salutes to me for making the Avengers take that L.
We got one more like we need. Big shout out to Shy for hanging in there, slurring and everything.
One more like.
It's crazy. I'll keep it real with you. On the day I had to go to bed early.
What, today?
Yeah, I had to go to bed early.
Good luck, motherfucker.
I got a long day tomorrow.
Get some rest.
All right. The I'm gonna save the best for last. First of all, Val is like, it is what it is. She's my wife today, and I love her, and she's my best friend, and even though she has put me through so much, it's nothing I wouldn't take back. And I married my best friend. To be honest with you, I married.
Yeah, and salutes to JP. JP halfway trolling.
No, I get it. No, that's all good. And if anything, I did her a favor. That sounded good. But I want to say something. A few things. Big shout out to everyone. To all
we got our 90 likes. I'm a happy man.
Yeah, love those moms in your life, the baby mama. Look, at the end of the day, sometimes we're responsible for some of the shit we get back. And people always ask me that when I was in prison, and I think I shared this before. Is that they'd be like, man, I wish my girl came to see me like that. I wish my girl did this for me. And they should be like, you don't have to wish. All you have to do is do. You treat a girl right. You treat a girl with respect. You do. You be honorable men. You dedicate some time and investment into who you're picking to be, with you, to be the mother of your children. And if you do right by them, chances are women are gonna do right by you. And I used to tell myself, you treat your girl like shit. She caught you cheating 25 times. You know what I'm saying? You gave her an STD. You did all this shit. You didn't do nothing for her, and you expect her to like be loyal to you? Come on. So it also takes our relationship has came with work, and sacrifice as well. But ultimately, I think that she's been nothing but an amazing, partner, wife, friend, everything you could think of, and including mom. So especially on this Mother's Day, for all you mothers out there, and just wishing all you guys a happy Mother's Day, and for all you guys who have wives and whose mother's still, alive, it's a great time to just, celebrate them, even if it doesn't have to be by gifts, just with words. I sent my wife an email today for Dia de las Madres, and I sent it to her in Spanish, and she got real emotional. She said, "You should work at Hallmark." I said, "Nah." I said, "No." She always said that, but I said, when the words are real and they come from the heart, I'm glad you're able to feel them. But little things matter. So like, I already got her flowers for tomorrow's visit and stuff like that. But celebrate them while you can. It's important. You hear me? And then you know what, Shy? Before I go, and this is probably gonna get lost. So for all you 73 people on the chat and whoever's gonna listen to this later, um, I did this Kingpin reacts, and I was supposed to say this earlier. What I took from some of these videos I witnessed about the trial was that my brother and I get credited with like telling on Chapo, right, or telling on Mile, but I realized is that the most important cooperation we had, and the most like, if just thinking about it today, was had to be and was the most crucial evidence, and the most thing that changed everything, was our cooperation against Vicente. And it's not against Chapo, it was against Vicente, because Vicente was the basically connection to everyone in the cartel, including their father. He was the insider, the third in command.
Mm-hmm.
And it was him who actually who made the cases like as concrete as they were, and continue to like
Shit wouldn't have been like it was if it wasn't for him.
absolutely. I think, and the fact that we, because it's funny, because you don't hear the they didn't highlight the recordings of that. They don't highlight the recordings, the text messages, all those stuff that we did with that no one ever hears those things. You get me? We didn't even hear it right now, but that was the most damaging, I think, thing that we did in terms of our cooperation to the Sinaloa cartel. So,
bro, I appreciate you. Have a good night. Have a good day tomorrow. Be productive. Get that money.
yeah. Thank you, Shaman. Thank you to everyone in the chat, bro. Let's do this again. And I'm looking forward to Val to be able to do this with us. So
Val, come home and talk your shit. I'm ready to talk that shit.
I think that she was here with me. It sound different. I'd be more confident to be like, man, she was in love with me.
Val, we gonna tell Jay, shut your ass up. We about to talk our shit.
Yeah. And she'll tell you, oh, he was in love, or whatever the case is. And,
like, she gonna be like, I ain't never snitched, and he was in love like a motherfucker. That's the shit she gonna say right there.
Yeah, but again, right? I appreciate you guys and your support. Thank you for the prayers. A big shout out to everyone in the chat for your usual. Thank you, man, for always sending your regards and your blessings. And remember, this is my cheers, right? This is my bar. This is my hangout. So I appreciate you guys making this like a nice spot for us to come in and just share this. And again, right? I'm sharing my personal life, guys. For all you haters that dislike it,
and again, all balls for anybody that wants to come over here and combat the testimony, for anybody that want to come with receipts, for anybody that want to come and say that the twins ruined my life. The platform is open to you as much as the platform is open to them.
Yeah, what was that, Jonathan? Let me see. He needs your help. He said, "I need
Gotta
your
help
help."
him find love, Papas.
Listen, bro. Listen, it's I. This is what I believe. I believe that love will find you, but you just have to put out that right energy. And everyone will always tell you is like me and my brother, even my older brother, Mando. We've been like, bro, we're mandilones, bro. We're fucking, we're those like hopeless romantics, and we
I've been
love.
saying this since the beginning of Cartels. Since the beginning of Surviving El Chapo, I've been saying, oh, these fucking guys is hopeless romantics. We got billboards. I'm gonna put the billboard for all the members. Put the billboard emoji in the chat. I don't know if you know that, Jay. We got a billboard emoji.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we got a billboard emoji with a smiley face dedicated to P.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
okay,
the members.
I see it. So you know what? It's all these insights, right? But I'm gonna share something because I don't know if we're gonna share this again before we go. I wasn't involved. Like I would get like little clips of what the book was gonna be about. I didn't get to read it till like I
What,
wasn't even
Cartel
supposed to read it.
wise?
Yeah, I didn't read it till I think 2021. You know, so I didn't get to know about it, but I'll never forget when she was doing the book and once the first rough draft came and she came to see me, I remember coming to the visit room and I'm like, she was nice in the beginning, but then she had this look at her like, I'm like, yo, babe, what's wrong? She's like, yeah, I got the first draft and shit, and you think I'm stupid? I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Like, what are you talking about? And she was so mad. She said, "You think I'm stupid? I'm fucking changing all that stupid things." She said, I come over here, you make me all lovey dovey. I go write my shit, and I'm over here writing all this fucking stories about you. And oh my god, this, oh my god, that. And as I'm reading this book, she said, I'm like falling in love with this person. And she's like, and it's you. She's like, you think I'm stupid? I'm gonna be your fucking infomercial. So these bitches can fall in love with you. So then I gotta be worried about these bitches looking for you because you want all nice and you want to be, make an infomercial. I said, what?
I've heard it. I've heard that. I had a woman tell me once, I don't talk to my sister about you. I don't talk to my mama about you. I don't trust none of these bitches. When I leave, everybody leave.
Bro, I was like, and I told her, I said, babe, I never like you're like, I never told you to, she's like, oh, you ain't stupid. You think I'm gonna share these stories of how nice you were and this and that, how you swept me off your feet, and then I'm like, babe, I have no idea what you're writing. Are you sure you're telling me what not to write? And oh my god, bro, but when I tell you she was pissed.
Yeah.
So she
Salute.
said,
hey, we gonna get all the Kool-Aid out of Val, man.
She said I took 2/3 of any fucking good stories, and you're lucky I left those nice ones.
We want to hear all of that shit from her.
That's just funny to me, but I think it's just who I always been. So, Jonathan, you want to do is honestly like love without worrying about what your risks are. A lot of times, men, because of what's going on, especially today, we're scared to love someone because we're worried about them dogging us out, cheating on us, disrespecting us, taking advantage of us. And because of that, we don't let go and we're never able to be happy. But yet you would, give your trust to your friend or someone else who doesn't deserve it, take the risk. You know what I'm saying? Take the risk, believe in it, just like you would believe in a business that you don't know is going to prosper. And one thing's for sure, if you invest in the right person, if you give your love to that person, just give it your all, that I believe that investment will pay off more than anything that you could ever do in life.
Salutes. Salutes Diego Lewis not finally. Jay Flores in the building for free. Saludos from Sacramento, California. Salutes to Sacramento, California, but not finally. Jay Flores always blesses us for free. He only charges me hundreds of thousands of dollars to get these interviews and these, situations. Shout out Clito Moreno. He says snitch. No mames. No wonder.
Oh, God.
What a revelation, bro. You broke us down to revelation. Now go get your fucking shine box.
He discovered America.
He discovered America, this fucking guy.
Big shouts out to Sacramento, man.
All right,
Big
shout out
to-
HG. HG said, let me see. Let me get HG. She had a nice one. Thank you, Jay, for your time. It's always a pleasure to hear your side, and it's very wonderful how you and Val evolved together. Thank you to the regulars on the chat for the great Saturday night. Salute to you. Salute Zoraida. Feliz Dia de los Madres, and happy Mother's Day to the Flores wives. Have a great time with Val tomorrow, Jay. Shout out Jonathan. He said, Shy, I told Jonathan too much info. He said, I'm just saying that love coming to me like a ham sandwich. Salutes. Real smart women. Salutes. And that's pretty much it. Jay, I appreciate you, sir. I'm going to call it. Have a good night. Thank you for your time.
God bless everyone.
Let's do it again soon. And
Okay.
have a productive day tomorrow, brother.
I appreciate that, bro. God bless you too, right, man?
All right, salutes, man. Don't tell on nobody between here and there that has something else to say tomorrow.
I'm gonna tell you, the only people I have to tell on my kids. I have a list.
Oh, please, yeah, you gotta let them have it. Give Val all that shit.
God bless, guys. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
All right,
Enjoy your day tomorrow. Bye bye.
All right, y'all. Salutes to y'all. We did it. We got our likes. We got it in. I did my shit. I got my W. Also, hold that L. 298, hold that L. Only one still here is Velez, JP, and Zoraida. The rest of y'all sleep. We ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm not even going to shout out the chat. I ain't got it in me. I'm just tired. We've been here 5 hours and 46 minutes and 45 seconds. I was gonna tell Jay, yo, look how Velez does me. Velez does me dirty. Talking about JP too. Is the bar gonna open? I don't get props for doing 3 beers and 9 shots in that little bit of time. And yesterday I did 4 beers and 9 shots. Esto no vale. All right. Diego Lewis, he's been here for a long time. So, 298 made it back. Upper echelon, God bless you and your family. Prayers, blessings to all. Hey, man, salutes to HG, Zoraida, Alec, fucking Johnny Silver, HG, Velez, JP, Zoraida, Miguel Lopez, Raven, Bruno. Salute to everybody, man. Anthony, I'm just fucking flying through here. Gallo Negro, Split That Pie, Corrido Style. 298, Sally Correa. Who else? I'm going to get out of here, man, because your boy did his thing, man. I don't get enough props. I don't want them. I don't have to beg for them. I never did. I do me. All right? And I'm proving. All right? Ha cumplido mi condena. Let me find it over here. Ha cumplido mi condena. 3 beers, 9 shots, done deal. I owe 298 3 shots, but he cheated anyway, so 298's 3 spins are held out until the next bar spin. Unless he wants otherwise, he can let me know in the Discord. Here we go, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a beer. 1, 2, so that's 6, and another beer. That's 2 beers, 6 shots. Oh, and then other shots. Oh, I didn't put the last beer in there because this is it right here. So I'm going to have to take that. So it's going to have to be, I'm going to do it too, just to hold the record here. I'm going to have to do it. It's going to be beer, 1, 2, 3 shots, beer, 2 shots, beer, 4 shots, and then that Reaper. Because I'm that Reaper at this point. I went from shy to that dog in me to that Reaper. And I'm going to put the check mark right here. Because y'all fucking around, y'all can fuck around and find out. Alright. Also failed. 298, I consider you failed too. You was sleeping. We didn't see you all night. Alright, boom. Shit's down there. Y'all need these live reactions more. That was a good one. We had fun. It was impromptu. You get props. We just want to keep, what? You get props. We just want to keep doing hood rat shit with our friends.
I want to do hood rat stuff with my friends.
Shout out Zoraida. Y'all need to do these live reactions more. Maybe. That was fun. He giving info on these people. What about the 3 spins? I already said what's up with them 3 spins. They held out till the next time. He cheated. Have a good night. Salute to y'all. I did my thing 2 nights in a row. Don't expect to see me tomorrow. Shout out Mana. I couldn't watch the stream because I was watching the UFC. Shame on you, motherfucker. I'm about to go watch the UFC right now. Alright? Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. With that said, I am out. I will holla. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Peace. Enjoy your night, everybody. Stay safe. Shout out. Split that pie. I holla. Peace.